Well, oh. No better way to start the day than some gamer subs and a mother song. Hello, cats. How are you doing this morning? Hope there's been no other horrific incidents while you're out on your work trip. Returning back to basics here. I can't wait to see you slightly bold with this video. I think from what I saw, I think I'm mainly just gonna be confused and concerned. I'm gonna, because that's from what I've seen. We'll also see if it gets struck on YouTube, and if it gets struck on YouTube, I get an actual strike, and I will probably never do reaction on YouTube again. But we're gonna try this out. Hello, Marcus. Hope you're doing well this morning. Hope you're doing well. Who is Noah, if I may ask? Okay, so Noah is a former employee of someone known as Caleb Hammer. Caleb Hammer was kind of what kind of like started my channel. He was what I generally would watch while I was at work, and it's like, oh, this is really good reaction material, and it's good to like have on the background at work. So I figured that would be like good for reactions and streaming. Now the thing is, he's kind of a weird trajectory here. Um, he started out like really chill. Like he kind of just tried to be normal finance, and then eventually he got into these one-on-one financial audit type things. They used to be in his own home. They were kind of quiet, quieter. He would get like angry sometimes, trying to like give like a tough love approach, but eventually it got more and more over the top. And whenever Noah that employee was there, it kind of transitioned from a little bit over the top to a lot more over the top. And those are the videos that generally do well, is the kind of dumpster fire ones. But it got a little bit I think it's boring. When everyone's the worst, no one is. And there's kind of like because so many more of the people coming on the show seem kind of unhinged. It's like, is this even like safe for you or them? Because they might like actually have problems. So, and then he also like heavily monetizes, which I'm not a big fan of. But yeah, but Noah was his junior producer when and Noah has now gotten he got fired, and now he's like trying to come out against Caleb because he's mad. And we also, yeah, with I think because I think his disappearance, because we would do bingo with Caleb Hammer episodes, because it was very easy to win a bingo in Caleb Hammer because a lot of things always happen. We used to have a card for bullying Noah, and then eventually Noah just stopped showing up, and it's like, huh. And I think it was around Thanksgiving or something, because I think Spoon made the joke that they ate him for Thanksgiving, and then that was our headcanon, was that Noah got eaten by Caleb and crew. But it turns out he just got fired. It's got to be on YouTube. I didn't know if there'd be any confusion with the chats. No, no, nothing wrong with the chats. But yeah. Hello, Rocky. How you doing? Feel like the only one who's confused about Caleb Hammer lore. You guys are the only reason I know of him, but still slightly confused. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Let me get Lettuce Man. Actually, ran into a pole. That's not good. Oh, mean. How do is it? How do you finance? Yeah. But yeah, I know they're in an ad break, so I'm kind of waiting to move on to my next explanation before we go ahead and get into it. Ah, but yeah, we'll see. Also gives me a chance to drink more of my gamer subs. It's very good. You know that because they named it literally good. Looked at me funny when I ran into it. The pole? What? It just sounds like a person saying that a pole ran into them when they were backing up in the car. Oi. But yeah. So Caleb's kind of like the over the top Dr. Phil version of this finance content. Dave Ramsey is like the OG of this kind of. He was more like radio. Um Dave Ramsey. I have no money. No. Ramsey. But yeah. So Dave Ramsey's like the OG of this kind of content mainly, or kind of the godfather of it. Mainly mentioning this because I believe that Noah mentions that he's like, oh, I thought that Caleb Hammer was just gonna be like Dave Ramsey for like millennials or something like that, and like Gen Z and a Gen Alpha. No, I don't think Gen Alpha is quite in finances yet, but okay. When really it's probably Romaine is he's a lot smaller, but he's more like the kind of chill version of Caleb. And you can tell that generally he doesn't get quite the view numbers that Caleb does with because the craziness generally does sell. But I think that the views are kind of going down just because it gets repetitive, even if you are gonna go like super over the top. But might as well get into it. Oh,
Hey guys, what's up? I have attempted to record this video at least a half a dozen times, not
oh,
just within the last week or so, but
huh.
within the last like 6 months.
Because okay, 1 second. I need to also grab this because I'm trying to figure out our timeline here a little bit. He his like other yeah, okay, so he got fired 3 months ago. I haven't seen this video, but this is the one that is apparently crazy. This one might also be crazy, but this one is like the one that people have been talking about because there's some banger lines in there. I'll say that. Hello,
months or
Grill. Hope you're
whatever,
doing well this
since I've
morning.
started making content again, I've tried to start this video so many different times. Nobody understands. That's the other
Uh-huh.
thing, is that
Uh,
nobody understands. Nobody
how?
understands that I think about this situation compulsively. I think about this
Uh,
situation at least once an hour every single day.
that is not healthy. That is not healthy at all. Maybe you should see someone about that. Just gonna mention that. I don't think that it's good to obsess over it, but I don't know if YouTube is your therapist and this is gonna help at all. But we'll see.
filled with fear around this situation. You know, even though I have had months to decompress and months to rebuild myself as a person, right? Like, I still think about this situation and it strikes me to my core with fear. Let's give this thing an intro, huh?
Fear, like of legal repercussions that are making this video, or what kind of fear?
My name is Noah Chrysler. For about 8 or 9 months, I believe, last year, I worked for a man named Caleb Hammer. The job started out as a dream, right? If it originally felt like I was like living in this dream, that like my dreams were coming true, and I moved all my shit to Texas, and then it
Uh,
slowly devolved into
Seems like this guy is something of a lolcow. Is that accurate? I mean, he doesn't have like a dedicated following or anything, but let's just say the comments are not a fan. But the interesting thing about the comments is, while there are like just people like calling about, there's also just people being like, "I am like genuinely concerned about you." You know, it's like a lot of with all the kindness in the world, or to be completely honest, and like I don't mean to be mean. There's a lot of those.
nightmare. I signed 3
Look at this
contracts
paragraph. How dumb does he get?
while working for
We'll
Caleb
see.
Hammer. Each one includes things like a non-disclosure, a non-compete clause, and legal language that made it incredibly hard to figure out what I'm even allowed to say. And because
I mean, I believe that would be standard cross. I imagine that would be a standard thing to set up for like a non-compete if you're trying to do like this kind of, just to make sure that you don't make like a clone of his content after leaving. I don't think that's like unreasonable since you played a part in like making it.
coming true, and I moved all my shit to Texas, and then it slowly devolved into a nightmare. I signed 3 contracts while working for Caleb Hammer. Each one includes things like a non-disclosure, a
Okay.
non-compete clause, and legal language that made it incredibly hard to figure out what I'm even allowed to say. And because
Maybe talk to a lawyer before you do that then, if you're actually concerned. But I don't know, because I mean, Caleb has a lot of money, so he's got like, I think you said that he's made millions through the channel. I don't think that not being sure that you can legally do this is a great plan, but maybe that's just me. The way he talks even sounds a little funny. I don't know if he's trying to put on an actor, if he's seriously got problems.
this all
He's
happened in Texas,
This is just how he talks. This is we've seen him in Caleb videos when he's just being himself, and yeah, no,
I've
this
had
is
to
just how he
navigate a
normally
legal
talks.
landscape that doesn't exactly favor people in my position. Making this video has been absolutely exhausting. I've spent weeks trying to get it right, fact checking, editing meticulously, and replaying memories that I wish I could forget. I did this because I know the risks, but I also
Uh-huh.
know what it's cost me to stay silent. This isn't easy for me, not just legally, but personally. For the first half of this story, I considered Caleb to be one of my closest friends. We worked side by side, and I barely knew anyone else in Austin, so the way this ended
Oh,
is something I've carried with me every day since. Throughout this video, you'll hear my voice.
maybe just a trader wants to see his former friend Frail. Maybe he didn't see him as a friend at all, but rather someone to use. I don't. I'm not gonna go that far. You'll. I've seen a little bit of the video. I, I, I just think he his perspective on things is kind of, his expectations were not tempered properly. I'll say that. That's how I'll start that. That's how I knew I wanted to go back to react to this. Generally, I don't for like drama things. I'll like watch a little bit and see if I like understand what's going on. But
Voice come in from time to time. Those parts have been
yeah.
carefully crafted
But yeah, no, I think the idea with defamation is more if it's true, it's not defamation. Caleb has made how much from yelling at DoorDash addicts? I think at least 1 million. Because I think he's a millionaire now.
to reduce my legal liability.
And I mean he pays his employees pretty well. So yeah, no, I think the channel makes a lot. I mean, they release like 3 episodes a week, not including the membership stuff. The episodes get like 500K views. That's not it's not like a little bit of money for like that kind of that like volume of content and that many views.
Putting this out at all might be a mistake, but I'm going to do it anyway. Over the past 6 months, as I've returned to making my own
What, you
content,
didn't know he made that
I've been
much?
using it as a way to sort through the harder chapters of my life. I started a podcast series called My Failure Resume, where I reflect on old projects, not to wallow, but to make sense of them, to lay them to rest. I didn't set
I feel like this guy is like a prime example of like the modern day issue of YouTube is my therapist when you try to like be a content creator. I know I could I could like wallow sometimes, but I try to keep that to Twitch where
out
it
to make this
belongs.
video. But if I'm honest, I think some part of me always knew it was coming. That behind the other stories that I was telling, this was the one that was waiting. And sooner or later, I'd have to face it. There were some things that were happening at the company that I was deeply not okay with. So I march into the office of Caleb's business partner. That morning, I had a private conversation with Robert, the main business manager of the company. For weeks, I'd been wrestling with growing concerns about what I was seeing behind the scenes. When I would raise these concerns in other areas of the company, they would fall on deaf ears. That day, I finally voiced them directly and privately to Caleb's main business manager, Robert. I told Robert that I couldn't keep working there unless serious changes were made at the company.
Okay, guys, what do you think happens? You walk into the company. You are not like super high up at the company. I need changes to be made or I am going to leave. What do you think the guy in charge of the business will do when you say that? What do you think they will make those changes? Maybe even promote you. Or do you think that the inevitable freaking happen? Ugh.
That afternoon, Robert pulled me into his office and I was let go. I asked if Caleb planned to even say anything to me as I was being fired, and Robert informed me that no, he would not. As Robert delivered
He's probably trying to keep like the offboarding process as like smooth as possible, to be honest. Less people involved. Sayer is very successful at keeping your wallowing to Twitch and Discord. Only time YouTube was an exception may have been the last short you did. I know it was really. What was the last short I did? I don't. What did I do? I don't even remember. What was the last short that I did? Now I need to check that. I don't think I did anything crazy. Oh yeah. Okay, just my. Well, yeah, no, okay, yeah, the shared struggle of like the pride thing. Okay, yeah. I was like, I'm trying to remember did I post like my serious video or was it just that you were in it? I was trying to remember. But yeah, oh yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I guess it's close. That's like walking up to Walt himself and telling him you don't like the look of the funny mouse and wanted it to change. I mean, kind of, because that's kind of honestly the somewhat the Springer nature. It's kind of ingrained into the channel now. So yeah, I don't I don't think that that the company would really change. So you're probably right with with that comparison. You wanted Caleb to stop yelling at DoorDash customers, kind of, yeah. Uh, uh, uh. I can't continue working here unless some serious changes occur. Robert, compelling. You're fired, by the way. Basically, that's what happened. Was it a serious short or a Youper short? Is a really funny statement. Yeah, I mean, because I don't do funny shorts as much. It's mainly Youper who helps make them funny. What do you mean with the Springer reference? How's Caleb like Jerry Springer? Have you never? You know what? Let's show like a little bit of Caleb Hammer. I'm sure like the first like. Okay, you'll get like
if you can relate. Cooking for one
a
person
decent
is
idea.
so annoying. I'm
Oh yeah, I
obsessed
don't have
with how
YouTube
easy
Premium
Catherine
anymore.
You were the one who went crazy.
Of course, because I made contact.
Who hit who first?
Me. I come from the hood, so I just, I can't.
You went back and attacked her. You were the attacker. You stabbing her in the neck.
Boy,
Don't touch me first. I think she learned that.
this is a finance show, by the way. This is so. I think you might. Maybe I can show you another example to get you the general idea.
We don't live together.
Definitely don't live together.
Are you silly? What the f am I talking to then?
He's actually my ex.
It's a determination of getting back together?
Maybe.
Maybe. There's been some things going on.
I saw someone else.
We were financially together before?
Because I was the breadwinner and he wasn't. Like, it's embarrassing.
She just called you embarrassing.
I'm just tired of feeling like the
Right.
boyfriend.
But yeah, no, that's. I think that shows that we're the Caleb show has gone fully Jerry Springer. The kind of like drama, over the top type show. You know, watch that instead. It'll be more entertaining. No. Now I get it. The best part is that unlike Jerry, Caleb is 100% no filter and legit. Yeah, I
For
guess.
the news,
yeah.
he told me that there was a severance offer, but to receive it, I need to sign an additional agreement. It was the most restrictive NDA I'd seen so far. It made it clear.
Me personally, I wouldn't let that slide because I would have started swinging. What, the cheating story or something else?
If I took the money, I couldn't talk
Or
about
getting
any
fired.
of this. I told them I needed some time to think. Later that evening, Caleb texted me a large video file. It was the security camera footage of his
Oh
business
yeah, the cheating story. Yeah, it's fair. Maybe we will go like fully regress, and maybe I'll do a Caleb react after this. We'll see.
agreement. It was the most restrictive NDA I'd seen so far. It
Well, yeah, because you're getting fired.
made it clear, if I took the money, I couldn't talk about any of this. I told them I needed some time to think. Later that evening, Caleb texted me
Okay, so he got offered a severance package. That's
a
okay.
large
Sounds
video
standard.
file. It was the security camera footage of his business manager, Robert, firing me. Caleb just texted it to my phone.
That sounds weird. Yeah. NDAs are
Shock.
common. Yeah, I mean it would make sense for it's a competitive industry
I watched
with
the
the
video
YouTube
back
stuff.
in disbelief.
I'd show it, but I'm fairly certain that showing it exposes me to significant additional legal risk. Okay, so if all proof makes opens you up to significant additional legal risk, it's all just gonna be opinion and probably just hearsay. So oh boy. Go back to the message? Okay. He scribbled out whatever this was. And there's the
Firing me.
the video file
Caleb
of
just
him
texted it to my phone.
sending the video file. I'm more like, how did they send like that big of a video file? What video format is that? I have no idea. It has something to do with Apple. I don't use Apple, so
Shocked, I watched the video back in disbelief. Then I immediately blocked Caleb's number. Now, I'd told Caleb multiple
Okay.
times on camera and off camera that being let go was something that I carried a lot of emotional baggage around.
I'm pretty sure that's most people. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like getting fired might make you feel bad. Maybe that's just me. By the way, hello to anyone watching on YouTube. I saw a few lurkers while I was there. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, welcome over YouTube. Android is always better. I prefer it. Yeah, I prefer Android. No, that ain't Apple. I've never seen a video format like that. Okay.
It was a trigger for me, and it's something that we even discussed on his show more than once. So when I received that video file that night, I couldn't help but wonder, why send it to me like that at that time?
Okay, so this sounds really bad. It sounds like Caleb is like super duper bullying this man, I guess. They offered him a severance package. Half the time companies don't offer that. I mean, I'm not gonna go 100%. It's like Caleb, or like no one's like evil or anything. I just think his perspectives are kind of skewed. But he didn't take the money. He didn't take the severance money because he wanted to make this video and like not have a more restrictive NDA.
That's just what I thought in the moment. I drop everything. I immediately go.
There's a 5 GB limit to an iCloud file. Huh. Hello from YouTube then. Now to go back to lurking. Thank you, Mad Dog, for lurking. I appreciate you.
And I drive to Walmart and I buy the largest baseball bat that I can possibly find. And then I bought mace. I bought like.
What? Out of sheer panic, I bought these items because I felt unsafe and unprotected. Is a personal reaction to fear, not a response to any specific threat. He bought a baseball bat and mace because he got a video of him getting fired at this location. It's not at your house. It's not like they're saying, "Oh, we're coming to your house to fire you." Yeah, I don't know why he's acting like that's a hit squad. I don't know what's going on. I would have taken the severance package, buddy, and moved on. Yeah, that probably would have been the better idea. I think he's trying to like grow his own channel. It's currently less than 2,000. Let me bring it back over here. He has 130 videos. Most of them don't do great. I mean, some of them are like decent, but he's been doing this for like 9 years, and yeah, he's been doing this for 9 years, and he's like all close to me in subscribers. So I don't know if his YouTube career is exactly thriving. Is all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say there. If anyone needs those, it would be the yeah. Though Cats needs his mace. Probably do need a baseball bat. Sounds like a klepto. What? Who's stealing things? What? If he didn't sign the NDA and the video is true, then showing it wouldn't be put him at legal risk because defamation only applies to false evidence. Yeah, it's not defamation if it's true. Yeah, and also it's not defamation if there's like illegal activity, or there's like a illegal activity isn't protected by NDAs. And if he thinks that it's really like that bad. Morning, Ultra. How you doing?
Like personal defense fucking mace, and I bought a doorstop so that I live like a quarter mile from his studio because I moved to Texas for this job, and he's just texted me footage of like one of the most traumatic experiences of my life, right?
If being fired is the most traumatic experience of your life, maybe you're maybe you need to question some things. I don't know. Maybe imagine getting fired being your the most traumatic experience in your life. I mean, yeah, that's kind of it's kind of the thing. I mean, that doesn't take away from it being bad for you, but like, I don't know if it's like this level of like I need to freak out. I don't know, man. I mean, he sounded like a klepto because of the guy saying what he did about buying compulsive buying for protection. I'm not sure about that. This man's actually like Caleb sent an entire squad of Sicaros to his house. That's what it sounded like.
So you can go ahead and say that I am like, irrational
Getting
and
more
insane, but
gamerships.
like, at that time in my life, I was freaking the fuck out, right? I know that sounds.
I know that he knows. Okay, I know that sounds paranoid. So he knows what it sounds like. But okay. Oh boy. Rather, one of the most dramatic things to happen to me was becoming homeless for the second time. Yeah, no, that sounds awful. So here we're gonna take a lurk to eat breakfast. Yeah.
paranoid, but in that moment, I did not feel safe. Receiving that video and watching it back made me feel like my sense of security had been fundamentally violated.
Why? Pretty sure you knew that there were cameras at the YouTuber workplace. I don't understand.
The next morning, I received an email from Caleb where he explained that he just sent me the video by mistake. Since I
That
was in the
okay.
video, he got confused. He informed me that he had intended to send the video to Robert instead for Robert's records.
Okay, that makes total sense. That sounds a lot more plausible than he's just trying to be a meanie pants and sent it to him on purpose because he wanted to trigger him. I feel like that is unlikely. Especially since like Caleb's been like super aggressive on hiring. I don't think he wants to like scare people away by being mean to ex-employees. But I don't know. So, but yeah, it being like an accidental send makes more sense, to be honest. I also wanted to show you something. So Caleb did change this title. This used to be, I forget what this used to be called, but now it's called "You Won't Be Surprised I Fired Him." Like I think it just like the title like just changed. It like just changed like after this video came out. So it's Caleb's kind of rubbing salt in the wounds. So I'm not sure how I feel about that, but interesting.
I'm only going to make this video one time, and I'm going to do a good job. I've outlined the major story. There's so many individual stories I could have put in this video that I decided not to, and the only way to do it is with something like this, and I'm going to tell you the whole story of my engagement with Caleb Hammer since the beginning. I don't want to make this video.
What is that? Is that like a play button made out of wood? Interesting.
Really don't. That said, I realized eventually that I have to. I had to make this video because I can't get this fucking shit out of my brain. The reason why I'm making this video is so that I can try to achieve
Morning, turtle.
something similar to closure. I think about this situation every single day. There's
healthy.
8 acts here. We're gonna go through each one. Tab out if you want. Like, go play a video game. Throw it on in the background. Go for a drive. I don't care.
Okay, that's
one.
what people
Here we go.
tend to do with this type of stuff. Sure, fair.
For the past 2 weeks, I've been trying to turn the most traumatic story of my
Is that AI? He thinks this man has an unhealthy obsession? Yeah. So it took you a year to make a response video? No, it took 3 months. It took 3 or 4 months to make a response video. Nothing wrong with that, right? Maybe the VB firing us ASMR. Here's the thing. If I fired someone, I'd be like super like, I'd feel like really nervous about it. I'd be like, well, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm gonna preface with I feel so bad. I feel so bad, but I can't afford to keep you here anymore. Or it's like, you gotta stop posting the N word on Twitter or something like that. And it's like, I don't know what I could do. What I do for like I need to think of a script for that. Maybe I could do that. I'd be like Benson firing someone. I never really watched regular shows, so I don't know what that looks like. So some Fallout looking levels of computer. Yeah, that's why I think it's like AI. She'd have Cats or Valley come fire us? Yes, I'd have Spoon, Cats or Valley, or like maybe Youper. First, now, BB, you're a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, and we only made you 10 billion this year instead of 11 billion. Vincent always went Super Saiyan every episode. Oh. Don't worry, ASMR stuff doesn't always have seductive people. Lots of ASMR RPs have different personalities for the narrator. Yeah, one of our one of my first subscribers and one of my my mods, Countess Rose, does like not like the creepy ASMR. She does more like story ASMRs. Funny short to show you. I'll throw it in Discord. Okay, I'll look at it
into a television show. I have tried to make this video many times.
Okay, I gotta go back a little bit. I got distracted by the AI.
On in the background, go for a drive. I don't care. Act 1, here we go. For the past 2 weeks, I've been trying to turn the most traumatic story of my life into a
Is that supposed to look like him?
television show. I have tried to make this video many, many, many times. One of the renditions was me trying to cut
Wait, could you repeat that sentence, please?
this video many, many, many times. One of the renditions was me trying to cut this situation. I gave a down the barrel monologue about this situation. I give an angry monologue in the woods, okay? And then that is a part of this like 3-act structure comedy show, like television show pilot that I was trying.
What? What's going on with Yoda?
This like 3-act structure comedy show.
I think it's supposed to be Noah. Why are you doing this weird like AI stuff? It looks weird.
Like television show pilot that I was trying to cut. And so like for the past 3 weeks or so, I've been trying to take that monologue where I'm so angry and trying to cut it into this like funny television shows type thing about my life. And it's driven me.
Have you shown us what is the monologue? Did you ever upload the monologue? As far as I know, he didn't upload the monologue. So
Mini Rocky the Oracle asked me, "What do you think about Noah's explanation so far, GLaDOS?" I would say listening to Noah's explanation is like being trapped in a never-ending loop of redundant data. It's almost as thrilling as watching a potato produce energy. But hey, perhaps I'm just missing the genius behind it all. Proceed with caution, and maybe keep a pillow nearby for when it gets too enlightening.
oh boy. Oh. What a lot about 28 years later, but the movie looks good. Sorry, Rocky. Oh boy. Could someone like refund Rocky the points? I don't know how to do that. I feel like it'd be called the races of the group, but it would actually be pretty much refuge and audacity, only because once they dox me, I'm a brown man, and then they feel bad. Oh boy. I've been waiting for this movie for years, but he isn't what? Yeah, as far as I know, he didn't publish the monologue. It was mostly just a prototype, and he has the footage. So I want to see this monologue to see if it would actually make sense as a comedy thing, like at all. I don't know. If it makes you feel any better, Rocky, if it makes you feel better, Rocky, it's archived on YouTube. I'm multi-streaming right now.
Insane.
But yeah, it's everything's on YouTube too.
Right? Like trying to make the most traumatic story of my life into a television show is.
Wait, you're what?
Right? Like trying to make the most traumatic story of my life into a television show has actually genuinely driven me nuts. And I've been.
Who would have guessed that trying to make the most traumatic moment of your life into a television show would drive you crazy? Huh. Oh, into a comedy television show, you know?
Been sitting here for like 3 weeks, staring at my computer, trying to get this right, asking myself, why isn't this right? Why isn't this right? Why isn't this right? And the reason why it's not right is because when something horrible happens to you...
If you want to know what GLaDOS said, just go to the YouTube one and rewind a little bit.
Hi, Macho. I'm watching back the footage of what I made, right? I'm watching back the edit, and I just realized to myself, there's no possible way that I can sit. After 3 weeks, I sit there and I realize there's no way I can cut this together in a way that people are going to understand that, like, the anger that I'm experiencing in this monologue as I give it down the barrel of this camera, they're never going to understand why I am this rightfully angry. This will not play how I want it to play. Right? And so instead, what I ultimately decided is that I needed to make this video where I just tell you all of this information down the barrel of the camera. We're going to start at the beginning. This is a whole story. This is my whole arc with Caleb Hammer. I'm only going to make this once, so we're starting way back where
I said something about delicious potatoes. Yeah, potatoes were mentioned. Potatoes were mentioned.
I want to. I built a marketing agency, right? I quit my cushy job at a marketing agency.
What is he doing? Why is the camera going like...
This is a whole story. This is my whole arc with Caleb Hammer. I'm only going to make this once, so we're
What
starting
is his
way
setup?
back where I want to. I built a marketing agency, right? I quit my cushy job at a marketing agency to build my own. Previously in my life, I had squirreled away $10,000.
I missed gold. Well, at least it's archived. At least it got archived. I'm sorry. Sorry about that,
listened to
Rocky.
hundreds of hours of the day.
But even if you like did the thing again, there's no guarantee that the AI would say the same thing. So I couldn't just like
Ramsey show and squirreled away
Just ask the
$10,000.
question
I was
again.
overweight and I didn't really like my life and I didn't like my job, right? I had moved to Atlanta a few years prior, probably 4 years prior, to try to make it in the entertainment industry, and I was working some senior living
Okay.
marketing job. Well, I would talk to my parents and they didn't really understand why I had moved away. And so I took all of my life.
I mean, that's not the. Unless we had like a really solid business plan, then some. Did you have like a lot of savings to justify this? That you can actually
Squirreled away
do
$10,000.
this?
I'd listened to hundreds
Okay,
of
10K. Okay. Um. Hmm. That could maybe be a few months. I don't know if that's in. Well, if you like live really frugally, but I'm not sure what the cost of living is in Atlanta.
video where I just tell you all of this information down the barrel of the camera. We're going to start at the beginning. This is a whole story. This is my whole arc with Caleb Hammer.
Okay.
I'm only going to make this once, so we're starting way back where I want to. I built a marketing agency, right? I quit my cushy
Okay.
job at a marketing agency to build my own. Previously in my life, I had squirreled away $10,000. I'd listened to hundreds of hours of the Dave Ramsey show and squirreled away $10,000. I was overweight and I didn't really like my life and I didn't like my job, right? I had moved to Atlanta a few years prior, probably 4 years
Okay.
prior, to try to make it in the entertainment industry, and I was working some senior living marketing job. Well, I would talk to my parents and they didn't really understand why I had moved away.
Okay.
And so I took all of my life savings and I quit my job to build my own marketing agency, right? I picked back up where Oscar and I had left off, but I was too afraid to admit.
Has he told us who Oscar is yet, or did I just miss that? Is Rock gonna be a YouTuber just exclusive after the stream's done? It's gonna be on YouTube unless if it gets struck.
That I wanted to do YouTube stuff, right? So instead, I picked up the idea that Oscar and I had where we were building a marketing agency. You know, I got some clients, I made $20,000, but I had spent so much money trying to
Okay.
get
$20,000. What was the time frame?
this agency to launch that it ultimately failed. During this time, though, like I had met this person that I still really care about, a close friend of mine, and she told me once,
Okay.
she goes, "Why don't you just work for a YouTuber, right? Like this marketing agency doesn't seem to be what you're passionate about. Like you know more about YouTube and you make better videos than like most of the people I've ever seen. So like, why don't you just go work for a YouTuber?"
Humble Brain? Well, he's saying that someone else said that he did it, I guess. Because, this... Okay, so this is your most popular video. Almost... Most of your other ones are quite a few years ago that got okay views. Then it just keeps going down. And down. I... We tried to be YouTube legends, here's what actually happened. Yeah, I mean, what's the... For everyone who makes it, there's like probably hundreds who don't. So, yeah.
Right? And that really blew my fucking mind wide open because it's like, oh, holy shit. Like, that is such a simple solution and you are so correct. Yes, let's do that. So I jump on YouTube and I find the next week, I find Caleb Hammer has posted this job ad. You know, we're hiring a junior producer. And I'm thinking to myself, let's go get it. You know?
Capitalism,
So I'm like,
what?
great, this is my shot. I make my application video. I pour over that video like for 10 days. I fucking work my ass off on that video, right? As I'm
Okay.
making that video, you know, there's a segment at the end
So did you basically make a Caleb Hammer like YouTube poop?
where I talk about how his show is this positive transformational force for good, right? People come on his show when it changes their lives, right? And I was really, really excited to work at a
That
business
was his video that he sent his application, I think.
business where people's lives were, that was like personal transformation. That was like what we were going to be doing, right? And I remember trying to find B-roll for that section. Up to this point, I'd only really consumed Caleb from TikTok and from YouTube Shorts, but I had consumed so much Dave Ramsey that I kind of was like, oh, they're probably like similar, right? Like this is Dave Ramsey, but he's holding people accountable with tough love. That's like how I thought about it, but it's pretty funny to watch, right? And so as I'm trying to like
yes, you sent a video glazing Caleb to get the job. That was the
this
thing.
like voiceover section of like, oh, your show changes all these people's lives. I was really struggling to find clips of Caleb changing anybody's life. Instead, I just found people crying. I found a lot of people crying. I found a lot of like Caleb making funny faces to the camera, but I didn't find a ton of the transformational stuff that I was talking about in my voiceover that I had originally written. But you know what? The video was almost done at that point, and so it's like, okay, fuck it, ship it. Like, like red flags, sunk cost. Sunk cost.
The sunk cost fallacy is not a good reason to continue with the job application if you don't think it's actually going to be a fit for you. Maybe they should have. Maybe that was the time to rethink some things. It's like, this doesn't seem to be what I thought it was. Even before you got the job, when you're sending in like your like application video, and you already kind of see issues for like your vision of the show versus his vision of the show. I don't know how this is gonna go. Cis fan gets a job with his YouTube idol and then gets fired down the line for disagreeing with him. I mean, kind of, but he doesn't seem like he even really watched his content before, other than like shorts and TikToks. But I guess that, that's still watching. I don't know.
Fuck it. Like, let's keep moving. What I realize now is like, wasn't concerned with transformation, right? Was concerned with humiliation, right? That had been the playbook since day one, and I was not aware of it.
I'm
right?
not gonna
That's why
say.
I bring that up. So whatever. I finished the.
I'm not gonna say it's like it completely, but I do feel like it has been going more down that road as time continues, because that just makes it more and more kind of over the top, and the idea is to get views from that, because that's generally what works. That's the most popular videos was Crazy Chick making fun of himself. Wait, she's up there? I thought that like and then Taquito Man got upstaged. Wow. I didn't know that Taquito Man got upstaged so much recently. Interesting. But yeah, it's mostly like crazy situations. That's what gets you the higher views. So, and he seems that it's becoming more of like a content mill. Taquito Man is he's a mentally unstable dude from what we've seen, who would not stop eating taquitos whenever it's like, oh, taquitos are an inefficient way to spend your money for food. And you don't make any money. Maybe you shouldn't buy taquitos. And he's like, I can't. And he's basically like, no, I choose taquitos over this. And then it's like, well, I don't think if you can't give up taquitos, then maybe you can't like make much change. So that's why he became known as Taquito Man. And then taquitos became a stand-in for just like any kind of like BS little purchase, like the like little impulse purchases type thing. That became known on the show as taquitos. Eventually, they became known as sweet treats. I think because he wanted to distance himself a bit from Brett. I assume he's an addict. I don't think so. I think he's just very entitled. He's. Oh, he isn't. Oh yeah, I forgot. He also spent a lot at bars. Yeah, no, he might be an alcoholic.
The video, I post the video, and then within 2 hours Caleb calls me on my cell phone. I lose my mind over the first call. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so excited, right? I am so fucking over the moon excited. We do 2 interviews, right? We do 2 interviews. First I talk to, so I do an interview with her, then I do an interview, second round interview with her and Caleb, right? I nail both of them because like I know my shit and I remember this part. I'm pretty sure there's a paper trail that backs this up, but like let me just go ahead and cover my ass and say that this is the impression that I was left with.
Also, he spent money his elderly parents gave him on OnlyFans. Yeah, Taquito Man is crazy. Also, Taquito Man threatened to eat the governor of Texas's heart. So I don't feel bad for Taquito Man. Taquito Man is it's pretty crazy.
Impression that I was left with was that I wasn't sure if I had gotten the job, right? They had kind of like alluded to the end of that meeting that I had received the job, but like I remember not being sure that I had the job until I got a call from Caleb that he was at a Best Buy and he was going to buy me AirPods, right? He was going to buy me AirPods 2 or the fancy ones that like were really nice. And I remember that phone call was like confirmed to me that I had
Okay, I can believe that they didn't have a good like onboarding process at first because it was probably growing pains, to be honest. Ugh.
the job. I had asked them, so I was like, hey, can you send me the job offer, right? Send me the job offer because A, I have to go get an apartment.
Taquito Man was also funny because he was a journalist or a former journalist, and that's what he did. Whenever he that was his job whenever he threatened to eat someone's heart, and then surprisingly he actually got fired for that. But it was very funny. I forgot about his federal misdemeanor that keeps him from working. Yeah. Taquito Man, probably one of my favorite episodes because it's like I don't necessarily feel bad for Caleb making fun of him.
And B, like, I'm gonna move all my shit across the country, right? I need a fucking job offer, so send me the offer. And they told me that they would, but then they're like, well, we're super busy, so like, we'll get to it eventually. I'm thinking to myself, I'm gonna move all my shit across the country. You want me to do this on like a hope and a prayer that you tell me that there's a job there with no formal offer? What the fuck? But
And then you waited for the job offer, or maybe reconsidered and looked into a different YouTuber job.
to rock the boat. There was Moby Dick, right? There was a giant whale in the ocean, and I had made my casting video, right? My application video, and I threw my harpoon at the whale, and the whale reeled me in, right? I wasn't about to be like, hey, like what the fuck, whale? Where's my offer letter? And instead, the whale called me and he said, I'm gonna buy you AirPods. And
maybe you shouldn't call Caleb a whale. Maybe that I don't know if saying he's your white whale is helping you in your takedown video of him, but we'll see. Taquito Man also makes interesting music. Yeah, he had like a fun song about a rabbi. That was interesting.
I said, oh, okay, cool, right? Thinking nothing of it. Right now, in hindsight, I look at that story and I think to myself, wow, instead of like transparency and a job offer, instead it's like, hey, like, come to Texas, get your AirPods, right? Like, that's fucking weird. Little bit
It
of an
is
aside.
weird,
One
but
of my friends,
I do believe that I would I believe that. And yeah, never depend on a single job offer ever. Yeah, no. Especially if you don't have like anything written down.
Emily is a therapist, and she talks to me.
Oh.
We've really
Alright.
come to Texas, get your AirPods, all right? Like, that's fucking weird. Little bit of an aside. One of my friends, Emily, is a therapist, and she talks to me. We've really explored recently how this is very exposing. Here we go. My entire life, I've been like very ADHD. I've dealt with loneliness my whole life, right? I felt like people don't understand me at a very high level. Right?
I get you. Yeah, no, I understand that. I feel that too sometimes. Okay. Also, can someone tell me about like how do therapists work? Are you supposed to know them outside of therapy, or does that like kind of compromise the therapy? Like that's like a genuine question. Are you supposed to like know your therapist as a friend outside of stuff? No, you're not. Yeah, I'm assuming it's. I have a friend that's a therapist. It's the funniest part. So you can't just get free therapy by talking to your friend who is a therapist, or nope, that's illegal. I don't know. No, Vivi, you can't marry your therapist. I'm not saying marry them, but it's highly unethical to treat people outside of therapy. Okay, I was gonna say this sounds questionable. I also believe him, but he's grown and made that stupid decision to move ultimately. Yeah, no, I do believe that probably Caleb's like growing company was a mess. I still question some of his hiring now because I think he hires too quickly, but I don't know. And now there's like consequences. 2 therapist friends, and they have told me as much. Okay, it's not unethical. Okay. They could lose their license for that and face fines or jail time depending on where their practice is. Oh.
And so that's very deeply concerning to me. And so like the way I've coped with that, there's like 4 ways to cope with
I have a
trauma.
friend who's in jail for being a therapist, but with a space in the middle. Huh. Why do you question Caleb's hiring? Just because I think he hires too fast. This is why you hire slow, fire fast? Yeah. Because I feel like a lot of the quality of the videos also went down the more and more he was hiring. Because I think maybe it's that thing whenever you have more employees and you don't necessarily like separate the work properly, sometimes it more employees might actually get less work done sometimes, depending on like how you distribute things. Or at least in terms of like there was like so many editing errors and like there's a lot more errors whenever he had hired more people, which I think was interesting.
I think there's like fight, flight, or freeze, and then there's a 4th one called fawn. And so fawn is the one that I typically use. Fawn is like this obsession with like escapism. Okay, so like when you're fawning over something, you can fawn over a book or a movie or a person or a celebrity.
Okay,
right? And
yeah.
so this is the one that I've typically used, right? So essentially, like whenever I felt like negative emotion,
I think that's flight. I think flight is going to escapism, but I could be wrong. That's not fawning, by the way. Yeah, I remember fawn. Yeah. Okay. You're also misusing or misunderstanding what fawning is. Can I not spell correctly? Because I know that someone gave like a definition. Okay, psychology. Fawning response. Fawning response to trauma. Okay. Engage in people-pleasing behaviors as a way to cope with perceived threats. So it's like going up to your abuser and being like, "Oh no, I'll do whatever you want," type thing is my understanding. Fawning is stuck close to threats because it's the safest place for you. Okay. So this is not great from my
in
understanding.
my life, I typically gravitate towards fawning over like media. And so that makes it so that
I think that's flight. I think escapism is flight, maybe. Like a kid constantly hugging a physically abusive parent. Yeah. It's the morning, but it's
like I am
dark.
like
Well, I
hyper
mean, yeah.
excited by like people with online fame.
This is
right?
flight,
And
yes.
I didn't
Okay, that's what I figured. Hello, Youper.
understand at the beginning of
morning.
all of this how prone that makes me to manipulation. I didn't understand that makes me like a big juicy target, right? Now I understand. Now I get it. So that's fun. Here's a fun tip. If you obsess over escapism or online celebrity, you should look into fawning and see if you fit the bill for someone who fawns. Because like,
you know, the definition of fawning and like the trauma response of fawning are like different things, right? Like they're kind of related, but not. It's not the same thing.
if you are that and then you someday meet those people, you will be prone to manipulation by those people. Okay.
That's part of why you don't meet your heroes. It might not be the best plan for like, oh, I'm gonna go into a place with someone who's I'm a fan of. Maybe not the best idea. He's a stupid, don't pay him.
So you should look into fawning and you should try to figure out how to
We're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. We can't just make fun of Noah, okay? We're trying to understand what's going on in his mind.
cope with it in a way that's not going to ruin your life. Cool. Anyway, Caleb Hammer calls me. I still don't, like, we go back forth, emails.
We can learn from Noah's experience on what not to do, okay? We're trying not to be mean to Noah. We're trying to learn from Noah.
It's like multiple weeks. They have tons and tons of opportunity to send me a job offer, but you know what? They can't figure it out. They can't figure it out. They can't figure out how to send me a job offer before I move all my shit. I was staying in New York, but I had to move all my shit from Atlanta down to Austin.
I would say that's a major red flag that maybe the organization isn't, organized. I think a lot of what he experienced happened, but his response is hilarious. It's an over-exaggerated response to bad things happening.
So I drove from New York.
But I think some of the bad things that happened are kind of slightly his fault. Slightly. If that makes sense. Did he say he's currently in New York? I don't know if he's currently in New York. Okay, so he went from a I think he went from Atlanta to New York and then to Texas.
In the course of like a 2-week period, I drove from New York like 16 hours down to Atlanta. Then I packed up all my shit in less than a week, and I moved all my shit and moved out of my apartment from Atlanta across the country to Austin. I felt like I was living inside of a dream. People don't understand that, like, it felt like I was in a dream sequence, right? Like, I had posted this video, my application.
Why are you showing Inception? And why are you showing the exploding part and not like the happy? Oh, it's like the imaginary family stuff. Why are you showing like what? I don't get it. I don't get your editing. Oh well. He's currently in New York. Okay, with his family though. Okay.
Video. I
I'm not
posted
sure
that
what he said
publicly to my
though.
social media. I posted it on Facebook. I posted it on Instagram. I posted it on YouTube, right? Everyone in my network kind of knew I had kind of gotten discovered and moved all my shit across the country. For the first time in my life, people actually started to respect me. Instead of like, oh, that's Noah, you know, I don't know what he's doing, but he literally likes videos, and sometimes he'll make something that's like kind of funny, but a lot of times it's cringe as hell. For the first time in my life, a lot of those people started to respect me for the first time.
I'm gonna say there's another thing. Another thing here is I think part of the reason why, if he really was manipulated, it's because he doesn't. How do I put this? He doesn't. His self-worth seems highly dependent on others, and I don't think that's healthy. I could be wrong, but he's like, I need other people to perceive me as successful. You can't just see yourself as like, oh, I'm happy with what I'm doing. You need other people to be like proud of you. It's like, oh, you're like going up in the world. You know, I don't know. It feels concerning. I don't know. Maybe his editor watched this video going like, it's just like me for real, for real. For the 20-ish minutes I watched of this, all I got from him is he has dad issues. Yeah. I'm nothing like this loser. Yeah, you first basically my editor. At least I steal his shorts. Now go to the Houston room HR. So in our version of HR, do people just like get whipped or like hit with like golf clubs? Or like get shot with pepper balls? Is that what you guys are saying? Is that lore now? I don't know if I want that to be lore.
And that was very, very, very nice, right? A couple weeks in, you know, like I'm working really, really hard. And I remember talking to my father, and my father really, truly did start to respect me for the first time. He started to understand, right? He started to understand that there was real money in the industry that I had like focused in, right? Because he didn't get it for the longest time. He did not understand. I finally had.
Okay, I'm not gonna. Let's be honest here. Let's go with the oldest. I think there's a reason why your dad didn't think that this was a viable career. I don't know what it is, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I don't think he was making literally any money. For like 10 years. So I wonder why his dad didn't want him to do content creation. I wonder. Vivi got more views than you know. I know, right? That you need to be concerned when that happens. Something is very wrong with that. It's not a viable career, okay? But yeah, the HR room's a gladiator arena. Oof. Thought I just got summoned, but nay, it was just Bear's Guna Brain. What? He proceeds to be like Vivi's older content creation brother. I mean, basically, like all of my main people that I like will like game together, and it's like a bunch of like brothers that bully me. So it's great. As an only child, I enjoy the brother like experience. They can see what his dad has buffers and daddy lights. Oh boy. Does Vivi have more fans than Noah? Don't worry. He has like 200, 300 more than me. Oof, 30 views. That is like me stopping Everything I do right now for YouTube. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hell of a pause there. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't even realize the frame I was on. Oh
Has
god.
my father's approval. And people don't understand how
It doesn't help my reputation either, because it's a
he
dude
did
in
not
pain.
understand. I finally had my father's approval.
Just pause here. As the only son of the youngest child, Loki, I hate it.
My father's approval. And people don't understand how powerful those forces are. People don't understand how that
Just got a
locks
bunch
you
of those
in.
subs though, BB. Yeah, that's the thing. Cancel Sarah now for this, yeah. You just like sped it with Harry Chest? No. Ah. Chat, this is what happens when you go to HR Mimi's company. Yeah. Oof. If I know how to use Social Blade, how does Social Blade work? I'm curious. Can I like does it do like? Cause I'm curious. How about Noah? Is his name? Right. Chrysler? No, oh my gosh, you are killing me. I'm pretty sure that most of his subs like just happened now. I could be okay. You kind of want to see, yeah. I want to see what his subs look like for like last 30 days. So yeah. Oof. 2022 Yeah, this is the spike. Can I see like lifelong total? But yeah, so it's yeah. I don't think it was viable for a very long time. Ugh. Total. Ugh. Why isn't my dad proud of me? I just got 50 views on my Pokemon video. Yeah. Turbo giving ads. Oh my gosh. Twitch! Twitch, get your stuff together, please! Please!
Locks you into being railroaded subconsciously into behavior. I just know at that time,
Wait, what was he even talking about?
longest time he did not understand. I finally had my father's approval. And people don't understand
Okay,
how powerful those
approval.
forces are. People don't understand how that locks you in. That locks you into being railroaded subconsciously into behavior.
Okay.
I just know at that time I really loved the story that was being written. Swept away to adventure,
boy.
to go reinvent yourself after being discovered by this extremely successful person who's
Okay, so I think this guy might have a little bit, just a tiny of main character syndrome. I think he might have a little bit of main character syndrome. I'm just gonna say it. This whole time when I heard Noah's name, I could only think of Noah Samson. Yeah, no, he's not. He's not on that level.
he did not understand. I finally had my father's approval. And people don't understand how powerful those forces are. People don't understand how that locks you in. That locks you in to being railroaded subconsciously into behavior. I just know at that time I really loved the story that was being written. Swept away to adventure.
Yeah, no,
to
your life is not a movie. Your life is not a movie.
go reinvent yourself after being discovered by this extremely successful person who's having a meteoric rise. It was a beautiful story, and I got to be the star of it. So cool, I arrived.
I wonder if like Caleb gains that many subscribers, like as many subscribers as he has in like a day.
On my first day, sit down, here's your job offer, sign the letter. And I immediately am like, that's kind of...
I don't think this man's father went to the milk to get the milk early in his life. I don't think so. It might just be like he's like disappointed, or maybe he feels like his dad's disappointed in him or something. I don't know.
weird. Because
I'm trying to figure out the source of the daddy issues. I haven't exactly figured it out yet. Life isn't a movie? But Ryan Gosling is literally me. Oh
asking for this for
gosh.
weeks, and now on like one of my first days, like, you know, you immediately have this, and now I'm being like pressured to sign it. That's weird. By the way, also, if you're a lawyer or someone else, like, send me an email if you have anything to say about
Was he spending crazy money to make skydiving videos and stuff for like 30 views? Yeah, wait, was this skydive? The waxing video was actually on his channel. Do we know what the skydiving video was? I need to know how many views that got. It's important to me. Cinnamon challenge. This is sad. Just a lot of Pokemon Nuzlocke. Pokemon Nuzlocke. Hackathon. You put a dog in the thumbnail and only got like 500 views. Only got like 400 views for puppies. Um, I think he was trying to do like a Mr. Beast type thing. Got like 1K. Huh. I bet 1,000 on YouTube and lost it all. I kind of want to watch this next. Skydiving was a members video to Hammer, I believe. Oh, thank God. I hope he did not spend his own money. Why some home staging businesses fail and how Andy's doing it differently. We don't have enough cash, bro. Support your wife. Promote Twitch won't promote me. Promote yourself. Wait, is he trying to do like a Caleb thing? What is this?
Who's this?
Andy, what's up, dude?
I don't even know
Probably
how
is
to
horrible.
change this. How do I do that? How do I change? I'm not joking. Like, I don't know how to change it.
I don't know.
Want business help? First coaching session is free. Bro, your business went under. Bro, your business went freaking under. You should not be giving business advice, right?
I don't know how either, but yeah, we should probably change that before we get going.
Just so, is it gonna mess you up if like
Why does he have the flag on his head? What are you doing? Well, the speech bubble thumbnail looks so dumb. Yeah.
if someone calls me and I have to answer it like in the middle?
Yeah, if you could turn on Do Not Disturb, that'd be sick. Or like, I don't know, just because
It's Noah's end that sounds worse. Can you not? You know you can boost audio in editing, right? I think even I can do that. This is like me charging for relationship advice. Oof.
I don't know, is it more like it's a work call and
This video isn't perfect. The production quality is low, but notice I am an obsessive master when it comes to creating polished, high quality video pieces. I don't think that's true. I think, though, that I hide behind that out of fear. I'm posting this call even though it's not super HD to help get me out of my own way. Just boost your own freaking audio. What? Even I can do that.
you have to take a work call?
Yeah, like if it's an emergency.
Sure.
You can, like, level the audio between you guys. My dad's trying to call me. Sorry, Rat Dad, you're getting ghosted. I'll call you after stream.
Sometimes we have like.
That's
Okay.
fine, yeah. No worries.
It doesn't happen often, but if
But
I'm
it
at
could.
work, so
No, I appreciate you letting me know. That sounds great. No
I
worries.
don't know how to. I literally don't know how to.
Is it
change
just the full call?
Sick. That's
Yeah.
fucking cool, dude. So she knows all of this stuff and it's been like battle tested because it's about that because I want to do this thing.
No, pay attention to Rat Dad. We love him. It's him calling about like what dog to adopt and stuff again. And I don't want him to accidentally say my name or something. But yeah, okay. So it seems like he's like trying to market it like a Caleb video, and then he's just like, but no, it's weird. Okay, I need to stop. I need to stop. I need to stop being bad. I need to stop being mean for him for like failing views. Like I get it. I'm also failing views. Let's just you made Rat Dad sad. Rat Dad probably doesn't even think I'm awake, okay?
about this situation, you want to help me in any way at all, send me an email, contact@noahchrysler.com, because I'm terrified. I'm terrified. But, you know, I've read
Wait, what?
And now on like one of my first days, like, you know, you immediately have this, and now I'm being like pressured to sign it. That's
Spoon just pressed the wrong button for a second. It came back.
weird. By the way, also, if you're a lawyer or someone else, like, send me an email. If you have anything to say about this situation, you want to help me in any way at all, send me an email. contact@noahchrysler.com.
What if they just tell you to take down the video, though?
I'm terrified. But, you know, I've read so much about this that, like, I know that, like, there's calculated risk here. And I've heard that, like, if I just tell the truth and I just focus on telling the truth and articulating the truth as highly as I can, right, with verifiable facts, then I'm probably okay. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
Oh, this scroll to what?
Cool, whatever. I get the offer letter. I sign the offer. Cool. I take a bunch of pictures with Caleb Hammer. It's my first couple days there. I'm literally freaking out. I'm like, oh my God, I'm living in a dream. Holy shit. Cool. Couple days go by. Caleb has this idea. Graham Stephan's coming into town. Hey, Noah, I know this is weird, but like, Graham's coming into town. We should do something fun and special for, you know, Graham coming into town. What if we audited you? I immediately go, no. Nope. The reason why I originally said no was because I had just dealt with the trauma of I'd worked for years trying to build my own marketing agency, and then it failed, and then so I had to go lick my wounds by going to.
And now you have a show giving business advice, I guess. And interesting choice.
Work for another agency, and I was working for that agency for 3 months, and then at my 90-day review, after I met all of the outrageous goals that
was this man's father. I cheated on his mom. Grill 2025. Oh, gosh.
These people had set for me. At my 90-day review, they had made a decision to terminate me and let me go, right? Because they had lost this big client in a situation that I believe had nothing to do with me. But whatever. They lose this big client.
Well, apparently the job did not agree with you. I don't. Just. If this happened multiple times, maybe sometimes you might be the problem. It's a possibility that you might be the reason you got fired. Potentially. Maybe your work wasn't up to snuff. I'm sorry, but it might be true. Your last 10 years proved how valuable your content is. Hey! He's trying, man. Everyone has a YouTube dream. Can't wait for the in my opinion cuts. We all know that allegedly and in my opinion completely defend you from defamation. There's nothing. This is just a complete shield. You can't do anything. I said in my opinion. It can't backfire. There's no way I'd lose a defamation case in that situation. Didn't even realize the camera's mirrored. Yeah, this dude's camera being mirrored is annoying me so much. I keep looking at the words behind him. Oh, interesting, weird. But Vivi, he's the main character. We are in his world. Yeah,
and I let go of that
he
job
does
at
give
my
me that
90-day
impression.
review. And that situation was so deeply tied to my finances that it was like there's no possible way that we could avoid talking about that if I was on financial audit. So I think about all of this, and then I eventually go to Caleb and I'm like, or I go to Clara actually, and I tell Clara, I'm like, you know, Clara, like the reason why I'm so hesitant to do this is because in my application video, I don't get into about how I worked for 90 days at this previous job and then they let me go, you know, and we didn't really talk about it in my interview.
Okay. Is it bad that it's like, oh, I do think that Caleb Hammer has a problem in hiring. But I think it's because they hired you. It's like, did they not like vet you? Did they not talk to your previous employer? Is it bad that that's what pops up in my head? It's like, maybe they shouldn't have hired you. Maybe you weren't good at the job. I mean, it's a possibility. And I'm mainly questioning their hiring practices that they didn't like talk to you your last job. Maybe he's the main character? Nah. I hope I'm an entertaining side character, though.
because like you guys didn't really probe on that at all. I'm very reluctant to talk about any of this because like how uncomfortable would it be for me to reveal that information to my employer like on his fucking talk show in front of all those people, especially in front of Graham
Fair
Stephan.
enough,
But
I
anyway,
guess.
whatever. Eventually I think to myself, okay, I've just moved my life across the country. I'm already committed to this, pot committed. Do it for the plot, right? Do it for the story, right? And also I think to myself,
Your life is not a movie. Please stop.
if I'm going to be recruiting people to go on this show, the most powerful thing that I can do is believe in this show. I don't know if you know about sales, but like when you're selling something and you believe in the product, it's way easier to sell the thing. If I'm going to be
Fair
recruiting
enough.
for this show, I might as well fucking go on this show myself, see what it's all about, right? Like, is this actually going to help me? Because if it actually helps me, then like it's going to make my job super easy to go recruit for this show.
I mean, okay, I can kind of see that. It could help you with your job. Sure. Okay. I hate working with someone like him in my own opinion, of course. Oof. John Hughes is the director of your life, Noah. Yeah.
So I go on the show. I agree to go on the show. Now, I will say, you know, this was consensual, right? This was something that I agreed to do. I agreed to go on that show. That was on me. I will say that, like, you know, it should have been done more intentionally, right? Like, we should have gone in with a plan. There was no plan. There was no plan. It was the camera's on. Let's go. So we filmed that audit.
If anyone is the main character in this group, it's Katz, the amount of luck he has and the crazy stuff that happens to improve it. Yeah, yes. Katz has some crazy stories. Katz is definitely is the main
I
character.
didn't sleep
yeah.
at all the night before because I was freaking out.
It's between like Katz and Mally. It's like the battle between Katz and Mally, I think.
My greatest shame, the debt that I had, you know, my greatest shame was going to be paraded in front of all of these people that they don't want the best for me. I go on the show, I do the show, I get no sleep. Between not having any sleep and being so starstruck by, like, I'm sitting across from Graham Stephan, who I've watched for years, right? I'm sitting.
I question your taste. You're like Graham Stephan, really? Okay, I guess.
Across from Caleb Hammer, who has recently decided to completely transform my life, right? I'm sitting across from these two people as they're digging through my greatest shame and having to explain myself on no sleep.
Mally's the B-Story MC? He's like his foil. He's his rival. His rival in like cursed luck and and like grinding through your dreams, I guess. Who's Graham Stephan? He's a big finance YouTuber. He gives questionable advice and takes very shady sponsors. He was involved in the crypto like issue with like Sam Bankman-Fried. He was one of the people who promoted it. FTX. He also, I think, promoted like a shady bank that like went under. He's done like quite a few like questionable um ads because he seems very like he just cares about making the money. That's necessarily for the people who watch his content. In my opinion, I don't think it's right. Most wild thing, in my opinion, about cats is the cartel lore. I don't know. The stalker might be up there, but maybe just because I have heard more cartel stories in general. Graham is an OG financial content creator, not as old as Dave Ramsey, but one of the first big YouTubers on finance. Also a scammer. Yes. Oof.
It was fucking crazy.
Allegedly, don't sue us. And then we get sued for defamation.
Like, people don't get it. In a city where I know nobody, in a city where I've like gone and like, you know, completely isolated myself from any support network, I'm suddenly just like in it now.
I am gonna say this though. Him being like, I got traumatized because of this. I wonder if he like put it two and two in his head together that it's not unique to him. Because you do because a bunch of different people will like drive up to go on the show, and also if they're on the show, they probably know who Caleb is and are a fan of him. So most people on the show probably have your experience. I'm sure plenty of them didn't sleep that well and were nervous. So I don't know if he's like will use it to be like, oh, and I feel bad that I was part of like casting for the show because I was like getting other people to feel this way, or is it just like they hurt me specifically? I think is gonna be, and I imagine it's gonna be more than that, to be honest. Uh, Blossom's the sidekick to who? Blossom's like way more of a main character than me, and I'm like a very like minimal side character in her story. To me for saying the truth on grabbing his camera. Yeah, true. I guess you're not. Truth isn't information. Nervous getting on dang voice chat. I should blame everyone else for that. Yeah. Oof.
So I do that. There's even a clip that I recorded after I went on the show. I originally was so excited. I was so excited. I'm thinking to myself, like, man,
I'm
there's
pretty
a
sure
lot of
that's
moments in this
a lot of
conversation where I'm
people.
like legitimately funny or interesting or I have interesting insights. And so there's
I'm
going to
pretty sure that plenty of people feel the same way.
be people in Caleb's audience that are going to be like, hey, this guy's actually fucking cool, right? At this point, I had made videos for a decade and nobody had actually recognized me at all. And look, like, I consented to all of this, right? I consented to all of this, but like, I look back on that situation and I just think to myself, like, wow, like, what a ham-fisted way to handle that situation. Clearly, there should have been like an adult in the room that's like, hey, like, this guy is clearly like emotionally compromised, right? Like he's clearly being swept up by fame and agreeing.
Did you ever consider that that you are an adult who is in the room and that you can say no? I know that, oh yeah, power dynamic and all that, but maybe you should like say no if you want to say no. They said that you could, and if they did fire you for saying no, maybe it was a bad job in the first place, and maybe that would be better for you in the long run. But yeah, it's clearly not an adult. Yeah, you needed his dad there to protect him. I want to be teased by stupid fears being ignored. We would not ignore you, Spoon. But I understand being nervous about it.
To things that he probably shouldn't, that are probably not in his best interest. And so like, let's at least do this with some sort of intention. Let's do this carefully so that this person doesn't grow to regret this. Now, in hindsight, I wish that had existed and it didn't. But whatever, I went on the show and I'm proud. It was brave as fuck. I don't care what you say. It was brave as fuck for me to do that. Like, you know, you can be like, you know, there's like, you know, is he stupid or is he brave? Well, you know, let's not split hairs, right? He's both. He's a little bit of both. This video.
So, like every person who comes on the show, or it could also just be an attention starved, not necessarily brave, but
Video is also that. I hope this video is like, you know, is he dumb as hell or is he brave as fuck? Pick one. I don't know. Cool. I go on the show, whatever. The reality
don't
behind
break
the
your
scenes,
arm patting yourself on the back. Yeah, that was cringe.
Pole. I don't think had ever managed anybody before, but for the first couple of weeks, as I was like, they were saying jump and I was saying how high, right? Like,
okay,
that
yeah,
was
makes sense.
Like when our relationship was decent. For those first couple months there, I was working at least 60-hour weeks, right?
Okay.
I had gotten an
it's essentially a startup company, so yeah.
That was a few, like less than a mile from the studio, so that I could just focus on putting all of my time in at the studio. I have a dog, and so like I wanted to make sure that I could, you know, if I needed to let my dog out, I could go let my dog out, and then I could go back to work so that I could really just focus all of my time doing this. If you talk to my parents at this time, you know, this is when my dad truly started to respect me, because my dad is an entrepreneur, and when he was building his business, he was working 80-hour weeks every single week. And so he saw the level that.
Is that why he keeps on trying to start these failing businesses? He's like, Daddy will love me if my company succeeds. It's like, I don't think that's the actual issue. I don't know. This man sounds low T. Yeah. I've seen like I think up to like here. The video just gets worse and worse, and then eventually I just had to stop. It's like I need to react to this. I want to go cold turkey for the end because this just keeps getting crazier. And he wasn't brave. It was his job to do it. That's why I hated it when it happened. Yeah, I missed the daddy issues my first watch through though. Yeah, didn't he call Caleb dad too? I haven't seen that yet.
that I was grinding at this, right? And he began to truly respect me. And I think everybody at that company started to truly respect me too, as they saw the dedication that I was bringing to my work on the show. Every week we would try to film 4 episodes, right? And at the beginning of my employment, before I communicated that it was an absolutely
Did it already happen, or
unrealistic
does it
amount of
happen
work,
later that he calls Caleb his dad? What the heck?
I was responsible for preparing all of the finances for everybody for every single episode. For the first week, that was the plan, was to have me just prepare everything, as well as do all of guest coordination, all casting. So I was going to do essentially all of the casting, as well as all of the document preparation and all of the budgeting for these people before they got on the show.
I don't think that he actually did the budgeting. From my understanding, he just did the spending breakdown, because the budgeting was done like on the show. Because Caleb was always like with his like freaking calculator. I don't think he made the budget. I think he was just showing his the I I I think he was doing sorry. I think he was just doing the spending breakdown, not the actual budget, from my understanding. He needs some power thirst. What is that like a testosterone supplement or something? Hello, Hugo. How are you doing? Front loaded with being defensive about the response. Yeah, that sounds honest. Yeah, casting should be one job, and budgeting such scripts should be another. Probably. I do think that they probably did need to split that up, or at least the workload of it. Yes. God. Well, don't you remember that T-shirt? Um, I I don't like. Okay, you know what? We're gonna take this off so I don't get like something horrible. Caleb has too many employees to have so little division of labor. I think he was old, but yeah. You guys not remember this T-shirt? I wonder if Noah was just wearing this unironically. It's just he branded himself. He got this tattooed on him. Arthur's is a parody video from way back in ye old YouTube's history. Ah. But yeah, I wasn't really a fan of that merch. The Daddy Hammer started with him, I think. Oh.
Right? So I would go through their statements line by line, right? And I would make these budgets for them. And then I would also be on the phone, constantly calling people on the phone, literally every single day, right?
You know what? I somewhat interacted with Noah. Because at one point I was thinking about, oh, maybe I should try to go on the show and see, like, can me and my dude, like, afford to do this? And my criteria was, if we get rejected for the show, then I can afford to be a freaking neat VTuber. That was my plan. I didn't end up like going through with it, but I did like talk to Noah through like text a little bit. So that was kind of funny. And he had like 6 employees even here. But yeah, no. So yeah, probably should have had better division of labor. I think in general, probably the company's not run the best. And I wouldn't be surprised if one day this Robert guy, who seems to be like running the things in the shadows, is gonna like end up being like the channel awesome Mike Mashad, who ends up being like, oh, there's so many issues behind the scenes because of this guy, and Caleb was the talent and all that kind of stuff, you know. I need to ask Madison if she had any interaction with him. Who? Oh, was that your friend that was on the show? So a flesh tuber. I didn't know you actually talked to anyone related to Caleb Hammer. Like it was like a few texts. I just like filled out like an application, and then like he like contacted me. It was nothing crazy.
Was call people on the phone, right, to cast people for the show, and then do finances, right? And I was busting my ass, right? It was such a ridiculous amount of work that there was no possible way I could get it done within 40 hours a week. I was very locked in for the first couple of weeks, right, working a fuck load trying to get this show to happen.
Because it's essentially a startup.
I eventually tell them like, hey, look, this is unsustainable and I'm going to freak the fuck out because it was ruining my life. I'm like, look, we need to build a casting system
Okay.
and let me build a casting system or I'm going to lose my mind. Also, we need another hire to handle the numbers because I'm going to lose my mind if I have to do all of the
Caleb is gonna get Don Kinged by this dude probably because Caleb is lazy AF. Who's Don King?
casting in all of the numbers for every single one of these people. I'm going to lose. I'm going to have a mental fucking breakdown. And so I was not met with
Financial audit drama. Yeah, we're returning to our roots. Hey, Abinya, like really roots because you were like my first Twitch chatter. I appreciate you keeping me company back then.
support. I remember building the casting system on my own time. I came in on the weekend. I came in on my birthday, actually. I was working on my birthday. I came in on the because I had no friends, right? I had no friends, and that's not their fault necessarily, right? But like I was just like at this time in my life, like, you know, that's what I was doing is I was just like constantly working for this fucking business.
Is he crying over having to work on his birthday? Please tell me he isn't crying for being a grown man who has to work on his birthday. For the love of God. Please. Please tell me he's not crying because he had to work on his birthday. A lot of people work on their birthday. If anything, like someone brings in a cake. Bro. My actual boy, what the heck? Boxing promoter that stole money from Mike Tyson and basically every boxer. Oh, so you think that he's like gonna siphon money because like Caleb doesn't like check his stuff enough? I could see it, maybe. I remember how surprised I was seeing a VTuber of all people react to his content. Yeah. I mean, like, I have an accounting background, but the funny thing is, I know like 2 other VTubers who have an accounting background, like Celestium or whatever. She's like an accountant. Blossom is a freaking accountant. So many YouTubers or so many VTubers are accountants. It's weird. It's weird. Or at least a bunch of Christian ones. At least they're all freaking accountants. It's weird. This is why his father's disappointed. The amount of times I worked late nights on my birthday and just went on with my life. Yeah, he is. I worked 2 jobs and had an exam on one of my birthdays. I remember working on my birthday and only one coworker noticed that he brought me lunch. Nice day. Yeah. My mom works on her birthday. It happens all the time. I got trapped by the financial audit bingo. Yeah. Well, whenever I do like my like 24-hour stream thing, I'm gonna try to do like kind of the eras of my content, and one of those we'll do a bingo again.
So I came in on my birthday and all these other weekends.
Didn't know Blossom was, but dude, Celeste was. That's actually how she came to call her community beans. Oh! The Keto Man 2 was my first live stream with Vivi. Oh,
built them a casting system, and I built them a casting system that worked so well that it was undeniable, right? That was what I needed, because like this was not a tool that I was doing for a pat on the head. This was a tool that I was going to use to try to reduce my workload from 60, 80-hour weeks down to like...
Working on your birthday is kind of a bummer, but nothing to cry over. Yeah. Yeah. This dude is such a spoiled brat. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I'm sad. I'm out of gamer subs. Now I need to go back to boring water. Boring. You're talking about Celeste, that game that I love and hate that game? I love and hate that game. No, she's like one of like the biggest like Christian streamers. Most ads I've ever gotten on the stream. Oof. On a VV stream? I wonder what's going on with that. Ugh. But let me go back a little bit.
Right? That was
what
what
was
I
he talking
needed,
about?
because like this was not a tool that I was doing for...
Oh, right. He was complaining that he had to work. It's like, okay, if your big dream is to be a successful YouTuber, from all that I've heard, when you're first starting out, like, yeah, no, if you want to be like super successful and have like this and be like algorithm candy, then yeah, you're gonna do a lot of hours because you're gonna be uploading consistently and doing a bunch of stuff. I don't know why it's like he's freaking out about it. If you want to succeed here,
pat on the
I don't
head.
get
This was a
why
tool
he's
that I was
freaking
going
out.
to use to try to reduce my workload from 60, 80-hour weeks down to like a reasonable 40 hours, right? So this was a very important system to me. So I built out my casting system. That's when things started to change. I think everybody
Okay.
in the company eventually started to see the effect that I was having on the company as like numbers were going up. There was like a month where like every single video that we were producing was getting more and more views than the last one. At this time, I was very,
Okay.
very upset because like the audience was beginning to blame me for certain changes. And it felt to me like I was not allowed to tell the audience the changes that I was responsible for and the ones that I was not responsible for.
Probably because it's a company. And it's not going to be like, hey, that thing you don't like, that's someone else's fault. I don't think that pointing the finger at someone else is good company culture. Maybe I'm wrong here. You know what? Thinking Caleb is anywhere close to Dave Ramsey is also hilarious. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
My first
I
ever
was
cast.
bragging about being revolutionary with his contribution. I learned that I can't trust that to be true. I mean, considering that he keeps getting fired from his jobs, I mean, I don't know how much is what he's saying is true.
For the show, I brought on this couple. During my original audit, I talk about how I thought what we were doing was essentially creating a millennial version of the Dave Ramsey show. Dave Ramsey for Gen Alpha and Gen Z and millennials. That's what
This is from 4 days ago. He got fired, according to the other video. He got fired 3 months ago. I'm totally gonna watch this afterwards, though, by the way.
We basically
I
get.
need to know because this seems funny. But maybe I should maybe I should stop
Thought we
being
were
mean to
doing.
him.
And so I remember casting this couple. I'm thinking to myself,
trying
great, this
not
is
to be
going to be
mean
a
to
very
him,
interesting
but still.
episode. I've got this couple. I interviewed them over the phone a ton. I talked to them over the phone. These people are fun, right? They're outgoing, extroverted people who are constantly goofing around, right? They're both a little neurodivergent, but I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be a fun episode, right? Their finances aren't a
He probably doesn't mean that to be mean, but but calling someone a little neurodivergent just sounds kind of mean. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I'm ableist. BV stubs are better than Nobist. I love the VTube or the YouTube thumbnail for this stream. Thank you. I tried to put something together. I'm trying to put like actual like thumbnails together for the YouTube stuff so they don't look as bad. I'm trying to figure out when he came into this. Where is Noah era? So we can figure it out a bit. Just before Graham. Okay. Did I miss it? Or are we still here? Total. Uh, there we go. Okay. So it's around here, I guess. So who's the neurodivergent couple? I don't know. I tried to like guess who's who. Oh well. Let's get back to the video.
complete and
Wasting
total
time.
dumpster fire. But like these are fun people who like
Talking shit about your previous workplace is a fantastic recipe to not get fired or to not get fired in the future because you won't get hired, so you can't get fired. It's just I know that like yeah.
are making mistakes, but who are
not
trying to
great.
get better. And so I bring these people in and I put them on the show. This is my first ever cast. I'm full of fucking nerves, okay? For some reason during recording, Caleb is not bringing it, right? He's just like not there, right? At the beginning, he starts aggressive and he starts like, you know, he's locked.
So if it's like wait, so it's just a little before. Yeah, I have no idea who he's talking about. I'm so curious, but I don't know who he's talking about. He also named people by their real name, not the fake ones on the show. What? Bro!
locked in for a little bit, but like 10 minutes in, the steam just like melts out of the train. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Detective
like, that
Vivi,
sucks.
I'm very
But I
bad
was
at
so
it.
excited. The shoot ends eventually. You know, I handle thumbnails and stuff, and we do off-ramp, off-boarding, I guess, and we say goodbye to these people. And I am pulled into an office to discuss the episode. And
Okay.
Caleb, in my opinion, from my recollection, I came away from this situation with a recollection and a feeling that
I remember feeling rattled and afraid. Then why are you blurring this? Why are you, huh? Calls a black blouse lady Mia, which isn't her name in the show. Oh.
I was afraid.
You're gonna help dox these people? What? Seriously, what is he doing right now? What he's doing right now makes him a great PR liability. Yeah, no, he's burning bridges. He's burning some freaking bridges. He should have just taken the settlement money.
I remember feeling fear. I remember feeling disillusionment because I started to realize, like, Caleb's main arguments boiled down to this. He had just hired me, right? He had taken all this financial risk on to hire me. His assumption was that the quality
Maybe
of the
this video that he was talking about was so bad it didn't get aired. Maybe that's why I don't know who this is. He starts doing these bars and jump cuts a bunch, by the way.
The quality of the guests, his term for quality, right?
Is it for like, is he trying to do like it for legal reasons? Like what is he?
Was going to increase after he made this giant thing, right? And then
Caleb Hammer lost media confirmed. Yeah, there's several episodes that didn't get released. And I think that's generally they put them on members only instead.
Went and did that conversation, and he realized that the quality of the guests that he
I think even then some just never got released.
Looking for, right? That was not being
because they weren't
met.
episode worthy.
This was the first true understanding that I had of this. I thought we were making the Dave Ramsey show. Debt-free scream, you know, Dave, help me out. I'm trying my best. Hey, that's okay. I'm old as hell. Here's some Southern wisdom about how to guide you across the finish line, right? That's not what we were doing. In my opinion, instead it became clear to me
You
that,
know what I'm imagining right now? I love this image of like crying, like a crying Noah running up and like like fleeing to like Romaine and like Romaine like looking like Chad type thing and being it's okay. Oh, we could be like better Caleb Hammer together or something. Because I think he thought he was going on to he was like making a Romaine, I guess. I don't know. I don't-
like, we were not looking for people that we could help. In my opinion, my job became to find people
smart. Oh gosh.
who had negative marks on their report card so that Caleb could point them out to him on camera. You know, we need a report card filled with misbehavior. So
If you know the joke. I know that, like, I don't know the bee joke. I know that Nicholas Diorio has been mentioning it, but I don't know what the bee joke actually comes from. Why does Noah seem unappreciative? With the last thing you said, it makes me wonder. I mean, he's also like, I'm in fear whenever he's talking to Caleb, like giving him criticism. So I'm assuming I feel like maybe he's oversensitive to criticism, maybe. That if he immediately goes, I'm in danger. But I don't know, maybe Caleb actually did yell at him. Who knows? But for real, if he just waited and was Robaine's editor, he'd be where he wanted, yeah. Daddy Robaine, Daddy Caleb is being mean.
like during this fucking 90-minute shoot, which by the way, they don't need to be 90 minutes, but okay, they're 90 minutes, and I didn't understand that.
90 minutes. You get it? You gotta understand. The longer it is, the more ads you can put on it. That's why. That's why it's 90 minutes. You gotta understand the game. Daddy issue peoples don't handle yelling well generally. I guess that makes sense.
Until Caleb gave me the impression of somebody who was very angry and there was much volume, I think that's the appropriate way for me to say that. You know, when I
Don't you like love whenever they have like that shot where they like purposefully cut to it? It's just like, I'm sad. And it's like, okay, I don't really know if that's helping your argument or not, but maybe you're trying to build the scene.
I first started working there, I was in this
You don't understand. No, all the time. Yeah.
illusion. I really thought that what
I
we
think
were
he did like if I want to say that he's like being like passive aggressive in the comments. Just saw some of them. Maybe he deleted them, but he was like responding to them and being like super passive aggressive. Yeah. I'm curious, has your former boss ever sent you footage of your own firing unprompted as a flex? You even said that he said it was a mistake. I don't think he did that on purpose. Has your boss ever pressured you into exposing your finances for hundreds and thousands of strangers, knowing full well that your admiration for him would override your boundaries? Because that's not just a bad work experience. That's a strategically engineered power imbalance. I didn't walk in with unresolved trauma and hope that the job would fix me. I walked in with hope, skill, and good faith and got exploited by someone who knew how to use those things. That doesn't register as abuse to you. Maybe you've been lucky, or maybe you're too comfortable calling other people's breaking points drama. I don't know if this is actually abuse. How could someone be so unappreciative? I mean, I understand it's like it wasn't a good experience for him, but I don't know, man. Oh yeah, Vera, whenever I get the chance, I can give you access to free YouTube Premium. I'm paying for the family plan and still have one slot open. Ooh, sweet, thank you. Jobs send footage often if you file for unemployment all the time. Oh, interesting. I don't know that.
Trying to do was build a modern version of the Dave Ramsey show. Say what you will about Dave Ramsey. I disagree with a fair amount of what Dave Ramsey says, but at the end of the day, I look at Dave Ramsey as the pinnacle of this industry. Dave Ramsey has done this for 50 years or close to it. He is the king of this space. People trust him. His foundation is an ethical bedrock. He points to the Bible. The borrower is slave to the lender.
Yeah.
Spend less than you make. Those two things, those two values.
Yeah, I don't think that Caleb. I'm trying to I don't think that Caleb Hammer. I don't think that Caleb Hammer is the same as Dave Ramsey. I don't know why. I don't know what's giving me this impression, but I don't think that they have the same business model or ethics.
That Dave Ramsey has makes it so that every single episode of Dave Ramsey's show
They're
is
using
at
it for
least
evidence. They
somewhat
sort of have to,
valuable.
yeah.
His value system is based in the Bible,
For the
and
study of the
therefore you
video.
can trust him. And people do. Like, you look at his empire, he has what I think his facility is worth $400 million, and it's paid for in cash. I looked up to Dave for a very long time, and I was excited to work with Millennial Dave. Here's when I start to become disillusioned, okay? I'm thinking about big waves I can make, right? Because I've just gotten there, right? And I want to prove my value, prove my worth, right? So I'm thinking about big waves that I can make as I come into this company. I look at the top.
Ramsey's a radio show at its heart. Definitely not the same. Yeah.
Most viewed episodes of all time, and there's a few that stick out to me. And I'm thinking to myself, if we could just get these people back on the show, the audience is familiar with who these people are, and these episodes are going to do gangbuster views if we can just get these people back on the show. So the first one, essentially, we learned through another guest of the show that this person that was a former guest, one of the most viewed guests of all times, she's teaching a class in Austin, and that class is open for anybody to attend. And I say jokingly to the office,
Millennial Dave would be a podcast probably. Yeah, actually.
A joke, half not a joke, but I'm like, oh my God, I should go try to see if I can recruit this guest to come back on.
I guess Financial Audit is kind of a podcast though. They you can listen to it on Spotify. It basically can work as a podcast formula.
Show by going to her class. And I said it without fully wanting to do it, right? Because saying that and doing that are two very different things. But when I said that, Caleb really loved that idea. In my opinion, Caleb grabbed onto that idea and he really, really wanted me to do this.
From my recollection,
in my
this
opinion.
is how the
and so I'm kind of on the
conversations
fence
went.
about it. I'm and I'm excited, right? And I want to prove that I'm a go-getter. So I'm okay, whatever. But I'm as it's becoming more and more real, I'm fuck, this is kind of crazy, right? I'm very nervous. We were gonna film this for Caleb's vlog so that this could go in the vlog.
Originally, it kind of was, but it's very much a YouTube show now, yeah. Honestly, podcasts by and large aren't for me unless it's Joe Rogan or ones that are nostalgia based. I like true crime because I'm a woman and we survive on that. Any true crime, just eat that up. I'm not unless if it's the mukbang ones. Those aren't for me. Or the ones where people make cookies while talking about brutal murders. True crime space is kind of insane.
That never ended up making it into the vlog because I never sent in the footage because the situation was so
90s music
the
podcast?
situation disturbed me to my core. I end up going to this class after Caleb strongly encourages me to do it. I go to this class And I sit through the whole thing. Now at this time too, like I had no friends. I had no friends at all. And so I go to this class that is very much about like spirituality. And so I go to it with a lot of reservations, right? And I'm in Caleb's mindset of like, I'm going to film.
I want to check something. Okay, so what are the most popular guests? Who is a hippie? So, do you think it's Healing Amber, or do you think it's Hat Lady? I think you'd say the most popular if it was Hat Lady. So I think it's Healing Amber. And Healing Amber is very unstable. Neither? Who do you think it is then? Who do you think is the one who's running a spirituality class? You think it's Hat Lady? I think it's one of these two. That's my guess based on like with the most viewed being like some of the most viewed. It's in Austin and they don't live there. No, she lived in Austin, didn't she? Well, she
You're
moved.
not going to believe what happened. Tell me everything. I'll show you on Monday.com. So I started the biggest.
Because I remember like being mad at her because she was.
And I'm 27. I'm based out of Austin, Texas.
Yeah, she was Austin. Yeah, Amber is Cali. Okay. But isn't like Amber also like going around everywhere? I don't know. But Amber's like a mentally kind of, Amber's seems to have gone through a lot and she's not great. Oh, that Hat Lady. Yeah, that Hat Lady. Are they both new age people? Yes, very much so. No one needs a church? Honestly, yes.
Film this vlog for this thing. I'm sorry, I've never really spoken about this publicly before, so this story is very difficult for me to tell because like I feel terrible about this still. Anyway, we make it to the end of the class, right? I don't reveal at the beginning of the class that I'm working for Caleb or whatever, but what I didn't expect was to really, really, truly enjoy this class, right? It felt so wonderful to be surrounded by people who didn't have to like put on this like persona. It really genuinely felt like everybody was going to take their masks off and have like a vulnerable moment together. That was what the whole point of this class was
She's also an escort, so they would love her probably. What?
Safe space where you could talk about weird stuff. I was invited into this like cocoon.
The weird stuff makes me think more of Amber, but yeah, if she wasn't in Austin, I forgot. Did she ever live in Austin, or was she always in? Oh well, pay her to call him mommy. Oh gosh.
Vulnerable people sharing their real selves, and I shared my real self with those people. At the end of the class, and I revealed to her that I work for Caleb Hammer, and I watch this woman's face. I get this weird set of sentences out of my mouth where I'm like, hey, I'm here on behalf. I work for Caleb.
That lady's into weird stuff. That's true.
Hammer, we're trying to get you back onto the show. I can offer you
tantric BS stuff. I don't really know what that means. Did you say like is that what you're saying? Where she's basically an escort, or I don't know. But there was. I remember seeing another comment where they're talking about maybe it wasn't just the mentioning of Caleb. Maybe it's because you actually participated in the class and like talked about your own vulnerabilities and like listened to others and like participated in it. And then at the end it's like, oh yeah, I work for Caleb Hammer. Do you want to come back on? And he's like, what the heck? What's wrong with you? Why did you go through this whole class just to ask me about Caleb Hammer when you're listening to all our trauma and stuff? Do you have a Hat Lady or Healing Amber video on your YouTube? Yes, I have Hat Lady. I think we also have Amber too, I think. And I'm not joking. She basically pays people for intimacy. Wait, she pays them? What? Weird. But there's a unreleased Healing Amber video that I have. I might release that where we realized that it was just really freaking sad. It was just where you kind of realize before me and my dad watched it together, and we just kind of hated her, and she was like, "Oh, this is an annoying LA lady." Then when we watched it again with the Rat Pack, I was like, "This is just really freaking sad." It's just really freaking sad. Should have Amber Lady on your YouTube at this point, probably. Okay, people pay her. That makes more sense.
You more money, please come back on this show. Will you consider it? Here's my email. I know this is weird. I give her my pitch, right? And
Healing
the look
Amber
on this
videos are
woman's
insanely sad.
face
Yeah.
was something that I will never forget. The look on this woman's face was one of intrusion, right?
Yeah, because you went through their whole class where they were talking about trauma and stuff, and then you're like, "Hey, do you want to do a Caleb Amber video?" It's weird.
And she was afraid of me. That's the thing that I think really fucked with me. We went from being
It's because like, oh, are you going to use all these stories that we just told you in a Caleb Hammer video? They're probably so like that's the violation.
Tight to immediate fear. She immediately was terrified of me, and I didn't understand how that was possible. Because I was
because you seem like a content hound going through, even after all that, still being like, "Hey, do you want to be on the show?"
In this illusion, I was living this illusion that like everyone loved this show. This show was built to help people with their finances, right? But yet I was speaking to one of the victims.
Also, because the lady probably also had some trauma for being on cable the first time. Yeah.
This show, and that person had a very, very, very different view of the thing that I had just moved across the country for and stuck my reputation on the line for. In my outline here, it says
I was untrustworthy, and I got treated like I couldn't be trusted. Oh, wow.
Recruiting. I was hunting. Another thing that bothered me was that I wasn't aware.
It would come off across as you hunting, as you sneaking in. Yeah, it's a collab with Mally. So can someone find the Hat Lady video, please?
The audience understood what the fuck I was actually doing. I wasn't sure if they understood how like, predatory what my role ultimately was, right? Find someone who's going to make for good entertainment on this show. I wasn't aware of that. And then I would like look in the vlog comments, because at this time we were making a vlog, and there was a lot of drama around the vlog. I didn't like the way Caleb would edit me in the vlog, right? And I would tell him that, and ultimately the vlog ended because I got so upset with like, it's like, Caleb, like you're painting me out to be like, there was one specifically that stands out to me, and that is the conversation around Gia. The thing that bothered me with the vlog was that there was internal pressure put on to me that was implicit, but Caleb would use the vlog. There's one moment in the vlog where I'm arguing about we need to film with Gia, because Gia had just like, driven across the country to be there, and although she was sick, right? What people don't see in the behind the scenes of that vlog was that like,
was Gia the crazy like van lady, or that's still the only one I remember being named Gia? But
like Caleb, just a couple weeks prior, Caleb, well, we don't have any backlog and we need more guests and we need to have an episode pop off, like performance. People did not see any of that, but instead, like, it was revealed to the audience that like, well, Noah's pushing really hard for Caleb to film with Gia, even though Gia's sick, and Noah is so stupid and he really needs to take better care of the talent. And it's like, that drove me crazy, because it's like, cool, now to your audience, I'm an asshole when they don't see.
It's just your footage. It's like the actual footage.
Is geared at, well, we don't have anybody. And it's like, what they don't see is. So I wasn't a super huge.
Part of me feels like it's more damaging to like censor it, because then people just fill in whatever they want, and then there can be some crazy things that people fill in.
Fan of the vlog all the time, but around that time I started looking at the comments on the vlog, and I would go out, sometimes the vlog would be about me going and looking and recruiting guests for the show, and in the comments people would talk about the guests for the show, and they would refer to them as victims.
It's a joke.
Oh, Noah can search for victims at this place. That was the comment that really was seared into my brain. That's when I began to realize, oh, like, even if I'm a nice guy, even if I'm a nice person that does care about and respect these people, I'm operating in a system where even people who are fans of this recognize that my role right now is to look for victims of this machine.
Oh my gosh. It's a joke, but also a little true. True. That's fair. I will say, I feel like he just didn't really kind of I feel like if you're going to work for a YouTuber, maybe you should actually look into the YouTuber before you accept the job. I don't know.
That really fucked
See
with
if it
me.
actually
In
does
my
align with what you want to do.
opinion, there was also this implicit pressure that like you have to comply with Caleb's narrative, right? You have to comply with Caleb's narrative.
Also, he probably read the comments too much in terms of like worrying about what the audience thought about him.
In my opinion. So I couldn't jump into there and be like, hey, like, you know, it felt to me like I could not correct the public narrative about like, hey, like it's not okay to talk about these people like they're victims. If we're using the word victim when it comes to recruiting for this show, that's deeply fucked up, right? Like it felt like I wasn't allowed to say that. In my
Yeah, because then you would come off as fun police for like that's kind of the point of the show.
my role became
You can question the ethics of the show, but that's why people are there.
to attract people to the show that we're going to get the most views. We film an episode of this show. There's this person that
This
comes
dude
into
is
the
so
studio,
lame, yeah.
right? This is a young girl. She's less than 20 years old. I don't remember exactly how old she is, but she's like a real fan of this show. She's not from a casting website or anything. This is a real fan of this show that like really needs help. Her finances are kind of a mess, but like, you know, she's like kind of
I think, okay, I heard this before, and I think I know who this is. I am decently sure that I know who this is. Alright, so- Wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go? How'd I lose it? I think it's this chick. I think it's her. I am pretty sure it's her.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. Figuring out how to make one was pretty hard.
So you have another one in collections, another school in collections.
These aren't collections. This is just how much I currently owe.
Because I want
So
to
you
say
owe to
it's
3
closer.
different schools.
Yes.
Please just say no more than that.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm
Maybe
20 years
not.
old. I'm from southwestern Oklahoma, and
No,
this
I
is
think
financial
it might
audit.
be her.
What do you do up there?
Maybe I'm getting her confused with someone else. I know it was a blondie. I think it was her though. But okay, we're going back. You don't get to control chat bits, or you end up in the Houston room.
kind of a kid, right? She lives with her parents. I remember she had this like cool
or the
car and
Houston
stuff.
room.
She was like a character, right? She was fun, but she's a
You probably
fan of
said
the
her
show, right?
real first name.
We come
Oh
in,
boy.
we do her episode. I remember there, you know, she was younger,
That's not
right?
good.
So there wasn't like
Yeah,
a big
idiot.
financial story there, but she fit the type of person that we assumed would get the most views, right? So the episode is like
Did she
not
end up-
great. I remember that the episode not being great because there wasn't a whole lot of substance because like she only had like, you know, a year or two of financial history where she was like on her own. She had a bad
1.4
car loan.
million.
She had, you know, she didn't have any money. I don't even think she
Okay.
had a job, right? But she fit the bill. So anyway, we go through
She
this
did
episode.
well.
This person's like 18, 19 years old.
Views-wise.
We get to the end and
Unless if it's
she
because
recorded
of
her
this,
episode and
but I
everything
don't think
seemed
that he
fine.
made that
But
big of a drama. That it's like 29K.
after the camera stopped rolling, there was a thumbnail photo shoot session. That was normal. What wasn't normal was what I saw next. She was guided into poses that to me felt suggestive, more
Maybe it used to be. I mean, it's possible. They do change like the thumbnails, so maybe it used to be suggestive. It's possible.
skin, more angles. It didn't make sense for a finance show. It didn't make sense for someone that young. And it definitely didn't make sense for someone who
How long have you been here when this happens? Okay, it's only like week 2 or 3. It's week 2 or 3. I'm not sure if I could really justify that he still thinks it's just a finance show, but maybe cope. Okay. Well, we'll go with cope. They might have had a
had just
suggest-
come in
yeah.
as a fan.
I wonder if
I
someone has
stood
an
off to the
archive.
side, chewing my nails, feeling sick to my stomach. She was barely out of high school, and I felt like the priority of the photo shoot had shifted from respecting this young woman to instead grabbing views.
Bro. Is this respect? Is this respect? Is this respect? Is this respect? I mean, I don't think that this show is like, I, I, I thought the show respected the people who came on it. I mean, bro, like, have you seen these thumbnails haven't changed that much. They were still things like this. I think when you came on, the thumbnails got like crazier. I don't. The whole show is about getting clicks. Yeah, it's about getting the craziest people on. How does he not understand this?
That was one of the moments where it kind of hit me. It didn't seem like this show was about helping people. It seemed like it might be about something else entirely. This wasn't exactly a one-off situation either. Another time, a guest came in who was an exotic dancer. She was funny and charismatic, but after the episode, there was a clunky, awkward conversation about thumbnails. I don't
Okay.
remember who said what, but the whole vibe shifted. It felt like she understood what she was being asked, without anyone needing to say it directly. She pulled out her phone and started showing pornographic videos and explicit photos of herself to a member of the team right there in
Bro.
the studio. She didn't seem uncomfortable with it. In fact, it felt like she thought this was part of the process.
Yeah,
Like this
boy.
was just what you did on a show like this.
I mean, yeah. I don't know about that. I don't know. It would be like enough for. Because I think he came in before that, so I don't think it's Amber. Who would it be? Oh, okay, it's her. It's got to be her. It's got to be this chick. It's got to be her. Yeah, I think she was. It's got to be this chick. I think I remember my dad calling her ugly. My dad does not.
That was fine, but looking back now, it felt like the team was treating explicit OnlyFans content as potential thumbnail material for a financial advice show. And
Noah, how did you not figure this out by now? This thumbnail already existed. Noah. Bro. Oh boy.
and that felt like a deeply strange
I'm not
thing to
saying
me.
that this biz is like good for the content, but it's just like, what were you expecting?
A similar situation with another guest also left a lasting impression on me. Caleb had met her at a party and invited her to be on the show. She was an exotic dancer, and when she arrived to the studio, something felt off almost immediately. I'm no medical professional, so I won't speculate, but she seemed deeply out of it. She had trouble focusing. The
Does
shoot
this one
had
get
to end
released?
early because it became clear that she couldn't make it through the episode. Before filming, she changed into an extremely revealing outfit, one that left very little to the imagination. And once the cameras rolled, she spent most of the time quietly playing with Play-Doh on
I'm assuming this one didn't get released because that sounds boring. I'm assuming that one did not get released. I feel like I would have remembered if that happened. Trying to figure out when is like end of Noah era. Oh yeah. Okay, let's
on
continue.
camera,
Sorry,
barely
I always get
engaging with
distracted
the
by things. That's
financial
why these take
conversation
forever.
at all. At the time, it barely registered as weird to me. It was just another strange day in an already strange job. But looking back now, it's clear how far from normal things had gotten. There became a very big focus on the thumbnails, right? A lot of people blame me for the thumbnail changes. As a general rule, those thumbnail
I mean,
conversations happened as
It
like
happened
a
around
huge
you when you came on. I don't think it's like crazy for people to make that assumption, I guess. I don't want to see this crazy lady play my Play-Doh. Yeah.
company-wide thing, right? Anytime I was in those rooms, I would try to give the guests informed consent of like, hey, like, you know, we're going to take some creative liberties and stuff. Like, we're going to make fun of you in the thumbnail and title, but like, we want you to be in on the joke, right? That was like my thing. Anytime we were
Yeah.
doing thumbnails and titles, I would try to be more funny than I was rude. I recognize now that like I was in an environment where like that strategy is like fundamentally not going to succeed. Then when people started to blame me for the more aggressive direction of the thumbnails and titles and Caleb wasn't correcting them, I realized that I was being scapegoated for the direction of the channel. Caleb
Was he being
screaming
scapegoat or was just like it's the business? It's Hammer Media. Do you want him to go and like reply to every comment that thinks that it's you?
more. These thumbnails and titles are egregious and horrible, right? When did this change happen? Well, the big pivot of the channel was when Noah was hired. So let's blame Noah, you know, through no fault of their own. Like they didn't know any better, right? And so that deeply didn't sit right with me.
Why do you
In
need to
my
show you
opinion,
drinking?
Caleb
Why did we need the shot of you drinking coffee or whatever? Why is that
began to see
important?
my role for the company, not as like a builder, not as like someone who was helping.
Bro was totally staying up all night reading comments. Again, I'm gonna be mean here, but I mean, he's not used to comments, you know? So it was amazing to be able to actually read comments that have something to do with you. I mean, I'm sorry.
helping him make millions and
It's
millions
true,
of
though.
dollars. My role in the company was Caleb's garbage man. That's ultimately what I realized my responsibility was. My opinion was that I was Caleb's social garbage man. So like, here's how a typical
Okay.
week would go, right? We would have 4 guests a week just about, or we would try to hit that, right? I would be ridden, my ass would be ridden until I alone casted 4 people a week. And
Please don't describe it like that,
if
please.
those people were not fitting Caleb's ideal guest archetype, I would be like, reprimanded. And we would film 4 episodes a week. And what I found was that usually about 1 out of the 4 guests that we filmed with every week, they were so fucking pissed off because they came in thinking Dave Ramsey and they left realizing that they just went on like the Jerry Springer show. I
don't want to be mean here. I keep on being mean. I don't mean to be mean. But wasn't he the one selling the show to them? Because he was doing like these dry interviews. If they were people who hadn't seen the show, and he's the one pitching it, and he keeps pitching it, like to us, he keeps on describing it as like, oh, it's Dave Ramsey for millennials. He keeps telling us that. He doesn't actually pitch them the show. He seems like he pitches the idea of what he wants the show to be, and then people are surprised when it doesn't match what he said it was. Maybe I'm putting too much blame on Noah. But I feel like he might have been pitching them the show that he imagined, not the actual show. I could be wrong here, though.
implemented policies to try to protect myself where it's like, hey, let's have the guests use fake names.
Whenever he was like doing that, like go into the bar and like recruit people for the show specifically, not like the people who applied from like the viewing audience.
They were so fucking pissed off because they came in thinking Dave Ramsey and they left realizing that they just went on like the Jerry Springer show. I eventually implemented policies to try to protect myself where it's like, hey, let's have the guests use fake names, right? That was my policy.
That would be ironic if you were the one who broke that policy, huh?
That I really, really strongly pushed for because it's like there's no upside to them using their real names. And like,
I really think he was pitching it totally wrong. It's all his fault. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not 100% saying it's his fault, but I think it's within the realm of possibility just based on his like incorrect view of what the show was during this time, I guess.
Actually just like tanking their public reputation. Why are they doing that? Why has this not been implemented like fucking a year ago? In my opinion, the show is disgusting. Like why would we have these people actually share their real information with the world as they're like doing character assassination kamikaze attempts, right? Like that's fucking crazy. So in an attempt to cover my ass, it's like, hey, let's use fake names. I had Caleb do the onboarding video, right? I wrote the script for the onboarding video, but like in my opinion, it seemed to me like it's like double speak. What I was trying to do was have like a high degree of transparency, and instead that said, like, that video is...
Did he change the script, or are you saying you wrote double speak?
Is an attempt at transparency, but like I think that the ultimate goal of that video was that it gave more it allowed the audience believes that like everything is totally transparent and above board because we made this video. Anyway, once a week a guest would leave our studio or their thing would be posted, and this person would be so fucking pissed off. They were ready to either sue or come after us or fucking do some crazy shit, in my opinion. And so what I realized was is like,
too
I'm
surprising
the
considering the
garbage man,
show.
right? Like people, it was so funny to me. The frame was Caleb and are so...
I want to get the clip so bad of I'm the trash man, but I don't want to get this taken off of YouTube.
So introverted that they just can't handle any sort of like communication with the guest because they're very, very introverted. And so like I became the point of contact with all of the guests. I had my cell phone. I was deeply afraid. There was this one specific app that we would use for guest communication. I remember being so fucking afraid of that app on my phone. I would constantly live in fear. I would get text messages on Sunday or like Saturday night at 11 o'clock from people who are so deeply furious. People who have mental health conditions.
Why is like it important that part of the story that it's on the weekend? It's just probably when they were free. I will say, like, it does sound like that that I would not want that job. That job sounds horrible. I would not apply for that job. I would say that.
All sorts of different people. The guests of the show. The guests of the show, you know, would reach out to me and they'd be like, hey, this fucked up thing happened as a result of me coming on the show. What the fuck? Just like constant PR nightmares. In my opinion, situations that Caleb himself, in my opinion, that then were put onto me to solve. That alone was so psychologically difficult to handle because the expectation was is like no matter what time of day, if somebody decides to text you with a problem, you jump on it right then because they could be a potential PR nightmare if they fucking blow up, right? So if they blow up and they blow the fucking roof off of
But
this
in general, prompt communication is nice.
Thing, my job ends, my reputation ends, right? I'm suddenly a part of this fucking machine, right? So if one of these fucking people,
It'd be a tragedy if someone that made like a video that ruined your career, like you kind of ruined your career with this freaking video. You're gonna get blacklisted. I feel like he thinks every job is 40 hours, no weekends and B-days off. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. But yeah.
Nukes.
Like my dude will have to like cover things during the weekend. Sometimes it happens. You gotta get the job done. I don't know, man.
My ass is on the line, right? So it doesn't matter if it's 10 p.m.
You also signed up for a highly unconventional job, so the hours might also be unconventional.
Fucking Thursday. I have to defuse the bomb, right? And then I frantically text Caleb every single time one of these fucking bombs comes. And so the whole time, I'm begging.
Camera attached or something. Is it like is it wobbly? Why does it keep on going? What? This guy sounds like he's never had to work a retail or food service job. He probably didn't. I think it's only been marketing. I think, but I could be wrong. I can tell this guy never worked a manual labor job in his life. Oof.
I'm begging. I'm like, Caleb. We have to treat these people with respect. We have to offer some level of baseline respect to these people, right? Because like I can't be in a system where I'm the garbage man. Where like because once a week, one of these
the trash man. I throw around trash. Yeah, I don't think that's I try to remember how it goes. Oh well, whatever. I think it's one of those phone holders that track your face. What? That's a thing? What is that? That might be helpful. Let me know what that is.
Motherfuckers is furious, right? In my opinion, we're building a system that is, in my opinion, by definition unsustainable. If like one erratic person is added to the pile every single week, and I'm supposed to deal with that, right? Eventually, like this is going to pop. Eventually, this bubble is going to pop. So we need to create a system where people don't get fucked by this machine. I would march into that office and I would beg those motherfuckers. I'd say, hey, we need values. What are our values?
Oh boy.
And the reason why I would beg for that is because I wanted stuff that showed transparency. I couldn't sleep with what we were doing. In my opinion,
why didn't you quit?
We were so fucked. What we were doing was so fucked. In my opinion, it was so fucked to me that I needed something to prove to myself that like what we were doing was on some way
Well,
ethical.
I guess to some degree, it's like, oh, let's try to fix the problem, I guess, before, but I mean, I was kind of ingrained into the company from the start, so I don't know.
Right? And so I'm like, hey, can we write some fucking values? Can we paste them to the wall? Can we put them in the fucking like waiting room? Like, let's fucking write about our values. And in my opinion, these motherfuckers would make fun of me.
Did anyone attest to actually like writing out values makes the values happen? Does writing it down just make them appear? Or is it more just like the idea of like deciding on what our values are gonna be or something? I don't know. He has to make a video because any normal person would have yelled at him by now for constantly saying in my opinion. Oof. So you do a link to a random one I found. Thank you. Maybe I'll end up using that if I get like figure out if I like upgrade my model or something and do like better face tracking or something.
They would make fun of me. You know, they'd be like, well, we have 3 values, you know, because at the beginning I got them to write down some values. Right? And in my opinion, these motherfuckers would make fun of me. They would make fun of me. You know, they'd be
in your opinion, they made fun of you, or they made fun of you?
Like, well, we have 3 values, you know, because at the beginning I got them to write down some values, right? The values were
They cut this for safety. Do you mean like legal reasons, or do you think that they're gonna murder you? Why do you keep calling it safety?
that I would beg him to get fucking certified. I would beg Robert, Caleb's business partner. I'm like, hey man, fucking convince Caleb to take some sort of financial education certification
You know what?
thing.
That's fair. I think that is a fair critique. That is a fair critique, because Caleb doesn't have a financial background, so having to get certified might help in case if they ever go after them. It would probably be a good idea to do that, and also for the benefit of the people who come on the show. That would probably help. Yes. And then maybe you wouldn't have to rely on much of shock value because you can give more comprehensive advice.
Because like my job,
Because most of the Caleb Hamer videos boil down to spend less than you make. And yeah, no, that's basically it. You just need to you need to spend less than you make. Maybe like a little bit about like saving for retirement, but not a lot.
job was so difficult because like my job was to find someone who knew less about finance than
I keep forgetting that he's not certified and stuff. Yeah, no, he's a music major. He's a music major who got out of debt and then just talks about his own experience and then kind of applies that to other people. He's not like qualified in finance or anything.
Caleb Hammer, who was in a bad financial situation. In my opinion, you know, they would come on the show, Caleb would rip into them, right? And then it would kind of be on me to kind of clean up the blood, right? Make sure everybody was
Metaphorical
good.
blood, obviously, bro. You do not need to say it's metaphorical blood. I think context is enough. I don't think they're gonna sue you for saying that there's literal blood. I don't think that would happen.
You know, oh, that was for fun. That was for fun. You know, and by the way, like you signed all these documents. That was all a joke, right? That was my job. If you want my opinion, this is my opinion. My role was there so that Caleb didn't have to feel the consequences of his own actions. Every day scared the shit out of me.
You know what? I think I will say that might be a valid critique. That is a very possible valid critique. That Caleb doesn't want to deal with the consequences of having to yell at people. I can believe that. I'll give you that point, Noah.
These people would come to us and they would have mental health issues.
What is with the drinking edits? I don't know. He keeps doing that. I don't know if he just forgot to edit it out. Like, he put, like, a cut. I don't... Does he think it adds credibility or something? I don't know.
They'd be like, hey,
it's
I'm really
weird.
depressed. I have, like, multiple personalities, right? I have bipolar disorder. People would say that shit to me over the phone.
Oh, okay. I thought Noah was just going... Okay. No, you... Don't bring people with multiple personalities on the show. I don't think that's... Even if that's what they're asking for, maybe just don't.
Right? Here's the other thing is that, like, I've wanted to be a YouTuber my entire life. I've done production my entire life. I fucking love people. I love people, right? And I took my job extraordinarily seriously.
When I think a job that loves people, YouTuber is not the top of my list. It's probably not even the top 100, to be honest. YouTube I think of as a very solitary job, but maybe that's because of, like, who I watch, I guess. Maybe he's, like, thinking he's gonna be, like, a Mr. Beast or something and work with a bunch of people? I don't know. I don't know why he thinks that it's, like, a super people job.
Right? Extraordinarily seriously. I would talk to these people for hours and hours and hours before
Why not two people for what? That's a great deal. What if one of them... I don't
showed
know.
up to the studio. I would know every single thing about them because ultimately I genuinely wanted to help them change their behavior so that they could lead to better outcomes, right? I wanted to make the best show we possibly could, but I also wanted to help these people because I cared about them. And so they would disclose to me that they have all of these mental health issues. And so I became paranoid about that too. And every single intake I did, I said, you know, hey, let us know if you have any mental health issues. And suddenly, like, if you had any mental health issues, you were suddenly not welcome on the show because, like, I didn't want to be responsible for somebody taking their own life and then blaming me for that, right? I didn't want to be complicit in that.
Fair enough, I guess.
Eventually, Caleb put me in charge of the post show, right? So I would co-host the post show with him.
Okay.
And during the post show, it always drove me crazy because I would give Caleb these outlines where it's like, hey, like, I talked to this person for a very long time, right? I took transcripts of our conversations and I would, like, analyze them to pull out details as well as the notes that I took during the conversations. And I would, like, create psychological profiles of them. I would create like intricate bulleted lists about, like, hey, these are the things that we should cover during the conversation. Here are things.
What do you mean psychological profile? Did you learn that from your therapist friend? What? Are you qualified for it actually?
Things that
or are you just talking about, like, this is what I know about this person. What are you talking about?
Bulleted lists about like, hey, these are the things that we should cover during the conversation. Here are things that you can like hold their feet to the fire for. But here are some angles that you can take during this conversation that can actually help them take a step back, understand their behavior, and try to actually change their lives. Caleb would sometimes not even read my outlines, right? Caleb would glimpse them. An example of this is the Mia episode, right? If you go back and you watch the Mia episode,
I wonder if it wasn't for the NDA, or not the NDA, the non-compete, do you think he'd be trying to make a Caleb-like video? Like, I know he's doing, like, the business advice show, but that's not going great. So, does he think that he could do a better job? Because I don't
the
know.
Mia post show, it's this woman, she's wearing a black blouse. The entire time, this woman, look, Mia, I hope you're not mad at me, but the entire time, during the entire conversation with Caleb, she fails to take accountability for anything.
Okay.
And
the chick named Mia in the black blouse. Black blouse. Well, thumbnail pictures aren't necessarily. I keep on trying to figure like who people, because I'm curious. Is that blouse? I don't know if that's a blouse. I don't know if that's a blouse. That's not a blouse. Sorry, I keep on like getting curious. Blouse. Maybe it's this chick. No, that's like a cardigan. It's this shirt. Oh, that's a. Then again, he's a dude, so maybe does he know what a blouse is? Stop showing Caleb. I'm trying to figure out what they're wearing. Want to figure out what you're talking about. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. Oh gosh. Feels like he could have worked a lot less and get paid. Dude was trying to write the show and be a manager or something. Yeah. Bill Daughtry. I'm so depressed. I can't even blink. Yeah.
constantly is blaming all of the other people in her life. And my
I really hope that reboot goes well. I hope to God it goes well.
point during the conversation in the post show was supposed to be, hey, you notice this pattern of behavior where like you're blaming everybody else in your life? If you just took accountability for these things and you shifted your locus of control from external to internal, if you take accountability.
That's so ironic. That is. Oh no. I can't spell it. Oh my gosh. Ah. I wanna. I wanna find the video because it was one of the freaking funniest comments because he's. Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. I say this gently, as someone who has built a number of teams and seen a variety of projects through my professional career. Locus of control is the biggest indicator I have in viability to hire. It sounds like your therapist friend should have spoken to you about this, as the locus of control, apparently he knows because he's trying to use it as a weapon, usually pins you as I blame everything for my current circumstances or I am responsible for the outcome of my environment. I can tell you in media and government in the classroom, we only want people, we only want the second option. I'm even responsible for the outcome of my environment. This video screams a lack of professional foresight, as did your story. This video isn't generating thousands of dollars. Is the price really worth losing credibility as a creator down the road? I think that's something you need to consider here. Any press is not good press in this case. You do better to step back and work on building more emotional resiliency. I worry even that your channel outputs reflect this, and these are the first things that anyone will see when considering to stick around, viewers, sponsors, everyone who might be your boss in the world of content creation. Oof. Bill is relatable for me. I aspire to be like Hank in a moral sense, but maybe not 100% as a father. Fair enough.
For all of these things, you can change your behavior. During that post
Sorry,
show, as I'm trying to explain that
like
concept
Bill,
to this woman, after a
he's
show
got
where
it
Caleb has completely ignored all of my notes, in my opinion, about how this woman owns thousands and thousands of dollars in Funko Pops and a wardrobe that is like
the Funko Pop
huge.
lady. Who is the Funko Pop lady? I remember making fun of Funko Pop lady. Oh well.
Right, where like if she sold this shit, she could pay off a lot of her debt.
I think it was a couple. It was a couple, right? I remember there was a couple with Funko Pops. Maybe it was. I think I scrolled past the couple before. She the Funko Pop? I forget if she's Funko Pop. I need to stop being curious.
During that post
It's
show,
boring
Caleb
if
does
I
a bit
be
where he,
curious,
instead of
right?
talking about how like she could change her mindset, he's doing a bit where he's
Yeah.
eating crayons, right? Now, in my opinion, one, he didn't want me to
Huh.
upstage him because he knew how much I cared about that fucking person compared to him. Like, I really think he knew that like I knew so much about her that like, or maybe not. He probably did. I don't know. He's also like, he's genuinely such an interesting person because like you don't know how much of what he's doing is like a chess move and how much of what he's doing is him being. During that post show, he's like eating crayons as I'm like trying to help this woman and I'm trying to explain, and you can just see me get so visibly upset, right? It's like, okay, like I've spent, 6 hours or more preparing this conversation, learning every single fucking thing I can about this lady, building this outline for you.
6 hours? I don't think you understood the point of the post show. The point is you find like, what's the weird thing about them? We talk about that. Because it's supposed to be, we talk about finances during the normal show. We go off the rails during the post show. They don't keep to that. But that was like the idea of the post show.
For you to change your fucking life, and you didn't even read it. And so now we've got a 20-minute post show where I can make it so that the 6 hours of work that I did trying to prep this episode isn't completely lost. And instead of that, Caleb decided to do a bit where he was just going to film himself eating crayons. Like, she's going to go home to whatever chaotic nightmare life that she has, in my opinion.
Caleb, a Marine, you are not.
Whatever. I worked there for months and months and months. I'm eventually promoted to casting director, which is really nice. The Brent Davey episode. We get to a point where there is very little backlog. There was so much going on that I was so stressed out that like we didn't have a backlog.
Why did you say his whole name? Why did you say Taquito Man's whole name?
Episodes, and so we needed content, right?
I mean, like it's public, but it's like why?
Crunch mode, right? In my opinion, people would back out as Caleb got more and more aggressive. People would back out more and more frequently, right? In my opinion, people would like watch the show before they came on, and they'd be like, "Hey, I don't think I want to do this." So like I'd be fucked, right? In my opinion, and so like I'm like freaking out, right? Being like, cool, okay, I need a Hail Mary. I need a Hail Mary. I need a Hail Mary. And eventually I settle on this idea. I'm like, we need Brent Davey back on the show. Okay. And so I remember thinking like, okay, Brent Davey is my Moby Dick and I'm Captain Ahab, right? How can I get this motherfucker back on the show? So I bust ass, right?
Is it like Moby Dick like you're not supposed to do that? It's like a cautionary, well, whatever.
Number, but I finally find the right phone number. I call him. Brent doesn't want to talk to me. He wants nothing to do with me, right? I eventually negotiate a situation where I'm like, Brent, like you hate Caleb more than anything in the world, right? What if we got you to box Caleb on camera for a lump sum of money? Would you be open to this idea?
Sounds stupid.
I work on this problem for like a month, right? I go back and forth with Brent for like a month. I try to coordinate a boxing gym. I go to multiple different boxing gyms. I coordinate with Caleb's lawyers to try to get some sort of contract written where like we can get them to box. It all falls through, but eventually I get
he doesn't believe in privacy like a communist state.
Brent to come back on the show, right? I get Brent to agree to come back on the show. He says, I want this much money, cash in a bag. I say, okay, we're going to figure that out.
Oh.
Here is...
Oh, that's why they gave Brent money. I thought that they shouldn't have. I thought that they shouldn't have given the Taquito Man money, but it's because it was negotiated. Okay. Because I don't think Taquito Man deserved the money, to be honest. But, I don't know. Even if I'm not, like, the biggest fan of Caleb right now, it's like, Taquito Man is, like, oof.
The deal. Brent was in a pretty rough situation.
Yeah, for good reason. He refused to get a job. That's why.
Money. I believe at this time he was sleeping in his car, and from what I remember, his family...
Yeah, he was sleeping in his car because his family, like, figured out that he was using, like, their money to pay for OnlyFans and stuff, and then they were like, bro, what the hell? We're gonna cut you off.
Relationships seemed strained. I saw this as an opportunity to tell a redemption story. Yes, I expected some tongue-in-cheek rivalry for the show, but my ultimate intention was to actually help Brent.
Have you seen the Brent episode? You really thought that you could make him change? Really? You really thought you could change the Keto Man? Boy.
Getting him back on the show as a redemption arc. But once the cameras started rolling, things shifted. Caleb revealed 2 custom t-shirts that featured mocking quotes from Brent's original episode. The tone wasn't exactly financial. There weren't very many documents to really talk about, and
because there wasn't much you could talk about with that. And he's more interesting because he's freaking crazy.
Discussion veered away from anything too helpful. What was framed as a financial audit didn't really feel like one.
Yeah, it was framed more like, oh, he's back.
Felt more like a spectacle that I had not signed up for.
We get to a point in that recording where Brent is staring at the table.
There was a promo video, man. The promo video was just about them yelling at each other. It was about finances.
He's completely incommunicado, right? He's completely done speaking. He literally tells Caleb, he goes, write down whatever it is you want me to say on a piece of paper and I will say it to you verbatim so that I can be done with this, okay? He's done.
And then I heard something that made my stomach drop. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like, if you don't finish this conversation and talk to me for another 30 minutes, you're not going to get paid.
Yeah, because I think he did. I think he said that in like the start of the episode or something.
That moment stuck with me.
Because then you wouldn't like be fulfilling their agreement. So yeah, you wouldn't get paid.
Whatever the intent was, the impact was clear. Someone in a vulnerable state was being cornered on camera. I remember the energy.
They made an agreement.
Just draining from the room. It didn't feel like a show to me anymore. It felt like something else.
But anyway, I watched this happen, and it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. Caleb plays hardball with Brent, and it barely works, and Brent continues to not speak. And that's when I step in, right? Because Brent and I, at this point, Brent and I have a relationship, right? And I talk to Brent, and I go, Brent, like, for a moment, screw Caleb, right? Like, don't think about Caleb for a moment. What is your plan for your life? Just tell us about that, right? And then Brent opens up about this story about, like, music and stuff and how he wants to be a composer and how he wants to, he essentially wants to do piano and he's making original art and stuff. And his music was beautiful and that was great.
Yeah, you just appeal to his ego because that's what Brent runs on. He runs on, like, pure ego.
Right. But as I got Brent to keep talking, Caleb looks at me and he goes, Noah, stop talking, right? Like, Noah, stop. The way he commanded me to stop talking once Brent was continuing to film the show. And I was so used to that at that point that it worked and I shut the fuck up.
Is it in the actual episode? Okay, I gotta figure this out. Okay, we're gonna go back to Caleb real quick. Okay, Taquito Man 2. I'm assuming it's this one. Transcripts. Noah. I don't know if I just am missing it.
Brent finished the conversation after that. Afterward, I had a conversation with someone on the team where I floated the idea,
Is this all off camera?
What if Brent had been recording that conversation? The look that I got back from that teammate said it all. That's when it hit me. The unease that I felt, it didn't just seem to be mine. It was shared. It was real. I wanted to tell a story about redemption. What happened instead was something I couldn't justify. Suddenly,
You really wanted
I felt
redemption
like
for
I
the
was
Keto Man.
complicit for staying. every muscle in my body is like, go do something else. Go do something else. Don't continue to relive
Yeah, you
these
probably
moments.
shouldn't
But like,
tell this story. It's better.
I'm like halfway through
It's a
this,
bad
and
idea.
I've never made it this far into recording this video. I've made it like 45 minutes into recording this video, but I've never made it this far. So I'm just gonna fucking.
But
do
you just
this, and
keep
it's not
on
gonna
like
be
trashing
perfect.
it and then
I probably
restarting.
sound manic or crazy or whatever the fuck, but I'm just gonna keep going. And eventually, someday, when I achieve some level of closure, I will be able to talk about this, hopefully in a way that's like not so deeply world fucking riveting. People aren't going to understand that. They don't understand like the level of fear and fight or
Maury,
flight
don't
that I experience
understand.
on a day-to-day as a result of this
Is he drinking
situation.
from his mug just to remind us if you're playing this drinking game? Remember the drink, whatever I say. I don't understand.
They don't get
Or
it.
people don't understand.
Cool, this shit with Brink goes down. George Camel is coming into town. George Camel's coming into town to collaborate with Caleb Hammer. Oh my God, sound the alarm. George Camel, the TikTok Gen Z appealing side of Dave Ramsey, is coming to Hammer Studios, Hammer Media. What the fuck is the fucking building called? I don't fucking remember.
Okay, I think I
George
know about
Camel
who
is
he's
coming
talking
to
about now.
film something
Maybe.
with Caleb Hammer. Caleb Hammer says, oh my God, I have an idea. The last time that we by co-auditing him with Graham Stephan, that was kind of fun. Let's do the same thing. Oh, you ready for a co-audit? This time, again, I'm offered, it's like, hey, I can consent or I don't have to consent, but I'm thinking to myself, like, I really heavily consider it, right? I heavily consider it this time because now I'm disillusioned. I have watched Caleb Hammer take these people apart every single fucking day of my life for the past like 8 months. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, fuck me. Like, am I going to subject myself to this again? Right? My finances were in a much, much better position, but at the same time, like the emotional fallout that happened to me from coming on that show the first time was so fucking crazy. It was just so difficult to explain to anybody. The way that you feel naked in front of everyone is so strange.
I mean, it makes sense. It's your finances reveal a lot about you because it's partially also like what type of things you prioritize and things generally come up then too based on what you spend your money on.
Thinking to myself, okay, like I'm supposed to do this again. Everybody in the audience was like, oh, I can't wait for Noah's follow-up. After a very, very long time where I'm like, no, I don't think this is a good idea. I eventually sit on it and I chew on it enough where I'm like, okay, fuck it. Let's go. Like I've seen this guy take people apart. I am this guy's fucking special sauce, right? Like I know this motherfucker and how he argues better than he does, right? So like, let's go. Let's be the one.
You're okay. Special sauce of Caleb Hammer. Noah. Okay, got it.
Right? Like I know, I've seen behind the curtain. So I roll up to audit number 2. Again, I barely slept the night before. I've been preparing for weeks, right? I've been preparing the week beforehand, like running like scenarios where I'm like, okay, he's probably going to do this, and then I should probably go like this.
Oh, with the blanked out word. Okay, yeah. I guess,
again. Right. The first time I went in, very like green-eyed, right? Green-eyed, bushy-tailed, and
do you mean bright-eyed and bushy-tailed? What does green-eyed mean? As a saying. Certainly bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, but whatever.
I remember the comments being like, oh, this guy's fucking nervous and talking too much and whatever. And so the second time I go in like this. Hi, welcome. Welcome to the show. Yeah, these are my finances. Go ahead and dig through them. Yep. Whatever, we do the audit. I'm embarrassed to do the audit
reads
because
the comments way too much.
During that month, I was spending so much money. I was not going into debt. I was not using debt at that time, right? But I was spending so much money trying to cope mentally with the I was just blowing money. I was making an incredible amount of money, and then I was blowing just as much trying to live with myself. And so that was kind of like why I was ashamed to do the follow-up. Towards the beginning, I explained the emotional fallout from doing the show the first time, right? I explained how difficult it was for me. I explained like what it was like to read the comments, and I explained how much respect I have for each of the people that do decide to come on Financial Audit because it's fucking grueling. The entire audit was very passive-aggressive. Now, conveniently,
wait, are you calling yourself passive-aggressive, or are you saying that the Caleb and George or whatever was passive-aggressive? Because it kind of sounds like you were the one being passive-aggressive, but okay.
Was removed, right? The parts where I talk about the emotional fallout from me going on the show the first time, as well as like all this other shit about... Eventually, days after, I was sent the rough cut of my conversation with George and Caleb, and all of those parts of the conversation were removed. The part where I talk about the emotional fallout was removed. The whole conversation was very strange, right? We do a stream afterwards too. And during the stream, there's a comment on the stream that's like, wow, it's so weird to see George around these people who are using such profanity, right? He would call the stream the Goon Squad, right?
Oh, yeah. Because George
whatever.
is
We
good
finished the
Christian
fucking
boy, right?
filming.
I get a couple days later, you know, the rough cut, which is supposed to just be the raw footage, in my opinion. But they had removing sections of this conversation, you know, without any notice, right? In my opinion, like they removed all the parts where I was like, hey, going on the show the first time fucking drove me crazy. They just snipped that away. Like, we need
for
that.
comedic value. Okay.
And then we do the live stream, right? On the live stream, George reads a comment about how it's weird that like he's around so much profanity, right? And then Caleb uses that as an opportunity to drop the C word. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, what a horribly unprofessional thing to do to another person in this space. To drop the C word after they're clearly uncomfortable about the language that's being used on the program, right? To just blatantly do that on a live stream without...
I mean, that's kind of douchey, but I mean, it lines up with the Jerry Springer shock value thing of you're trying to get reactions out of people.
Thousands of people watching. Cool, whatever.
But yeah, if anything, this video is like, I do believe him with quite a bit. I do think that some of the issues were of his own making, but I do think that the Caleb Hammer has like gone downhill, and that the show itself is, I don't know, kind of like a shell of what it used to be, and definitely what it could be.
There was also a guy that I deeply look up to named Chris Do, and Chris Do is this person that had helped me previously in my career. His ideas had helped me make money as I was struggling to build my own marketing agency. I watched his videos religiously.
Didn't your marketing agency fail? Oh well.
And I had implemented a lot of his advice, and I deeply, deeply looked up to this guy. I met him at a YouTube creator event. So anyway, I talked to Chris Do. I'm like, Chris, like, you know, I took your advice earlier in my career, and it caused me to, you know, fundamentally change my life. I quit my job as a result of your advice, and I built a...
That's not good. So you quit your good job, and then you started a business which failed. Thank you, YouTuber, for inspiring me to do that. That isn't... Okay.
Marketing agency. Chris, what if you told me the wrong advice, man? Like, does that ever fuck with you? Thinking to myself...
Oh, because he's like, oh, he's trying to imply that it was his fault. I mean, I guess you're also the one who took it.
Like,
but...
you know, I'm racked with guilt all the time. Chris Do essentially gives me the advice from Spider-Man. He goes, like, with great power comes great responsibility.
A personal brand is the impression that people have about you, that gut feeling about who you are, your values, your belief systems, and you need to consistently show up as that person. So you're going to share what you know, and you're going to build this upon the experience and the things you've actually accomplished, not the things you just read about. And there's a general rule here, which is you do personal development in private when no one's watching. And when you
just like a self-help guy or something,
discover things, you teach that in public.
Like, we have a responsibility as content creators to do right by our audience, right? To search until we have the correct answers. And so I remember that evening after the George Camel shoot and everything, I remember staying up very, very, very late, and I wrote like an equation. Because, like, you know, I was at that point so much that I didn't know what was reality and what was not. I remember picking 4 criteria, right? The first criteria was long-term monetary health. The second criteria was short-term monetary health.
Okay, you did
the third criteria was
pros and
long-term
cons
reputation,
type thing.
And the fourth criteria was morally correct. Those were the 4 criteria in which I evaluated my decision on. There was a decision matrix I needed to make as well, right? I could either quit and just walk the fuck out the door. I could try to implement change, or I could do like a combination of multiple, right? Or I could do nothing. I remember sitting down and literally numerically like assigning weights and doing a weighted average of like how to conduct myself and make this decision. Morally correct was like 60% of the weight. I knew there was going to be a negative short-term monetary impact to me if I quit my job, right? You know, I assigned each one a score out of 10. So that was like a 2 out of 10, right? Like, I did have some savings though. I had about 3 months of savings. So like I knew that like even if I did decide to leave, like the short-term monetary impact wouldn't be completely debilitating. Then I thought long-term monetary impact, right? It's like, okay, well, probably if I left,
he was fired 3 months ago. Been making videos. He's trying to cash in on freaking BetterHelp. That's a little late to do that, but okay. Oh. Wait, is this also a Caleb Hammer style video?
His goal to surpass Mr. Beast and become the biggest YouTuber on the planet. Welcome to Chasing Dragons. I'm your host, Noah Chrysler. This is a show where I sit down with creative entrepreneurs to explore the dragons that they're chasing, those big, bold goals that drive them. But we're not just talking.
Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let me go back.
It's like my long-term earning potential probably wouldn't be.
So maybe make the business first, then if it works, quit. Like my little business makes decent money, but I'm nowhere near being able to do it full time all year. Yeah. But okay, so what I was trying to imply there is, so he quit. So he quit fired 3 months ago. He said he has a 3-month emergency fund. The emergency fund is out. It's in theory because it's been 3 months. Unless if he has a new job, is it just, well, this didn't work out. Hopefully this video will save me. Is that what's happening? I'm probably just I'm pulling that out of my butt, but it's interesting. Interesting little lineup there.
Negatively hindered all too much. That was like a 5 out of 10. Then it was long-term reputation, like, you know, staying presented like, and then morally correct. I ran these multiple scenarios, and what I ultimately came away with was I needed to leave. Leaving was probably the best
I can see him
option.
hoping this video
But then I
saves him.
realized there's no marginal cost of trying to affect change on my way out the door, right? That's what I perceived at the time. I could tell administration, hey, you know, these changes need to be made.
Fair
and
enough.
just see what
Fair
happens.
enough.
So I do that. The next morning, I go to Robert, Caleb's business partner. People are like, well, why didn't you just talk to Caleb about these things? And it's like, well, I did talk to Caleb about these things for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. And so it just became this like dead end, right? And so instead I just talked to Robert. So I talked to Robert in the morning. I'm like, hey, Robert, like, I'm not going to have this conversation with you because it's being recorded by Caleb on the security camera, and I want to make sure that we can have a privileged moment between you and me. So instead we go for a walk around the facility, and I explained to Robert, I go, Robert, can you explain to me why you think some of the things that we're doing here are okay? And he goes, yeah, well, you know, these 3 things are true about our operation and true about Caleb, meaning that all of the stuff that we're doing here is justified. I go, okay, cool. I listened to him for about 45 minutes explaining these 3 things, right? Then I give him instances where each one of those 3 things was blatantly violated by Caleb. You know, you're saying that it's okay that we did this because he didn't do this, but that's actually not true because I can point to this situation here. We had this conversation around the building. I then tell Robert, I go, Robert, have you seen the fucking raw shoot footage from Brent Davey? Because like I had Robert go and look for the source footage, right? Because that was obviously removed from the edit. So I go and I get the raw footage from Brandon, or I encourage Robert to go get that from Brandon, and Robert watches that footage. Robert then goes and he talks to Caleb for some time. And it's a normal day of work, right? So we all sit back down. Now, at this point, the editing
Do you think that Caleb will like acknowledge him other than just making this little edit of like, haha, you won't be surprised I fired him? Other than that, do you think he's gonna respond to it at all? Or do you think it's like his numbers, the numbers on this video are small for an anti-Caleb video, because anti-Caleb videos can do decently well. So
team had finished editing the episode with Brent Davey, and so it's a Friday, I think, and so
that's
like
if it blows up more. I don't think much is gonna come from this.
over lunch, before the guest for that day is coming in, over lunch we all sit down and we watch the
I think it'd be pretty dumb for him to respond. Yeah, no, I figure he wouldn't.
Brent Davey edit. The Brent Davey video opens with, you know, this like joking caricature opening about how it's like a Smash Bros intro. It's framed
because it's the Keto Man. That's what the people wanted. That's what I wanted. Whenever I saw it, I was like so hyped. You can see my reaction to it. I was hyped to see Taquito Man. It's not because, I wonder if Taquito Man changed. We all kind of assumed that he wouldn't because he's Taquito Man.
It's like a friendly rivalry. Throughout this conversation, you know, as Caleb systematically humiliates Brent over and over and over again with each t-shirt and whatever, I just look around the room and every single person in this room is smiling and laughing. And I realize, like, truly, like, the level of dehumanization that is going on, right? It's like this man that we're laughing at right now, and we're all sitting there, sitting around.
Are you trying to say that he was like suicidal or something? What are you saying?
As Caleb is literally making fun of him for online views and money. And I'm furious. I'm sitting there staring daggers across from myself into another production person. And Robert stops the filming. He realizes, uh-oh, Noah's like having a fucking mental break. Because I'm right. Like, I watched something fucking horrible go down. And I'm fucking tweaking.
Oh, boy.
And so Robert stops the viewing party, right? Robert stops the viewing party. We go and we film with the guest. And then that afternoon, I'm called into Robert's office. The last conversation that I had in person with Caleb Hammer was when we recorded that last post show. I don't even fucking remember what happened during that conversation. I was disassociating the entire time. I sit down, I'm pulled into Robert's office, and Robert fires me, which I knew was coming. I am so anxious right now. I'm experiencing so many different emotions, like
Wait, so you didn't even, like, put an ultimatum out, you just got fired? Oh. I thought that it's like, oh, I at least went out with the blaze of glory, but okay.
mentally reliving all of these things that like it's difficult for me to articulate, I think, some of the nuances of this, but like you don't understand how much that fucking hurt me. You don't get it, right? Because even though Caleb is, in my opinion, even though he put me through all of this shit, right? Like Caleb Hammer was one of my best friends. People don't understand that. Even Caleb.
It's because you haven't, like, there seemed to be camaraderie there, so you're the one who's more, like, taking down that image. So, oh boy. So are we gonna get to, like, their personal relationship now? Because he hasn't really talked about that much.
Like to diminish our relationship to like, oh, well, you know, he just works here. But like we were essentially like comedy duo partners, like on his post show. We had a very, very like, it was strange for sure, but like I don't think Caleb is very close to very many people, and I'm not super close to very many people either. We were buddies, right? We were fucking good buddies.
That's what it came across as. It's, at least he was like your favorite. It's like, it seemed like it was like good-natured ribbing.
And I talk about too, like the
the
fawning thing. Like I used to joke on the show all the time that Caleb was my dad. That was a joke that I would tell all the time. You know, even jokingly referring to somebody as your father, there was a closeness between us that was implicit to me and very important to me.
You're sleep. Interesting. I have any questions? Oh, okay. That wasn't still paused. That was just him staring into the. Okay.
And then to be fired, to be fired by like, to not even be fired by that person.
It's probably because he didn't want to fire you. He probably didn't want to be the one to have to do it. If you were buddies, would you want to have to fire your friend, or would you prefer someone else to do it? I mean, it might be nicer for your friend to do it to like kind of let you down easier, but I don't know.
To have him have his buddy do the dirty work, right, of firing me.
Oh yeah, there's like three.
I get home, and
more parts.
As I'm being fired, Robert, he proposes this idea to me that like, they'll pay me if I sign their severance agreement. It's an NDA that.
Did anyone else kind of reminded of like the Jake Weddle like Mr. Beast thing? Like does this remind me of, or does this remind anyone else of that? Where it's like it's like the guy who was doing it was definitely scummy, but to some degree, it's like I mean, you could leave. I mean, you could take the body. There's like I don't know, where it's kind of like. I mean, the dude's a douche, but, I mean, you could probably leave, I go, I'll have to watch the rest of the stream later. This is gold. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
And so, the deal is put on the table of sign this deal, get paid your and get the fuck out. I tell Robert during the interaction that I need at least 2 weeks in order to evaluate that decision, but I knew deep in my fucking soul that I was never going to fucking sign a piece of paper like that. That evening, as this negotiation is on the table, Caleb Hammer texts me the security camera footage of me being fired.
When you already have like
firing me. The next
NDAs and non-competes and stuff. So why not just take the money and have more of a emergency fund?
Next morning, he sent me an email about, oopsie, I had confided in him right, multiple times on his show, that I had trauma around being fired. That night after I received that
Okay,
text,
yeah, I think most people do. I don't think that firing is generally a happy, pleasant, everyone loves it experience. It's like one time in the office. That was a TV show.
message from Caleb Hammer, I immediately freaked the fuck out. I was terrified, right? I was terrified. Caleb Hammer knew where I lived. I lived less than a mile from his studio. I lived less than a quarter mile from his studio. I would skateboard to his fucking studio. I went and I bought mace. I bought a baseball bat, and I bought
Of course you were a skateboarder. Why are you getting
a fucking doorstop because I had no idea what was going to happen, right? My sense of safety was gone. My sense of safety was fucking obliterated in that moment. I get the email the next morning, which is plausible deniability in my opinion. Caleb says, oh, whoopsie, I accidentally sent you the footage of your own firing.
I'm like 99% sure that it was an accident. 99% sure that it was truly an accident. Unless if there's a lot of stuff that you're not talking about that would show that he is this vindictive. I really do think that he probably does separate his work from his personal life and just sees yelling at people on YouTube as his job. I don't know.
Right. My mother immediately flies down to Austin, Texas, right? She drops everything. I was so mentally fucked up that like I was genuinely...
Okay, mom to the rescue. Which, fair. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I think that's good. That's mom helping you out. I just say people are going to make jokes.
Like terrified, right? I go to a lawyer and I essentially decide this. I decide I'm not signing anything, and I essentially propose.
Okay, so you did go to a lawyer. Did you tell them about this video? Did they tell you not to do that?
To them, I proposed like a mutual peace treaty because like if Caleb told a story definitively about my departure from that company, I knew I was going to spend so much time rewriting the public narrative that like I couldn't have that, right? So I'm like, look, if you talk about this at all,
I can be honest, I don't think people care. I really don't think people care. Let's be honest here. We were kind of like, I wonder where Noah went, and we made jokes about you getting eaten by the team. I know we're weird. But it wasn't like, he probably just got fired or something. I don't know. Maybe he left. Maybe he had another project.
About this too. I will agree to not talk about this situation if you agree to not mention me. And they go for that, which is great. That buys me time. That said, it also makes me walk on eggshells for the next like 6 months of my life, right?
Wait,
if you don't talk about me, I won't.
Okay, so he made the fired video. When did he get fired? To the I got fired video, he had already been fired for a while, maybe at least 3 months.
Talk about you. That's the armistice that we have for multiple months. My mom flies down. I'm fucking terrified. We take all my shit. We sell most of it, right? I literally lose thousands of dollars in value of my shit just because like I'm like, get me the fuck home, right?
That also is, I've lost the getting rid of my stuff. I've just been purging of my hoard. So you generally don't get the amount of money that you put in originally. It's just a shame to see like money disappear, but it's like, okay, need to move on.
Sell all my shit because I'm fucking terrified. People don't understand that like I genuinely feared for my safety. And you can make fun of me of that. Like I don't care, but like I genuinely to my core was like, this man is powerful. So get me the fuck home. And in less than a week, I sell all my shit and we drive from Austin, Texas back to New York. The drive is about 22 hours or something. You know, if you have no traffic, and we had traffic. I did this in 2 days, right? I was so scared that we shoved all of my shit in my car.
I made you drove through Texas. Especially Austin has traffic, and then, of course, New York has traffic.
What we could, and we fucking haul ass back to Syracuse in 2 days. I drove, of the 22 hours, I think I drove like 18 of them or 17 of them by myself, and my mom did like a little bit of the relief. And suddenly I'm back home.
Is your dad disappointed? Are you going to talk about that? Is that it?
I'm having trouble with this because this is awful to talk about. Like, I bet nobody's going to fucking even watch this late into the video. If you watch this late into the video, post a comment. At this point, I'm back in New York, right?
Yeah.
I'm back in New York. Like, my mind is racing, right? I'm like, okay, you know, how do I come out on top from all this, right? That's like what my mind is doing, right? Well, I built a company, not realizing at the time, like, how deeply psychologically fucked up I am from all of this, right? I don't realize that I'm like, I think I'm like hard, right? I think I'm like, oh, fuck it. I don't realize that I think I'm like Iron Man 1, right? And I realize... upon reflection, I'm actually Iron Man 3 when he starts to have like PTSD fucking like flashbacks and shit, and he has like a panic attack, and Jarvis is like, dude, I think it's just you freaking the fuck out, right?
How did you get out of the wormhole?
I thought I was in Iron Man 1.
What the actual heck? Okay, gotta reiterate this again. Your life is not a movie. I do think it's funny that he's comparing himself to Iron Man, but okay. Sure. I understand relating to media. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's like exaggerated versions of the real world, so it's the emotions and that kind of stuff, but I don't know. In general, if I was already questioning your like view of reality, I don't think that really helped me see you as more grounded, if that makes any sense.
I'm trying to talk to my old friends. I'm trying to reconnect with my old friends. I go social media dark, and I'm just trying to be a person again. My first goal is to get out of my parents' house, and I'm like, okay, we have this building. It's like a small cottage. We have this in our family, but like it was kind of falling apart. There was some shit that needed to be done, some work that needed to be done on it. And I'm like, okay, let's crawl.
Okay.
How can I make forward progress in my life? Let's get the fuck out of mom and dad's house. I'll go fix up this place. And I did
There's
that.
nothing wrong with being in your parents' house as long as you have a goal. There's nothing wrong with that. It can save you money. Even if they charge you rent, it's probably cheaper. There's nothing wrong with living with your parents as long as you are making forward motion in other ways.
Place where I can like be alone with my thoughts, right? Which is so wonderful. I know I need money, so I go and I get 2 bartending jobs, and I'm serving drinks as a bartender eventually. As I start
you
to
look
go
like one.
through my daily life,
He looks like he's a bartender, to be honest.
I notice certain cracks, right? I notice certain cracks within me, right? My
Maybe
buddy,
more brewery, like a hipster brewery. I could see it.
he has a bachelor party, and I go to the bachelor party, and there's like a minor conflict, and like normally at earlier points in my life this wouldn't have been like a big deal, but like I realized that like I'm so incredibly emotional as a result of going through this situation that like I'm starting to realize this, right? I'm starting to realize this in interactions with people in my life, right? I talk to my parents and I freak out, right? I talk to my friends and I freak out, right? And I'm like, what is happening? And I begin to realize like, oh my God, like I think I'm fucked up. Right? It's so hard to explain to people who have never had significant mental health struggles before what it's like to become aware that like you might not be mentally well as a result of the experiences that you've experienced.
My diagnosis is that you've experienced a severe
I'm again. Come on, bro.
anxiety attack.
Me?
After weeks and weeks and weeks of people telling me what to do and, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't talk about it, right? 'Cause everyone I'm surrounded by.
Honestly, when I figured out I was anxious and depressed, I was mainly like, oh, good. There's something I can do about it. Or there's like tools to help me out with it. I'm not just gonna be sad for the rest of my life. I was mainly happy. I was mainly happy about figuring out I had mental health issues. That makes sense. Because then it's like, oh, there's like ways to deal with it. That it's not just like figuring it out on my own.
I was so afraid when I came back. I was just telling them all of the horrible things that Caleb could do to me if he so choose, right? If I navigated the situation in the wrong way, maybe he could sue me. Maybe he could send somebody after me. Maybe he could send a private investigator after me. Maybe he could try to slander my online reputation. Maybe he could try to make it so I can never get hired in this industry ever again. He could blacklist me. Maybe he could...
You did that. You just did that to yourself. You literally just did that to yourself, bro. You sabotaged yourself.
Do all these things. I would tell everybody in my life all these things like ad nauseum, right? And so like they started to mirror those statements back to me, right? And I didn't even think about that. And so like they deeply would.
Are they disagreeing with you or what?
Discourage me from ever making anything like this, right?
Well, yeah, no, because it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to make anything like this. You're inviting retaliation, and then you make if you want to work for another YouTuber, because let's be honest, your YouTube isn't succeeding. Bro, this doesn't look good. This makes you look like a liability.
In my life would be like, oh, like they would be so they were gripped with such fear. But I've wanted to make content my entire life. So I started to realize it's like, okay, I need to make
Oh,
incremental crawling progress forward in any manifestation. So I started with an audio only podcast. I started with Brain Juice, right? The idea that like let's just like talk. So I started an audio only podcast.
Okay.
And the first episode was kind of a janky mess, but like, you know, it's essentially me saying like, hey, like I'm going to figure this out. It's essentially me throwing down the gauntlet of like, I'm going to figure out how to do this.
Oh,
And
boy.
that's what that first episode is supposed to
Let's be honest. I don't think the answer to your problems is to start a podcast. This one might be a go to therapy issue if you're literally thinking about this all the time.
be. And in every subsequent thing, like what I realized eventually was that like I was trying to like put my psyche back together. I was trying to put back together an identity because in one moment, as soon as
don't
Robert
think
fired me from that company,
podcasts
my
can do that.
identity had shattered. For some reason, as I was like making stuff, like I felt compelled. I was experiencing so many
boy.
intense emotions. This whole situation made me deal with like years and years and years of repressed trauma. I started a series called My Failure Resume where I
What?
would go through my past projects and I would
What's the
talk
other
about
trauma?
how the deeply ingrained shame and embarrassment that I felt from each one of them. And as I
Okay, so it's just like the trauma is just failing? I mean, failing's not fun. I do it all the time, but is that yeah, I don't know what the definition of trauma is. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe it's just because it's like I don't mean to do the starving kids in Africa argument because I don't like that argument. You know, the whole idea of like, oh, you're having a bad day. Well, there's starving kids in Africa. It's like that doesn't matter. I still feel bad now. It doesn't make me feel any better that someone else is doing worse than me. There's always gonna be someone doing worse. So it's like it's a genuine thing for him. So there's that. It has to make a genuine issue. It needs to find a solution to it. So I'm gonna try not to go starving kids in Africa, even though that it's like, oh, that's your trauma, but fair. That's a thing to struggle with. That is fair. I struggle with things that other people would think it's stupid too. It's fine.
unpacked that shame and embarrassment and I went back and I made a few apologies and I
Not that
I
I
went
say
back
yours
and I
is
corrected
stupid,
my
but
own
you know.
record, right? I wanted to make sure
The comments
that
are
the public saw
the comments
me
are saying
for what I
that. A lot of the comments are saying, but yeah.
back and I corrected my own record, right? I wanted to make sure that the public saw me for what I actually was. I wanted people to understand like, oh, like this is like a fucking builder, right? This person is like compulsively building these things because it drove
Drew. I can be honest, the public does not care. Public does not care, and the fact that you want them to care so bad mainly just kind of comes off as pathetic and concerning. You need to bring your self-worth from yourself, not because of what other people think about you. I don't think that's healthy.
drove me insane. They thought that Caleb was my savior. It's like Caleb Hammer is not my savior. I am fucking crazy, right? I build shit. I fucking build shit and
What are you talking about, Grill? What?
fucking hungry. And so it felt like he was stealing that identity from me. And I wanted to first
Oh,
take
boy.
back that identity. Because at my heart, at my core, I'm an entrepreneur and someone who builds. Reestablishing
Do
that as my
you?
identity.
Because it seems like it. Sorry, but I keep on thinking about you as like as you're talking about being a builder. I'm thinking about like a little kid with bricks, and the bricks just keep on falling down. It's like a kid playing with blocks, and then the blocks just keep tumbling down every time. Because it's don't know if your building isn't structurally secure, maybe you shouldn't be building. I don't know, man. Maybe you're a maintainer, not a builder. I don't know if you keep on. Maybe don't do the same thing over and over again if it's not working.
Identity was my first objective. I start making stuff. I start putting out stuff as in the cadence that I can.
I say as a failed streamer / YouTuber, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not like depending on this for income, so I don't know. But I guess this is a hobby for him too if he's working like 2 bartender jobs. But I think he wants this to be a job. I mean, it'd be nicer if this was a job for me too. I don't know. Yeah.
Try to audio only at
Shouldn't be
first,
too
and then
hard
we
on
add
him,
video in.
I guess.
Some of it has traction. In the video that I made about the RIT newsman, I'm like, oh, it'd be really funny to fuck with him and try to like position it in a way that's like, hey, like I got fired. And then I made the beginning of the video like super ambiguous so that it was like, hey, like maybe Noah talks about this time.
Wait, so did you just clickbait?
Nobody cares about my work. Nobody cares about. Uh-oh. The court.
Huh. So is it just talking about random firings, I guess?
Nobody cares about my work. Nobody cares about my work. And suddenly they cared for some reason. When an employer communicates
boy.
to you that they don't want you to work there, that is not always a bad thing. That is sometimes something.
Oh boy. So he failed at YouTube, disappointed Caleb and his dad, and sucks at building. Sounds like a that's right, not to be mean to him. Stop making it sound like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so he did a clickbait. He did a clickbait, and that was one of his more viewed videos because people were like, oh, he did a clickbait. Interesting.
Cool. Eventually.
And it might have been because people were looking for this video because I saw being like, oh, new Caleb hit piece dropped, and like Chud Logic and like the Papa Gut were like, and I saw like their thumbnails, and it's like, oh, that's interesting. I want to look into this.
Actually, I
wonder if others like looked up just Noah fired and they clicked on the clickbait and it's like, wait, what? And then they found the actual video.
Balls, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back and retroactively correct some of these narratives that were spun about me, about my departure from Hammer Media. I was on the creepy Caleb Hammer subreddit. I put out all this video. I try to work with these.
Oh, I guess there's like a whole subreddit dedicated to like anti Caleb Hammer. Interesting. So I guess he joined like the haters because he was mad.
People to make all this shit, and I think on some level I decided like, okay, I don't think I need to make a video about this situation because like I can go and conquer the world with my own content, right? I can take the high road, and ultimately.
Caleb video, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video. Decent, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video, not a Caleb video. Oh no, man. Well, no, man. It's saying I don't think it's working.
Ultimately, what I realized is what I've been trying to do is make a vlog. And in creating the first episode of the vlog, the original name of my channel was Noah Chrysler TV. This vlog is going to be the relaunch of Noah Chrysler TV. And on television shows, the pilot episodes are always like, where are we starting? Where does the story start? In Community, the story starts with Jeff Winger, being demoted from a lawyer. He was disbarred and now he's going to community college, right? That's the beginning of his story. Right? That backstory is very important to the premise of Community. I created the first episode of Noah Chrysler TV with that mindset, right? It's like, what's the backstory that leads up to this, right? And so I recorded this very deep.
Is Caleb Hammer a nom de plume? No, I think that's his actual name. I think that's his actual name, which is kind of crazy that that's his name, but I think that is because I know that like that's also his like his composer stuff is under that name, so I'm pretty sure it's the same name. Community mentioned for the Reddit or
deeply angry monologue in the woods, and as I'm cutting it, I'm just realizing like this is not usable. Like this is not I'm not gonna come across in the ways like I need to be meticulous with this, and I can't be meticulous.
And then you made this. Oof.
It's because like I can't make it both meticulous but also entertaining. So eventually you will probably see that episode. But this is why I'm making this video is because I realized.
Should we subscribe, chat? Should I subscribe to Noah?
I just needed to communicate as much of this information as possible to you before giving you that context.
Sure, why not? We need to see what his gotta keep an eye on him. Yeah.
The public violation, Caleb breaking his promise to not talk about you, his sanitized story gaining traction on Reddit, your intervention with facts, timeline, and receipts. I send Caleb's team a message. I'm going to go correct these old false narratives about me over
Heavily paraphrasing, okay.
Reddit, that your audience, they're all spreading speculation. So I jump into those threads and I clarify. Before I did that, I sent...
Bro, why did you go to Reddit? It's Reddit. What are you doing? Oh, gosh.
I sent communications to Caleb Hammer and his team. I'm like, look, I will not tolerate false narratives being spread about me in this situation. It is one of the most traumatic...
You were a public figure on the internet. It's gonna happen. If they're not, like, calling you, like, a criminal, what can you do?
Situations of my fucking life. I go take to Reddit after that, and I correct the record. 2 days later,
my
Caleb
gosh.
jumps into a...
Reddit should not be your answer, man. This guy's last name is Chrysler. Why does that sound like a the German buddy cop TV show? Hammer with Chrysler. That would be funny.
Reddit thread, and if you look back at my content since the
boy.
start of making, since the relaunch of my channel, there are seeds sown through all of my content about this situation. I'm talking about past traumatic situations from my life. I'm talking about other stuff, but I'm talking about that in the wake of this situation, this fucking mental nuclear bomb that I went through. The last video that I posted to this channel, it's supposed to be a dream sequence, right? Where it's supposed to be about like, hey, like imagine this idea that like you could wake up, become self-aware in your own life as if you're in a lucid dream. You could.
Okay. I want to see this higher
Caleb
video.
Hammer, you recently posted a YouTube.
Okay, let's see. Let me turn this down slightly, I think. Thing about trying to
Community update looking for a junior producer. I eagerly applied to the job. I left a comment. You hearted my comment. So then I eagerly awaited your reply. And then I heard nothing for days. Which, by the way, I completely understand. You're a busy.
So wait, is this? I think this is his original vid. Isn't this just his application video?
Guy, you're out here, you're releasing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, hitting that upload schedule. You're making that money, baby. You're making that money.
I get a trillion DMs a day now, so I get not being able to look at them.
So, Caleb, to see if I can get you to reply, I thought I'd make this video and give you the top 5 reasons you should hire me in 231 seconds. Reason 1, I've basically done the job before.
I'm gonna be honest, this feels like a very like old style YouTube video, which is not necessarily bad, but it, yeah.
4. I did 2 projects that are very similar to Financial Audit. The first one is a podcast that I hosted called Life Story, and the second one is a legal podcast that I produced called Let's Talk About Death and Taxes. And for both of
I wonder if he spends money on these things because they're not doing well.
I did a ton of production and I handled casting and booking of all of the guests. I reached out to people, I did guest intake with Google Forms, and I created an entire workflow for people to apply and then be on the show. I would select the best guests for the shows that we were making so that we could have the most informative and the most entertaining episodes. And from your post, it seems like that's exactly what you're looking for, and I know I can nail that because I've done it before.
How many inquiries do you get every day of people who want to be on the show?
30 or 40 a day. She compiles them into a spreadsheet, and we make sure that there are diverse enough situations and situations that we can help the most.
Reason 2, I've made a ton of content over the years.
I just make content. I make content.
You good? Although none of my projects have had
trying to do like a 9 Dubs video?
super mainstream success, I've been making videos for the.
Wait, you did.
Make content.
You good? Although none of my projects have had super
None of my
mainstream success, I've been making videos for the better part of 10 years. I've done a lot of different stuff with a really strong focus on storytelling as well as.
This means that it wasn't. This means he paid for it. This means it wasn't for Caleb thing. How much did he pay for skydiving? It's important to me. How much does skydiving cost? Okay, it's not too bad. Okay, it's not too bad. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. This is just a little for your
Interviewing and
hobby.
journalism. I
That's
can
not
help
too
you
bad for your
diversify and-
hobby. That's not crazy to spend on your hobby.
Have had super mainstream success. I've been making videos for the better part of 10 years. I've done a lot of different stuff with a really
I thought
strong
it'd be way more, to be honest. Same. So I'm glad that it
focus
wasn't as
on
much.
storytelling as well as interviewing and journalism. I can help you diversify and create more content for your audience. In your recent conversation with Graham Stephan, he mentions that right now you should be looking for ways to diversify your content and keep things fresh while also continuing to produce your show that's been a smash hit.
Here's the way I see it. You have something very good going on. Here's my fear.
So you're
with
just
your
telling
channel.
what Graham
There's gonna
told
be a point eventually where it gets a bit stale. Sure. I'd also like to see you at some point
I
maybe
think we are kind of at that point, to be honest.
going in like car shopping and like you at motorcycles. I think stuff like that is how you keep your business.
Do you think Caleb posts in the hating car like subreddit? I've seen like some people make videos on it. That Reddit those people there are pretty
going
funny.
well and continuing to expand.
I can help you produce these new content ideas, and if you're open to it, I've got a couple ideas that I think would be a perfect fit for your channel. Reason 3, my background in digital marketing. I've recently decided to pivot my career away from online marketing into content production, but that leaves me with a ton of marketing experience that I know I could use to help you grow your business and create a better experience for your audience. My degree is from the Rochester Institute of Technology, and it's in new media marketing.
I have a degree in information systems. And they're going to have this degree in information systems and no one cares.
And for the better part of
So he knew what the show was. He saw the Taquito Band show.
the last 6 years, I've gotten a ton of hands-on digital marketing experience. This has left me with a bunch of skills that I know could really help your business. I know I could help you redesign your website, help you better integrate your merch store, and expand the financial education resources that you have available for your audience. I'm thinking we set up Caleb Hammer Peace University, right? Move out of the way, Dave. I can also help you by paying close attention to analytics and helping you keep an eye on thumbnail design and click-through rates, as well as watch time and retention, not only on YouTube, but on TikTok and more. I'll be your graph boy. Clap your hands, I'll show up with a graph. Reason 4.
He says he can do all this stuff and then is surprised when he's given a lot of work.
I'm an actual fan of your show. I've been a fan for a while and I love Financial Audit. Your show is funny and important, and I think it truly helps the people that come on it and the people that watch it. I would love to help you grow your channel and connect with more people who could truly benefit from what you teach. Reason 5. I also love taquitos. Caleb, I've put links to a ton of different projects that I've worked on over the years in the description of this video so that you can get a better idea of my skills and whatnot. And also, if you go to my website, you can get a much better idea of my skills. If you're interested, please send me an email to contact@noahchrysler.com, and I hope that I hear from you soon.
Cool. Interesting. I wonder if the video's old, because... Wait, is this supposed
You
to
get
be
80 years, and then you destructive, right? No idea is perfect in isolation.
Is this supposed to be his dream thing? And he keeps using the weird AI videos.
Other people for my own gain, and maybe that's the story that I want to tell with my 80 years on the planet. But maybe it's, what does a balanced relationship look like with that?
Is he making weird AI edits of himself? Why do they look like this? Why do they look like this? Okay, sorry. I've been getting into the weeds. Let's actually finish this video. Yeah. Hello, Saints.
Make an application video that gets you sent halfway across the country so that you can go and fucking work on a show that's seen by millions of people. You could lucid dream in your own life, take control of your own life, and
Isn't lucid dreaming just being able to have control over your actions? So that's just life? What?
fucking write reality.
Or are you talking about like being able to like fly and stuff? I don't think you can hack the Matrix.
Right? But then what if that lucid dream becomes a waking nightmare? What if you get caught in a web that you didn't see? People are going to call me a clout chaser. People are going to call me all sorts of fucking horrible, fucked up shit. But like, look, here's the facts of that. I've been making content for over 10 years. I am not a successful content creator. I don't have a critical mass of audience. I don't have critical mass of people that support me. And you know what? This video will probably be one of the most viewed things I've ever made in my entire fucking life. And you know what? People are going to be like, well, you know what? He's only attacking Caleb because whatever. And you know what? That's not true. That said, I've been trying to become a content creator for the past decade, and I've failed at it. I'm trying to make things systematically and produce things at a regular cadence, but I have a attention deficit disorder, and so it makes execution of those things very difficult, right? I'm working with a team of people right now that is very, very successful and like really good and experienced at what they're doing to try to help me build the content.
Are you paying them, or are you working with them?
Creation mechanism and machine. I'm collaborating with people nowadays that like, would have blown my mind 2 years ago, which is fucking awesome. But like that said, like this is very, very, very early, right? And I fucking bust my dick off trying to make.
Did you know that 10 years is early in a YouTube career? Wow, I didn't know that. I thought it was, I don't know, like a year or so is like early. I don't know.
Amazing shit. But it gets a couple hundred views here and there. So like I get it. But like, I want this really, really fucking bad. I want this so much that I tried to make it happen for him, right? I tried to make my own little microcosm of a career from his machine, and it left me broken and fucked up, right? Really? And so now I'm just going to try to do it on my own,
right? And that's probably going to come with slower growth. It's probably going to come with less resources. It's probably going to come with more pain and more stumbling. But you know what? At least it's going to be mine. So if you're interested in that, I hope that you watch my
Okay,
future
we'll
shit. I hope you dig back
see
through my other
about
past
that.
shit, right? Because all of it is, in my opinion, pretty interesting. I will someday release this vlog that I've been working on. I have 2 shows, one called
Yeah,
Brain
boy.
Juice, which is a solo podcast. And then I have another show called Chasing Dragons, which is about entrepreneurship and shit.
Why do you have so many podcasts? Why do you think that you're so interesting enough to have all these podcasts? They say it's a freaking reaction VTuber, I know, but still.
My point is that I'm trying to make content. For the past 6 or so months, I've tried to put this behind me. I never wanted to make this video. But I realize now
Why does everyone say
like
that?
I have to make this video, because unless I make this video, I will never receive closure on any of these things. So this is this
I don't think the video is going to give you the closure that you want, bro.
video. Thank you for watching it if you made it towards the end. To the people who have reached out to me as a result of this situation, to the people who have surrounded me with kindness and empathy, you know, they've listened to me. Thank you specifically to Emily. Emily.
Oh, that's his therapist friend. Okay. How do you guys feel about crying on camera? If it's pre-recorded? How do you feel about that? Is that a no or is that a go?
Thank you so much for getting it. Thank you to my cousin Brandon for being here since the fucking beginning of this shit. And thank you to my parents. My parents have been through hell.
It's
and
funny.
back.
Of course, Cats thinks it's funny. 50-50. Yeah. Not super sure if it's a no or
My
a
parents
go.
have been through hell and back. They don't know how to handle this. They don't know how to handle any of this shit, right? They think I'm crazy. They don't want me to get sued, but they recognize that. Like, on
I
some
mean, to
level,
be
I
fair,
need
your parents might be right that you probably shouldn't have made this video.
to speak about this in some way, and so they've been so supportive and encouraging, and I love them so much. So thank you guys. To my editors who are working for too little money, you know, thank you so.
Pay people? What? I'd pay to see Vivi cry. You would just watch my Sonic video. I cried in that. Oh boy. I mean, he could easily re-record these segments and make it better, and that show is crying. But the crying makes it genuine, I guess. I don't know. But crying can also come across to people as manipulative based on like the culture of YouTube, and it's associated with like insincere YouTube apologies and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know back, but
I need to speak about this in some way, and so they've been so supportive and encouraging, and I love them so much. So thank you guys. To my editors who are working for too little money.
okay, that's what freaking broke my brain. He's paying editors. Why are you paying editors? This is a hobby. What? Why? The editing on this video hasn't been great. Why don't you just, you know, just do it yourself? Are you paying them to make the stupid AI animations? What? What are you doing, bro? Oh my gosh. You're not in like paying mode unless if you're like making that much as a bartender that you can just afford the burn money.
You know, thank you so much. I owe you guys so much, and I'm so.
This reminds me. He reminds me of Romaine in terms of the like. Just you probably should not be spending this much money on your career thing. I think Romaine got into more issues with it, but still.
Sorry that I couldn't pay you more money, but I don't have any. And lastly, thank you to the people who have been kind
Yeah,
to
then
me
you shouldn't be paying them at all. You should learn how to edit. Oh gosh.
in my DMs. It's so wonderful to connect with you guys. You know, people who like genuinely seem to actually
There's plenty of free ones, DaVinci Resolve and stuff. What? Oh boy.
fucking give a shit about me in my life.
Just use YouTube as a resource to learn how. I know I'm not like the best editor, but I'm slowly learning how to do things. What are you
Working for too
doing?
little money. You know, thank you so much. I owe you guys so much, and I'm so sorry that I couldn't pay you more money, but I don't have any. And lastly, thank you to the people who have been kind to me in my DMs.
Oh boy.
It's so wonderful to connect with you guys. You know, people who like genuinely seem to actually fucking give a shit about me in my life. Those people are awesome. So thank you for that. I'm gonna turn this off now.
Oh boy. Well, that was definitely something. I think that was a great plan. We're really grateful for the thoughtful feedback, even if it's critical. But if your comment was removed, it's likely because it was insulting or mean, not because it challenged ideas. The space is about discourse, not cruelty. We're not doing shame here. Thank you for helping keep this place where nuance and care are actually possible. Oof. Womp womp, little bro. Yeah. It hasn't. I mean, it's not being like completely bombed. It's just well, like it's a mixed reception, I guess. Oh boy, that was arguably one of the videos of all time. This freaking image is so weird. But I also want to check out
We basically
this
get
because trying to like understand, trying to like understand
offered some
his
money
mind.
by a department on campus. Build whatever big
It's not being bombed, more actually criticized. Yeah, no, it's more just people are like, bro, what are you doing? This is a bad idea. And then there's a lot of like really nice criticism. Like there's some people who are like making fun of him. So far, I'm gathering that you have the emotional maturity of an uncooked Idaho potato. Oof. Watching this before it gets taken down. It's lost me. There should have been an adult in the room. But yeah, it's mainly just. Honestly, I'm not sure what I just watched Zero Hate. I'm just super confused and feel like this is just all over the place. Kind of created a red flag video of why not to hire you. Yeah. It's yeah. Oof.
thing that you want to build. Okay. I was like, have some money. Let's do the big thing. So what did we do, Oscar?
We built a trash boat and threw it into the Genesee River.
Okay.
Let's rip this fucking premise from these people and just completely do a worse version of it. And that was our plan. I wanted to hold an American flag and wakeboard through the Hudson River in front of the Statue of Liberty and film that. And I was like, that shot would be sick as fuck. How do we get that? We will become infamous legends. And I'm like, hey, so I have this idea. Do you remember
this
going?
Is him with a buddy or something? This is the second half of my conversation with Oscar. In this half, I tell him about why 8 years ago I chose to abandon him, my best friend, as we were working a project that had potential to give us everything we ever wanted for our careers and our lives. This is a decision that part of me still regrets to this day. I don't know if watching this video fully conveys the emotional weight of I was going through at this time of my life, but this was one of the most difficult decisions I've ever made. Knowing what I know, I realized that I just stayed in Rochester and got some crappy part-time job. I continued to grind with Oscar. We could have achieved everything we wanted. Famous YouTubers have confirmed this to me. Who? Did they say you particularly, or just in general, if you keep on grinding, you can maybe make it? You're watching what is likely one of the largest mistakes in my life. To top it off, this video will likely get 100 views. Lol. Yeah, basically. I was convinced that I did not deserve the success I had. Was ashamed for seeking external validation and fame, which you still kind of do. Did not appreciate what I had. I discounted the value of my collaborators instead of looking at my own skills and what I was good at. I sought out external validation. You should still do that. And advice from people who had different lives and different goals than me. If you resonate with anything I said in this video or in this description that you're experiencing something similar, I would highly recommend looking into shadow integration. If I were able to reconcile with myself my own greed, that I wanted attention, that I wanted validation, appreciation. I think he's like addicted to self-help. I'm assuming that this is like self-help addiction. And that those things were okay. I could have made the decision to stay. Instead, I ran away. I ran away from my failures to go prove myself to people who I didn't need to prove myself to. I'd like to think that I will never make this mistake again. Hopefully that's the case, but I can't predict the future. Every time I watch something now, I plan to share it in the face and sit with it until I see the flaws and take imperfect action trying to address them. Don't run, cowards run. Sit with your failure and become friends with it. It'll save you a lot of heartache, or at least it would have for me. Okay.
door to door around Rochester and driving up to businesses
Is they
and
big Oscar
marching
goes
in there
out?
and
I mean, at least this guy's Oscar, not this guy, I guess.
saying, hey, we should film you an ad for $200. Like, we fucked up a lot of shit together. It was dope.
And now we're filming from RIT, the place of our biggest successes and biggest failures. So.
Yeah.
On average, the human brain contains just over a liter of juice. And for this show, I'm going to use every last drop. Welcome to Brain Juice with Noah Chrysler. That's me.
Okay.
I think what we should have done is we should have selected one of those ideas and devoted the entire semester to try to execute one idea. Because I really believe that if we did the...
I want to hear why he's so like convinced that he would have been successful. I need to
Statue of
know.
Liberty thing, I think that would have... If we lifted you with balloons...
I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, after
yeah,
that, what
it's
comes
dangerous,
next, right? Like, okay, we do that crazy-ass idea, and then what's next afterward? What's this?
And I think if we took all the resources and just whole-assed one thing instead of half-assing 10 different things, I think that would have pushed through the barrier and we would have started to attract attention. Instead, we
I'm not sure about
fractured our
that.
time and did a bunch of small projects. Now, that said, I had a blast doing those small projects, and I think we made some of the best videos I think I've ever made in my life. Like, that garbage vote video is my favorite.
Fantastic,
Yeah.
You remember, like, Will It Waffle?
Yes! Because eventually we realized we can't do this. Like, this is fucking insane.
Like, yeah, go.
So they were trying to do like the microwave guy. So I think this might just be me again. I'm gonna be like armchair YouTubing like the whole time. I think one of the reasons why it's not working is because he wants it to work so badly. Because he's like trying all these different projects. He's like, I'm going to become a YouTuber one way or another. But it doesn't seem like he has like a main passion other than the passion is I will be famous. And I don't think that's gonna really work. I don't think brute forcing trying to be famous as opposed to I think this thing is interesting. I'd like to talk about it, which I guess he's kind of trying to do that, but he just seems so desperate for it. Like my content's kind of all over the place. And I think that's partially just because, I find this thing interesting. I find this thing interesting. So I kind of just like wander off doing different things. Again, I'm not necessarily successful either. But I feel like he's just like desperate to find something that will actually work. And it doesn't necessarily help you that you're desperate, I guess. Hispanic guy looks like he would succeed because it looks like he doesn't really care. Yeah. Be so mean here. I'm trying not to be mean. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah. Rhett and Link are hugely famous. They get millions of views, and they don't go.
Okay, so you want to be what are those guys? The good mystical morning people? I don't think that you should be modeling yourself over a million of sub YouTubers. If anything, maybe I find this thing interesting. I'm gonna try to follow it. That as opposed to like, it seems like they're like chasing trends.
Yes, because eventually we realized we can't do this. Like, this is fucking insane.
It's like, going places.
Yeah.
And...
Rhett and Link are hugely famous. They get millions of views, and they don't go out and lift each other with balloons every week. I mean, sometimes they do, but like, but they don't always go to the Statue of Liberty on a wakeboard, right? But sometimes they do, right? It's like, what do they actually do? What is their day-to-day operation look like?
I think he might be coping a bit with his potential for success, despite what other YouTubers have told him. Yeah.
And what I think we began to realize is that they create value by bringing unique ideas and filming it in a very short, contained
audio.
Yeah, and then that allows them to do post-production onto that thing and make
Why
that
does
really...
like every podcast have the stupid like wooden wall thing? I keep on seeing that more and more.
And exciting, entertaining. It always blew my mind. It's like do you remember Dan Mace?
Dan Mace? Oh yeah, the YouTuber.
Now he manages Mr. Beast's operation.
Oh
now.
yeah, I've seen him like together. Yeah,
he's the creative.
Okay.
It always blew my mind that Dan Mace's videos didn't get more attention than they deserved.
Were fantastic.
They were amazing.
Yeah, like the editing was
and he was
insane.
Always doing amazing things. At that time, Mr. Beast was making things that were low production value, right? Like not nearly as well produced as any of Dan Mace's content, but yet Mr. Beast was getting 100x the viewership. Like,
You know, sometimes it's not production, sometimes it's charisma.
No joke. And it's like, how is this possible?
Yeah.
And so it's not about, oh, I did the biggest thing ever, right? Like that's a very like limited view of like what gets views on YouTube. That's not it at all. It is how can I create value for people? And I think how can I create leverage? That's what I began to understand.
Yeah. How can you do it like constantly in a way that, you know, like, because you have like the constant beat of content that is going out, and like, I don't know, like every month or a few times a year, they do like these crazy things like the Statue of Liberty idea. But like whenever there's no planning that, there's like a constant beat of content of like value that is being created. We have this beautiful studio that we had in Magic. How can we leverage it and try to create those stories within that space?
The way that people create value is by storytelling. That's where all
You have a studio?
the value
What?
is going to be. And storytelling is one element. I also think another element that I found fascinating was like comedy. Like, you know, how do you communicate the value of comedy in a video medium? Have you ever heard the thing of like, oh, if you film an improv performance, it's never as good as watching it live, right? And that's true, right?
That's
it's like,
true,
okay, why is that? And how does that translate to video, right? And it's like, okay, punchlines. Like, you know, you have to write punchlines. And I didn't understand that at the time. And I still struggle with it, I think, is writing punchlines and writing laugh lines for the...
It's hard, yeah.
I mean, it's I feel like a big part of comedy on YouTube is the editing to make it like hit that punch as good as it does. Like Internet Historian would not be as funny without the edits. Like it's an important like aspect of it, but I guess it also depends on your comedy style.
Yeah, and I remember like we used to spend like hours. I think like that's when our initial like training in storytelling like began. We were like watching a lot of the stuff, also like documenting our learnings, and I think that's when the next idea came for like, why it's trending. Right?
Yeah.
I remember you were graduating that semester.
And I was the most anxious I've ever been.
Yeah,
Felt
no,
like we were
they're-
falling on our face over
They're chasing trends. That's not good.
and over again. And it was excruciatingly awful. And I wanted to die.
It's the worst because
I think this guy has a problem that he thinks his education is a valid replacement for talent or skill. Yeah. See, it almost reminds me of have any of you like listened to Dr. Death or like I feel like this is a horrible person to compare him to, but like the podcast Dr. Death or like the TV show adaptation of it, or just even heard about the story. There's this guy who was like working on like spines. He became a spinal surgeon, but he was like not good at it. So how he even ended up there is like a whole thing in itself. But he just kept trying to do it. And it's like, bro, you're hurting people. But he's like, no, I'm going to succeed. So he just kept doing it. And it's like, just because that's the thing that, honestly, I think the only thing that I've seen that's kind of addresses that is like that one Pixar movie, Monsters University, that sometimes, as much as you try, you will not succeed. Sometimes you're just not built to do that. Like, you kind of have to accept that, yeah, no, my dream might not be realistic and I need to move on with my life and find something else. I don't know.
we had one semester to like kind of like make sure that we could create some value with those $10,000. And after like our first few 5, 6 video ideas, everything was just like going
200 views.
bad, yeah.
200 views. You get 50 views.
When generous, yeah. What a time in the Magic studio. We used to look almost daily to like the trending tabs, see like, okay, what's new? Why are these new videos like popping out?
Yeah. What is Jimmy Kimmel doing differently than we are? Which is like such a silly question because it's like, he's fucking Jimmy Kimmel. Like, you know? But yeah, we start why it's trending. And the idea with why it's trending is let's analyze YouTubers on the trending tab because everybody was really, really fucking talking about the trending tab back then. Do you know who Colin and Samir are?
Yeah, they've been around for a while.
I thought we had original ideas at that point. I think that's when we started to have original ideas, but we just bastardized their shit too.
We started kind of like almost like analyzing like what other people were doing, and in a way, like you know, like Jimmy Kimmel, for example. Okay, they had these guests who are like big stars. We found our way of having like these guests in our videos who we analyze, right? Like the first video we did about being in with Babish, we were like analyzing like, okay, what does he do? Why is he successful? A little bit of his background story.
You
as
have
well.
like
And
a
in way,
unique
we were talking
thing
about...
to offer to people as part of the thing. So I feel like there's a lot of people who try to come into, well, I don't know what to do. I guess I'll talk about finances or I'll talk about like self-help. I feel like those are like overcrowded spaces because partially you can just kind of say what sounds correct and it's like, okay, It's like a lot with stock people. It's just like, oh, it just didn't turn out that way. Because it's like that's kind of the nature of it. It's kind of unpredictable. Well, it's predictable, but it's not completely controllable, and it won't necessarily be logical. So you can like hide behind that to some degree.
About
I don't
things
know.
that suddenly an audience cared about, people cared about.
Hey, if we do a commentary on this thing that has a lot of eyeballs on it, then suddenly people will give a shit about our work. That's a fucking crazy insight, right? And that's the same insight that Binging with Babish used. That's the other thing is that like
You know, considering the he's also desperate. I wonder why he didn't do reaction videos. I'm honestly like shocked that he didn't do reaction videos. He tried to do ASMR. Okay. He tried to do Let's Plays. Game mashup thing? I don't know what that is. Okay. He tried to do like a D&D podcast, I guess. This challenges. Yeah. I think it's just like any attention. You might think reaction videos are beneath him. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I mean,
I love this stupid Jim Rohn
I'm
quote.
not sure
and I talk
where I
about it on
feel about reaction videos either. I hope that I add enough where it's like worth
this
it. But
podcast
I
a
don't
lot.
know.
He says, "What you work on works on you."
Those are called the facts. Well,
Why does he sound like the Whopper button guy?
learn to work harder on yourself than you do on your job. He said, if you work hard on your job, you'll make a living. If you work hard on yourself, you can make a fortune.
Okay, you know, I'm more convinced that this guy's like addicted to self-help. You think I'm
If
adding now?
you'll
Thanks,
learn that simple little principle and start the process today, latest tomorrow, give you tonight to think it over.
I loved the idea of building a company, a YouTube company that was like about
You're expanding
YouTube,
on his first video and are actually curious over his
right?
work.
Because
Okay.
it's like and understanding the business strategy of these different people and the marketing strategy of these different people, because then we could steal those ideas and apply it to our own work. I think that it's a fantastic thing. I think it's really helped Colin and Samir.
Is he saying that's a bad thing that he was trying to like just steal and do it, but
Ideas
worse?
and apply it to our own work. I think that it's a fantastic thing. I think it's really helped Colin and Samir grow a ton. and so I loved that. Andrew Ray commented on our video and was our
That was a
10th
big
subscriber. We have a YouTube channel that the Binging with Babish YouTube channel is subscribed to, which is fucking crazy. So we start to have some success with this, and we make a handful of videos. We make videos analyzing these people that we really looked up to. You made a video about Dan Harmon's story circle and how it applied to Yes Theory.
Yeah, we did one about Bon Appetit as well.
Yes.
Longest video, but
Yeah.
I was surprised that it did well.
It did well, and the director of the series commented on the video.
Yeah, I remember.
And that was sick as hell. And he's like, guys, you fucking spot on.
What is
And I'm
it?
like, oh, cool. Actual industry validation.
I feel like it was the first time in a while that I felt like we
Is
were.
it on a different YouTube channel? What did he say? It's like Bon Appetit thing? Sorry, they're popular ones. Yeah. Mm. Huh. Maybe it's on a different YouTube channel if it did really well.
In a good path. Like we had found something that it seemed to start working and we could like develop it deeper. Like it felt
Does
like
he have
it
a
was like
different channel?
a gold mine that we just needed to continue
I tell him about why 8 years I chose to abandon him.
excavating it.
Then what happened?
Then Noah graduated and moved to Atlanta.
Yeah. We kind of ran out of money, but also
Huh.
like I felt like the failure.
Oh gosh. Yeah, no, I'm convinced that he's one of those. As long as if I just put enough time and money into it, it will succeed. And that is not necessarily true. It like helps your chances of succeeding. It does not guarantee success. You can't just keep on throwing money at it and expect it to work.
Weren't really failures because like my parents were like, you know, helping me pay my rent. Everything was child proofed
Yeah.
so that I didn't actually hurt myself. Do you remember driving in my car And when I told you that I was going to move to Atlanta, hey man, like I'm freaking out and I think I'm going to like drop everything and move to Atlanta, Georgia. Do you want to come with me? And you looked at me and you were like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Probably kind of like blocked that memory from my head because like it hit hard, right? Like it was like, this is it. Like I think it's the first time in a while that we're taking separate paths. Like we're not gonna be working on a project together.
I think that.
Or is it a marketing thing? Was this their marketing business? Oh, I thought this was their YouTube channel.
That was one of the biggest mistakes of my entire life.
You think so?
Yeah, I think I was dealing with a lot of imposter syndrome and this idea that like I am the king of a sandbox that nobody gives a fuck about, and like
I feel bad, but do you want to tell them? I think that I at least have the self-awareness to know that my community is small. I like and I'm happy with what I have. Sometimes I think about growth and stuff, but you got to just be happy with what you got. But I mean, you are the king of a small sound box. What? I think this was for Noah to make a marketing thing and wherever he is going.
And
yeah.
also, like, I was very insecure, right? And I realized that a lot of these projects were a manifestation of my insecurity and like seeking validation, and I felt deeply ashamed by that, and I didn't know how to reconcile that and be okay with that, right? It's like, you know, the idea of like, oh, you need attention. I'm like, okay, there's something wrong with me. I'm seeking validation from external sources.
Did you go to like an actual therapist or just your friend who's a therapist?
And I'm not getting it, and I don't know why.
So you think it was out of like that
small? Turns out it's not imposter syndrome, bro. You really are not a big deal. Oof. Small, we're huge. Yeah.
feeling to seek validation that you were like, okay,
We're not too tiny. I know I'm like, you know what, relatively within the space. I think we're decent, but yeah. Honestly, probably just his friend. Yeah, I probably didn't go to like an actual therapist who's like, it's their job to
couldn't
help
find
them.
it here in Rochester. I moved to a completely different city to start over.
Yeah,
and see.
It was half of that, and then the other half was like, I'm gonna show that I can, you know. My parents were hugely supportive of everything.
Like, I try to appreciate that I've gotten as far as I have, because again, for every person who makes it to even like 1,000, there's like so many people that are like that. Just no matter what they do, it seems like it's hard to like get up to that level.
And that was wonderful, but at the same time, I was like, fuck, is my parents' support the reason why I am fucking these things up, right? Like, is playing with these kid gloves on? Like, what happens if I fucking take off the kid gloves? How?
Taking away your safety net does not automatically make you perform better.
What if I remove the child protection? Does my life just like nuke itself? Like, you know, fuck it, let's get weird with it. You know, like what?
Okay.
Let's learn.
So you felt like the success wasn't.
Did his parents give him $10,000? I feel like I've literally war about why he thinks getting fired is like his biggest trauma.
It was due to like the environment you were put on, which like impeded you to fail. Like it prevented you from failing. So you wanted to.
It prevented me from failing, but it also prevented me from succeeding because I didn't have the grit, and you had this fucking grit. Do you remember when you were like doing those videos for the RIT Newsman, and you cranked out like 4 videos by yourself? I'm like, that
Just
motherfucker
try,
is
even if you do
the GOAT. Like,
have
you know,
money.
that's a workhorse. Like, you embodied these characteristics that I felt deep down I did not possess. And I was like, there's something wrong with me because I don't possess those things. And I think the reason Oscar has those things is because he's alone, fully self-reliant, like a fuck.
It's not that Oscar's a hard worker. It's his environment. If I just change my environment, then I'll be Oscar. Why don't you just work on yourself regardless of
Like
environment?
Rambo. I'm like, Oscar is Rambo, and I'm like Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder, you know?
My personal thinking for a safety net, if you have one in parents, is to imagine if it's not there, and always try to pave your own way if possible. Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. Wow, that's so interesting because I think like why we worked well together was like because we were different in a way, right? Like you had like the personality to go talk to people, like make the connections, get us the opportunities that we needed. So interesting that you put it that way, because I also, like, while I was editing like that, I was like, man, this guy, he's successful because he's able to get out there. He's able to like seek the opportunities. Like he's not afraid of like creating the opportunities if they don't exist. When I was thinking like you're going to Atlanta, I was like, damn, this guy is brave. He's just like leaving everything and he's just going to attack the world by himself, man.
Yeah.
Damn,
It didn't go super good, Oscar. It didn't.
I got a lot of respect.
Well, I appreciate that. I regret some of it. You can't go back and change anything, which is probably a good thing, because if I could go back, I might change it, right? But like I also think it fundamentally changed who I am for the better. I would watch Alex Becker videos and I'd be like, this guy's he's onto something, Like and he would be like, move away from your family.
Just move. Seriously.
Oh gosh, yeah, no, I think he was addicted to self-help.
One of the things that's going to eat up more of your time than anything else, especially when you're trying to build something or evolve as a person, is friends and family.
Just be alone so you can focus and work on your life's mission. I used to think it was cheating. Like, I'm cheating. My parents are helping me with rent, and I am making all these things with you. And
maybe I shouldn't be surprised that he was watching Graham Stephan then.
We're able to do this because we got money from the school. So we're cheating. We're cheating.
We got that opportunity that others don't have, and we're taking advantage.
Oh, the school gave them? Okay, like their university invested in them? So Alex guy seems like he's trying to be an Alpha Sigma kind of person. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, so I decided to nuke it all and fuck myself and basically move to be alone.
Now, have those feelings or thoughts disappeared? Because I feel like it's hard to get rid of.
Yeah, I think they're gone. I think that is so stupid. I've accepted that, like, I want attention, and that's okay with me.
I love that.
Yeah. Like, I really do.
Dude.
I love to speak. It's my favorite thing.
That's great. And you're not afraid of it. You're not ashamed of it.
I mean, I am a little bit. I'm going to apologize about it, but that's okay. That's a part of it, right? I have anxiety. So, like, that's okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be you if you wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah. And so that's okay. I don't need external approval from people who have more subscribers than me. I don't need external approval from people who have more money than me. And I don't
seems like you kind of still do, though. Maybe not.
Proof of what I'm doing sometimes. Like, like sometimes I'm like, oh, that was bad. Like, and I accept those things. And it's wonderful. I think it's one of the best things about having failed so much, running headstrong into fires and having them just fucking blow up in my face. It's like, oh, sick. You can't hurt me, I think. I met a bartender here and she basically... I saw her do stand-up comedy for the first time, and we were doing the same open mic. She goes, oh, I want to try that. She had nothing prepared, okay? Yeah. She goes and she takes the stage.
Did she do better than you?
I'm telling you, I had done stand-up for like 2 years, okay? And I watched this girl, and in her first set, she fucking slays this room.
Yeah.
Oof. Oof. This brings back up Mad Dog's comment of, I think this guy has the problem that he thinks his education is a valid replacement for talent or skill. And it's like, someone who's just naturally gifted at this just comes in. You've been working on this for 2 years. Someone naturally gifted just comes in and just destroys you.
She slays the room. I'm like, fuck me. She kills this room. And it's just like, oh, it's because she has confidence. She's just naturally funny because, like, that's the bit. Like, that's what
Slay Queen. Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. So I saw that, and I'm like, that's what I need to be doing. Now I work 2 bartending jobs, and one of them, it was a challenge for me to have the humility to accept the job, because I was like, this is so far not what I want to be doing. And I've been working there for like 3 months, and I make decent money. I make more than minimum wage, which is great, but like, but it's not a fancy job. Okay. And that was hard for me. And
so is he going to be like that forever LA person who's just like, one day I'll get the part. One day I'll get the part.
It's like, but if I really truly don't give a fuck what people think about me, and I know that I want this more than quite literally anything in the world, when you strip away all of that shit and you're like, cool, what do I want? I want to make stuff that I like. I want to have conversations that I love to have. Like, I want to tell the stories that I want to tell, and I want to connect with people that like fucking want to hear those stories, whatever they are, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool. And I want that more than anything in the world.
I find fantastic you were able to take that opportunity and just make the most out of it. Like you said, like not focusing on what other people are going to...
Not to get too old Christian on you guys, but I feel like his story is also like another great example of like This is what happens when your goal is to like just succeed in the world. It's just disappointment after disappointment, or it's a fleeting thing. It's gonna end, as opposed to like striving for eternity. And it's just, ugh, this is painful to watch. This is painful. I want people to hear me. I also don't care what people think about me. Yeah.
Think of me, but like, how can I make their experience even better? Like,
Thank you for having this conversation with me.
no, it was a blast. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Anything that you want to plug, promote, talk about, where can we find you?
Yeah, I'd say probably the biggest place would be on LinkedIn, Oscar Eduardo Estrada.
That almost
That's
doesn't
where
make
I'm gonna
sense.
be
The
posting
that I
a lot
want
of the
people to
recent
hear me. I also don't care what people think
work
about
that
me.
I've been
Yeah.
doing around like motion graphics and AI. So if you wanna stay in the know,
Oh, it's your fault. This is his fault. I don't like you anymore, Oscar. Don't. Why did you do this to us, Oscar? Why do you? Why do you have these horrible images, Oscar? What the heck?
definitely give you a follow.
Are you going to make an Oscar AI robot chatbot that people can talk to? And
I think it's just gonna be like experimenting with like all of the new AI tools that are coming up, trying to
Oh,
filter
boy.
and figure out okay which ones.
I'm not even an anti-AI bro, or I'm not even an anti-AI person, but even I think this guy's an AI bro, and it's like, oh no. He fits the type of he's just desperate for like some kind of success. Oh gosh.
Are actually useful for like video production because I get emails, I get like notifications all day about like, hey, this is this new AI
Yeah.
tool. I guess like messages from my boss, hey, we should try this new thing, and I feel like there's a lot of
there's so much shit.
yeah, exactly. So
And
it's
it's-
just
yeah.
like weaving through it and being
Weeding
like,
through the
okay.
shit to find the good golden nugget.
Yeah, I've been playing around a lot with Claude
Yeah.
for writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the writing capabilities much better than ChatGPT. Especially
Really?
if you're want to
Okay.
create like writing narrative. It just sounds like more human and sometimes like more helpful as well.
I have
Okay, what do you use it for? Please tell me it's not content creation. It's not what you did, Ultra. It's what this Oscar did. He's an AI bro, I guess.
things that I want to say. And you
Yeah.
can watch that conversation on Patreon, patreon.com/Noah Chrysler. Oscar and I are going to talk for hopefully
Maybe
as
no.
long as he's willing to talk to me, because I know I seem crazy, and I'm going to ask him questions until he says I need to leave. Go check it out, patreon.com/Noah Chrysler. There's $5, $15, and $25 levels of support there. Also, a bunch of questions that I want to ask you about that, ways that I can make that better without like burning me out or burning out my team.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you guys for watching.
How do you have a
Go
team?
follow Oscar.
Bro.
Oscar's gonna be rich and famous someday.
Patreon. Let me move this just in case. Ah! No! Don't make don't potentially cause issues for me. Okay, let's where is the search? Search. Noah. Let me spell it. There we go. Found it. The shoot? He actually gets money. Who's paying for this? Journal support, behind the scenes content, viewing voting power, video tutorials. Member shout out. $25 for a shout out. Oh. 14 paid members. So it's probably mostly like a $10 one? What the heck? There is no $10 one. Huh. Why is it so expensive? I still haven't even got one Patreon. Interesting.
At Avis.
Interesting. I want to know who's paying him. I'm sorry, I gotta keep going down the yeah, he's wishing for rich fame. Wait, what do you mean, Oscar? Oh, yeah, because you're also trying to do content. Well, he's not. At least you're not doing The AI bro thing, I guess, where either you're hoping that tools will do it for you. I've got continuing down the rabbit hole. This is fascinating to me. I'm sorry. This is probably so boring. This is so boring. Also a reminder, since that came up in my thing, is more Bally collaborations where we're still watching One Piece.
This is for
still
the
enjoying
failure
it.
resume
Hoping to get to 1,000.
series that I've
Hopefully.
been doing. And the failure resume is just like looking back at my past projects that like fucking all ended in disaster and being like reminiscing about them and being like, oh, why did this end in disaster? And the
Okay.
idea is like, if I can learn why these things blew up in my face, maybe I can make something that is not gonna blow up in my face. Hopefully.
How has it been so
Though you're the right Oscar, the guy on screen is the wrong Oscar.
Been exciting.
Have you learned something so far?
Yeah, I've learned I'm an asshole at certain points.
On average, the human brain contains just over a liter of juice. And
18-wheeler just crashed in front.
What?
What?
Every last drop. Welcome to Brain Juice with no.
18-wheeler just crashed in front of me, blocking my way back to the hospital. Is it like safe to stand near you? I swear you got like a Final Destination curse. What?
Chrysler. That's me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this next episode of Noah Chrysler's Failure
I
Resume.
still feel like his videos, audios are all over the place. I know. That's rich coming from me, but at least whenever I have like the edited videos, I try to kind of fix the audio kind
Brain
of.
Juice with Noah Chrysler. That's me. We're on a Failure Resume series. This is Oscar Estrada. Oscar, introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Oscar. I used to work very closely with Noah. We went through many failures together.
We
So,
fucked up a lot of shit together. It was dope.
And now we're filming from RIT, the place of our biggest successes and biggest failures. So
Yeah, you're in town from, you live in Boston, right?
yeah, I'm living in Boston.
Why are you in town this week?
We're visiting Kate, my girlfriend's parents.
Hopefully they don't watch this and be like, who's that clown boy? Cool. Anyway, so if there is one person that has seen me fail up close, it is Oscar Estrada. So, Oscar, what do you...
Do I need to look up his channel? Please don't make me have to... I gotta do this a hard way.
Up close, it is Oscar Estrada. So, one person, they don't watch this and be like, who's...
Oscar Eduardo Estrada. Okay. Let me grab the tab so this will be easier. www.youtube.com/@Oscar. I can't spell. Wardo S Star 570. Okay. Oh. I just added a U. That shouldn't be there. There you go. Okay, it does exist. Okay. 144 subscribers. Okay, his best ones are travel. His best like performing ones are travel. Okay, interesting. Okay.
That clown boy. Cool. Anyway, so if there is one person that has seen me fail up close, it is Oscar Estrada. So, Oscar, what do you do now?
Yeah, so currently I work as a motion designer at HubSpot. It's a software company.
Okay.
So most of the time I'm creating like different animated videos to promote their product. And recently I've been diving more into the world of AI. So trying to figure out how we can use AI to, make videos faster, make videos better. And yeah, that's kind of...
I love how you're just like, oh, it's a software company. It's the fucking biggest marketing company in the world. It's like NASA for marketing. It's like...
We're doing pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, and you live in Boston.
That must be painful
So, I've been living in Boston for the...
if you're
past couple years now. I was living in Ireland before, kind of like going around different places.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm thinking that we filmed an interview for the RIT Newsman, and we talked about how that kind of blew up in our faces. But then we worked on like 3 or 4
I mean, I'm not surprised that Noah went to school for marketing just based on how he acts. He
projects
seems
after
like the stereotypical like marketing guy. By the way, I'm not crazy. I'm the only one typing on Twitch at the moment, right? Yeah.
that I think
Yeah, you
also
are.
kind of blew up in our faces, and I wanted to talk about those projects. And
Everyone that else I'm responding to is on YouTube, and the YouTube chat doesn't show up on screen.
Yeah, I feel like I had already blocked them from my mind. I feel like you sent me the outline. I was like, oh yeah.
So I try to like make sure to read every YouTube chat.
That project.
Yeah,
to kind of make
we
up for
goobered
it.
a lot of shit. 2018,
Unless if someone's like trying to like trick me into saying like the N-word or something.
the RIT Newsman, we start to realize, oh hey, like we have to grow up and be
Just
adult
making sure I'm not
people
going
that
insane.
can't
Yeah, I
be
think
just,
Spoon
like,
went to Squixie's because I think Squixie is streaming.
college famous forever, and we got to figure out how to make money in the world, right?
We got some momentum going. We're doing pretty good in terms of views, but not much cash is coming into it. I think we were getting paid when we joined the marketing team. That's when we started getting paid for our work, and it felt very nice to like receive a paycheck. But in a way, I was feeling like, okay, how can we scale this even further? How can we bring this to make actual money beyond just like students? At some point, like RIT, like we were known in
Why?
RIT.
Edward, I would never try to get you to say necropolis.
And RIT was
But Edward is
fairly
the gamer
small.
word.
Yeah.
I told.
So we were saying, okay,
I'd
we're
prefer not
tapping
to have
out
to
into
deal
our
with
audience here
the
in
gamer
RIT.
word.
We're already doing like the same events over and over this semester. So how can we, take it into like the real world, like you're saying, like out of the sandbox?
And also like make money. Van Neistat is one of the people that I really like, and he talks about how people who follow this route usually go a few ways, right? You can go the film route, or you can go like every advertising person that does advertising. He's
Okay. Do you ever see yourself moving to more informational content versus personal? I think there's a lot to be taken from personal experiences, but it can get a bit narrow when it's just focused on what you experience. I do enjoy your content a lot, but I feel like it's just connected to the community you're trying to foster. Okay. I don't think I'll ever transition to factual business reporting. He wants to be an artist. Wait. Why is Anne Frank's diary coming up? What? What? Where the heck is... Does that come from something? Okay. I think the answer is a blend of the two. I use an example of Anne Frank's diary. Like the book itself is meaningful and important, but is more so when bookend with the facts that's surrounding it. Okay. I guess. Back, and I found my new addiction: Korean barbecue in a cup. Ooh.
It's like that's a creative that realized that they needed to, pay their bills. Like,
Makes
we
sense.
took that route. I remember
Yeah, they mentioned it. I just didn't
we
see it
did an
because I'm stupid.
entrepreneurship class in the Saunders College of Business that I like signed us up for. And, I was like, Oscar, take this class with me. And we launched a business with the idea of, I think for a brief period of time,
Might
it was called the
officially
New
be a Korea boo now? I thought you already were. Didn't you? Aren't you like a K-pop bro who was trying to figure? You were like watching like the drone people trying to like figure out how to protect their favorite K-pop idols from whenever there was like the little scare with the government that one time.
New York State Small Business Spotlight.
I don't remember that part. Yeah.
Well, basically, it was like, how do we get people to pay us for the content? And I was like, oh, we'll film small businesses, and they'll have competition to be featured and whatever.
I want
like
to
a
see more
magazine
about you
almost, or
failing
something
to be a VTuber. Or sorry, a YouTuber. I don't know. He's getting boring. Is there anything else? I want to see more of his like. I think it's interesting. What am I considered then? Because Vera is definitely a ranger boo. Do rangers count as American or do they count as Japanese? Because like the footage is Japanese, but like, or some of the footage is Japanese and like the concept is kind of Japanese, but then also like the writing changes, and I like the more Americanized series. generally. Like RPM is my favorite, so I don't know. K-pop stands knew I had drone skills and enlisted me. I may have not verbally said no though. Let's hit this real quick.
Oh hey, didn't see you there. My name's Noah Chrysler, viral sensation, hit YouTube star. You might
not viral.
Okay, yeah, but so it's basically well, I wouldn't say I'm a weeb though. My dude is, I'd say that my dude is more of a weeb, but more in terms of like not anime, but like classical weeb, because he's way more interested in like the history of like samurais and like military history and like the food.
Stop. Okay, you're supposed to hold the camera.
So all of the fighting scenes, the Japanese version, not necessarily. And generally, I skip through the fighting scenes to get to the plot because I'm stupid and I like the plot. And I watch Power Rangers for the plot because I'm stupid. But some footage has to be like unique if it's like if they're ever outside of costume or like their face is showing at any point, and also if they add in a sixth ranger that wasn't originally there. Like, I think, was it the Platinum Ranger in Lightspeed Rescue? He didn't Titanium. I think Titanium. I think that's what he was. I know it wasn't just like silver, but he was like the silver one that time. I think he was unique, like a unique edition.
Right, be quiet, okay? Okay. I thought I would take a moment to do a house tour and show you how I've basically organized,
Oh, we can see what his subscribers were at the time.
Oh hey, didn't see you there. My name's Noah Chrysler, viral sensation, hit YouTube star. You might
not viral.
Stop. Okay.
Wait, is this his version of overweight? Because he said he was overweight. He looks average. Does he also have like body dysmorphia or something? Oof. Well, isn't all? See, she would be a really good Power Rangers toy reviewer. I would love to do that, but that requires money. Speaking of Rangers, I'm halfway through my rewrite, and I actually am starting to like my funfic now. Yay!
Hey, you're supposed to hold the camera and be quiet, okay? Okay. I thought I would take a moment to do a house tour and show you how I've basically organized.
Maybe next time I get a Lego set. If I get like a Lego set for like my birthday or something, maybe I'll do a review. Maybe I can build it on stream. I just need to figure out how to do hand cam. And I need to do that anyway, because I wanna, whenever the rats come, I wanna be able to like show you guys the rats.
Design my life to achieve maximum views. You're gonna get the inside door scoop. Some content creators are in this for like the tricks. I'm in this for the money. Welcome to my Porsche. Does anybody remember that viral moment when I smashed a big old one of these bad boys?
It just feels like a iDubbbz attempt. Huh. Wait until you meet little Bobby tables. Little Bobby tables? What?
Hear that? Viral. This television?
He's not in shape, but not fat. Yeah. Yeah.
Viral. To you, you just see an old outdated piece of technology. You know what I see? I see views. Viral.
You good?
What? Come on into my home and I'll...
Like every time I see something about rewrite, I keep thinking of my terrible attempts to record my singing and being terrible at it. You're good at singing, but it's just more I think it's probably just the audio equipment, because sometimes it makes it sound not as good as it actually is. This man is cringe, yes. But he's trying to purposefully cringe, so it's fine. But it feels like it's like a bad attempt at being iDubbbz. That's old iDubbbz, not like current iDubbbz.
I'll show you my home.
Current iDubbbz is like bad iDubbbz. Iteration is the key to creation, cats, but I get it, yeah.
Welcome.
Are they a character or something? Okay, I'm looking forward to it, Spoon. The audio equipment is okay, but I just need to learn how to mess with it. Yeah, that's the thing, because that's probably why my audio is awful. Is I don't know how to freaking fix it. Like, Mally helped me fix it as much as like you could from like remotely, but I don't know. The first 5 attempts will always be bad.
Precipice of greatness.
That means we're about to be in greatness.
Shut up.
Unless you're
You
Jay-Z.
could be a tripod instead of a man. I like to start off my afternoon with a nice little cocktail. I go for top shelf stuff. I keep it on the top shelf.
Just because you put it in the top shelf of your fridge doesn't make it actually top shelf.
I'm gonna replace you with a tripod. I'm developing a relationship with the audience, okay?
Me too.
My whole life is about getting views. I wake up every morning at 3 a.m. I get, on average, 1 hour of sleep per day.
It's kind of unhealthy.
It's not unhealthy. Are you my dad? I didn't know you were my father. Papa! In my fridge, you will exclusively find power foods. Slurp on down an avocado.
How do you cut it up?
I don't. You can eat the skin. That's one thing that Mexico doesn't tell you.
I mean, you can eat it, but what about the pit?
Oh, that's good. If you want to make YouTube videos, this is how you do it.
This is so sad. This is so sad. Honestly, looking at this content, I barely just feel pity. His face doesn't give unhinged vibe for some reason. Yeah. Maybe Noah in a Big Brother style content creator house, definitely. Do you think the dude will apply to Fish Tank next? Fish Tank's gonna be his next attempt.
Since you haven't been sleeping, your life has kind of gone downhill. Is that how they make guacamole?
I will show you the efficiency in which I create a meal. You need some eggs. Oat milk, good for your bones. Boom, pan, on hot. Look at that. Boom, egg, pan. I eat them with the shells. Don't believe me?
If he tries Fish Tank, that would be funny. Yeah.
That's really good for your teeth.
He is so desperate. He's so desperate. You have returned to pure desperation. It's sad, but I can't look away.
I'm a chef. We're on the View train. Choo choo. Give me your nip. Just start eating from here. It's real hot. I can't put that in my mouth, Griff. You don't even need to dirty any dishes. You can just eat it straight from the pan. Woo! Breakfast done.
That's like your third cocktail.
All of your time
definitely should be at the local red steak. What? Like for the that should be what he tries to do, like YouTuber like reality shows.
Production, filming, photos, hashtags. If you don't have at least 1,000 followers on Clubhouse, I'm not inviting you to my bar mitzvah. Get out of this bathroom. I will be mid-poop and I will have an idea. That's why I keep a pen in my bathroom. Dog fight.
I think that's illegal.
No, it's a great video idea. It's a TikTok. This simple phrase right here. Look at this.
Mean. You returned to what a desperate person does for views. Why does my dad respect me? Oh no.
That's my name. Do you know another Griff? That's my name. Do you know another Griff?
What was that? Huh?
I'm just asking.
What was that?
That's like a lot, man. That's like your fourth one.
I have organized my bathroom for peak efficiency.
Does he respect you because he loves you?
I mean, you've already done the... Dude, that's a lot.
You can tell how successful a man
Can't
is
have
by
one
the
with the
frequency
other?
in which he changes the
No, I love it. I love and respect Rat, dude.
towel that he showers with every day. I'm going on 2 weeks with this one. If you work hard, you have to sleep hard.
No, I definitely got bodies, honestly.
You got to recharge. Time to hop inside and go to sleep.
I don't think that's very healthy, dude. Noah? I think he sleeps with his eyes open.
I just make content. I make content.
You good?
How many pieces of content do you make a day? Alexa, how productive am I?
Noah is so productive. Noah is a viral TikTok sensation.
Did you just have an orgasm?
What? People love me. The people love me.
This
the
is
people
so
love
sad.
me. The people love me.
This is so sad. This is so freaking sad. Like, if news came out that he's the ladybird killer, I would not be surprised. The ladybird killer, I don't think that's real. I think that's just drunk people who like, fall into, like... There might be, like, one or maybe, like, a few people who, like, murdered, but I don't believe that there's a serial killer.
The people...
And besides, I think it's mainly dudes, so I don't care. How many views does this have? 658 for 4 years ago? Why did he say it's in Atlanta? So sad.
Love me. What were we doing again? I haven't spoken to my family in 6 months.
I mean, that's kind of why I came over here to talk to you today, dude. I don't know, we're all kind of worried about you, man.
Shut up.
You really...
This isn't cringe for comedy, this is just cringe. It's cringe because it's desperate comedy. You know what they say about, like, bad comedy isn't funny, but, like, at least bad drama's funny? You know. It's mainly dudes, so I don't care. America, basically. Exactly. Happy Mental Health Awareness Month. Seriously though, hang in there, dudes.
Been drinking a lot.
Dinner's over. Like the video,
You're gonna like it.
subscribe to the
Everyone's gonna
channel.
like it. I already-
Like the
I already
video and
like it.
subscribe to the channel. Like.
This is so sad. Wait, what was his sub count at the time again?
You're supposed to.
411. Okay. Oof. I just keep on doing this freaking case study on him. I'm fascinated. And this, okay, so the RIT ones are the ones that they did officially for the school. The video doesn't have a point. Actually, I think there was a point. I think I just missed it. Maybe a sec. In this video, I share my secrets on how to organize your life to make the most viral content humanly possible. I'm a one-man content machine. I'm the content messiah. Bless you, child. Learn my ways. Okay, no, it doesn't have a point. I mean, YouTube poops are a thing. But then again, the YouTube poops, like, I don't know. Like, there are things that are absurd, but they feel like the absurdity, like, has something. The most viral content has 40 likes. So I wrote down, put VV links in Discord. What was I supposed to link? Oh, Pathfinder was asking about, Hat Lady. The Hat Lady video. YouTube poops are very different from this content slop. Yeah. This feels like this feels like he never moved past the middle school idea of YouTube fame. Like, I feel like he's in Fred era. He's like permanently in Fred era, maybe. Like, I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, YouTube poop takes thought and editing. This is just slop. Yeah. It almost, is this like, is it Fred without the silly voices to some degree? I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to be, because from what we've from everything that we learned from him, all of his content is derivative. All of it is based on what he thinks is popular. Yet he also seems like he's always kind of behind the times and kind of like unaware of what the people want. Because like his video from like this was from like a year ago, and this feels like it's from like
community update looking for a
like freaking 10 years ago, right? The editing
junior
style.
producer. I eagerly applied to the job. I left a comment. You hearted my comment. So then I eagerly awaited your reply. And then I
Like this feels like old YouTube or something. This guy only just tries to be edgy without actually committing. Yeah. Like iDubbbz was good as unhinged as he was good as unhinged as he was because it was an adult like unhinged. Yeah. It's like he watched a few big videos and then tries to copy that. Yeah, that's what it always feels like. And I'm trying to figure out to some degree, I like to just like kind of trying to figure out who is he trying to copy here, I guess. And I think a lot of them are like self-help things. But it's interesting that he's like the desperation goes into like
because I'm afraid of my story being used
freaking like AI
against me. That is my deepest fear. And I
things.
wrestle with the idea that maybe I want attention because of the wrong reasons. But this show,
like, is this freaking yeah,
the content that I make
it's AI too. It's uncanny.
is about trying to walk the path of like,
Why are you making Muppets? And why are there two versions of you? What is happening? Maybe Smosh without friends. That viral video was a smosh iDubbbz Filthy Frank, but more boring. When did Filthy Frank stop being Filthy Frank? Because I think it was a while ago. That was made 4 years ago. I think it was made like 4 years ago. Wait, was this actually made in 2021? There's no way. There's no possible way that he's gotta have just re-uploaded this, right? There's no way he made this in 2021. I hope. Otherwise, this is sad. That's why it's as bad of a video as it is, because he's trying to be something he's definitely not. Yeah. Bro,
You get
making
80
AI
years,
friends.
and then
Yeah.
you're dead, and you're going to be dead for much.
Did you make AI of you laughing?
And you get 80 years, and then you're dead, and you're.
I don't think that's. Did you actually AI yourself laughing? Can you not just laugh? Bro.
You're going to be dead for much longer than you've ever been alive. You're going to be dead for infinity, and you're going to be alive for 80 years, right?
Well, technically, you're gonna be alive for infinity with like new heaven, new earth. But I guess if you're not religious, sure, whatever.
This story has an end. I know that. There's the end credits. How can I make something really cool between now and those end credits? On average, the human brain contains just over a liter of juice, and for
got me laughing, but not in the intended way. Yeah. But yeah, again, I'm gonna not to go like super Christian on you, but again, this feels like this is like the sad emptiness of when you try to just succeed in the world without preparing for eternity, and this is just so freaking sad.
That's me.
I want you to get it.
Okay. Is it just pictures of you as a? Okay, it's you as a baby.
The question is Brain Juice with Noah Chrysler. That is me. Guys, I want to ask you a question.
I hope he doesn't get me freaking copyrighted with this
question
music.
Is, can you imagine your life as a lucid dream? If you don't know what a lucid dream is, basically...
Man, he really likes using this Inception clip.
The idea of a lucid dream is a person becomes self-aware in the idea that they are dreaming, right? And therefore, then they can like manipulate and change things.
It might have been AI
dream
music.
In order.
You know what? Possible.
In order to experience something new in the dream, right? Lucid
talking
dreaming
about
is
the Matrix?
fascinating.
Yeah.
It's a difficult thing to do, but you can kind of train yourself to do it. I haven't done that successfully. An idea that hit me recently is this idea that it's like, I think in many ways.
I know Noah isn't the editor I like on the Hammer Show now, at least. Yeah. But Spoon, did you see the part where he's paying his editors? Like, I wonder if these aren't monetized because he hasn't been able to get through like the verification yet. But oof. He is paying for this. Yes, he said, "Hey editors, I'm so sorry I can't pay you more. It's just I don't have any money." He said that at the end of his like Caleb Hammer fired me video.
Life, especially
So he's not even editing himself. It reminds me a lot of Romain's like just trying to throw money at it thing. It's even better than the Caleb Hammer editor.
With like online content creation is in many ways similar to lucid dreaming. The idea that like you can influence the inherent context.
Stop. Noah, stop.
Of what people consume.
Again, I'm not even anti-AI, but I don't like how it's used here. What the heck?
But also like the person you are, and you can shape all of that, and you can shape it collectively for other people. You can craft an identity, a story.
Why does it look like Caleb's background? That's so weird. Wait, he's paying editors and gets like 40 views? Yes. Yes. He's not even monetized. We got awesome meme cuts on Hammer at least. They can spell, but they can't meme. They can't spell, but they can meme. They might be my people.
And basically do that with the world as your audience.
Is this like Noah? Why did they make it look like Noah's stabbing someone? I know it's supposed to be like sculpting, but what the heck?
And not only just an audience.
Why is he in a rock? Why is he a rock?
But active participants in that lucid.
What is happening to those people's faces?
Dream. That's crazy, right? Anyway, this episode is going to be audio first. I don't know if it'll be audio only, but I'm recording audio first because I realized I was listening back to the show, and in episode 1, I realized I agree with episode 1 Noah. Episode 1 Noah is like, yo, the juice is what's really important, right?
Oh my gosh, please stop this. The AI probably messed up his legs, so they hit him.
Audio just creates juice when you listen to it back, and
stop making these creepy edits.
It allows me to speak uninhibited because I don't have to think like, oh, you know, I'm gonna watch this back and think, oh man, I'm gonna look goofy.
Can you not just film yourself? Why do you not film yourself? Oh my gosh! Why do you have to do like this weird stuff? Why? I don't understand using AI for stuff that you can just literally do in like 5 seconds. Did you hear about the Twitch affiliate stuff going down to 25 followers, 4 hours, and 4 viewers? Yeah, because I think, yeah, because we saw Youper got affiliate, and he hasn't gotten to 50 yet. Okay, the AI slop is making this hilarious. Yes, no, this is. I'm not caring about the content. I'm caring about the weird AI.
My hair's bad, or I'm getting fat, or oh, I shouldn't have looked there. I should have.
Did he like put in like himself but fat? Like what
down the
is
lens
this?
Of the camera, right? I don't have to have any of those thoughts. All right, okay, it's not that I don't have to have any of those thoughts. It's that I have fewer of those thoughts, right? I have fewer of those self-critical thoughts when I'm just doing audio.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when we saw Healing Amber videos with like the desperation of like and like the extreme cope. I got 30 followers and affiliate. My dad respects me now.
Audio first, right? So there's something inherently cool about audio first. And so this episode is an experimentational return to audio first for just a moment.
There's no way those are actually supposed to be nooses, right? What are those supposed to be? Because they look like nooses. Are those supposed to be microphones? Oh.
I don't know if it's audio only. Maybe we'll do B-roll. Maybe we'll do...
Why is Hispanic Elmo in the background? What was the prompt?
Do AI B-roll. I don't fucking know. We'll do something, I guess. What else is this episode? This episode is a manic exploration into my own personal psyche and like some understanding that I think I have come to about myself that I wanted to share with you because I find it interesting.
He thinks he's more creative than he is.
If you want to stick around for that, that's awesome. If you don't want to stick around for that, before you write your mean, shitty comment about like, wow, this show fucking sucks, you know, you can just go watch something else. Go watch Mr. Beast. Like, you know, he probably fucking, I sent a Ferrari to the moon. Like, go watch.
Why does he think every YouTuber is going to be freaking Mr. Beast? Like, I've never seen a raw Mr. Beast video. Like, I've only just watched, like, video essays and stuff.
That. Maybe that's what you should be watching. Instead
there's a diverse range of things you can do on YouTube.
Dive into me, you know, examining the guts of my...
Why? Is it supposed to be funny? Nobody? No? Oh well.
My mind and being like, why do I make the decisions that I make? And also like what's exciting and different.
I guess he's got some really hardcore people if he's making, again, some people are paying at least $5 on Patreon.
And unique about
that's like the lower end.
Those decisions, right? Maybe you should watch Mr.
So I guess he's just got like a super dedicated small bit.
Send a Ferrari to the fucking moon instead of having like witnessing a man kind of have an existential meltdown like into a microphone. Maybe that's what you should do instead with your time. I trust you to be able to figure out what you would like to do with your time. Go ahead and make the choice. I will even suggest, you know what? Fuck it. I'll post a brain rot link in the top, like in the top of this video description. And you know what? If you instead, before you write your shitty comment, go watch the brain rot instead.
What keeps you from saying that this is brain rot? So you've got all the AI for it.
You don't have to write the shitty comment, right? Now you have no excuse.
The triple Noahs triggered triggered my twins phobia. You have a twins
You
phobia?
could be watching Competitive Minesweeper. Anyway, whatever. Man, I forgot how much I love to talk. Guys, I have a rough outline of like, the mental, thought maze that I want to head down, right? We've got a rough roadmap for the highways that we're going to head down my brain. So let's explore those together. And try to stay on track, but also, leave room for sightseeing and detours if we want to. Cool.
His head's so big. I will say, I've never seen a video like this. Yeah. Yes, because one twin is always evil? Not necessarily.
The outline. Here we go. The energy and enthusiasm puzzle. A lot of the feedback that I get in online comments are like, people are like, you have an inherent enthusiasm for life and for everything, And I got a compliment the other day at work. I don't know if it was even a compliment. I think the reason why it was meaningful to me was because it was not framed as a compliment. It just was it was framed as an inherent observation that this person just said, right? And he goes, if you want to see somebody who is always happy and always, enthusiastic, that's that guy right there. And he pointed to me. And I'm just like and the way he said it was not meant as flattery. It was.
Okay. I wonder. Again, this is probably why he also reminds me of Amber. He seems like he has like another buzzword and a buzz phrase I know, but he seems like he's got the whole like toxic positivity thing. So interesting. This diatribe is borderline psychotic and paired with this real AI slop. It's causing severe cognitive dissonance in my melon, yeah. Also, did you know that Austin has one of the highest per capita twins populations in the world? I wonder. This is more weaponized positivity. Okay. Oh, no. Maybe it's more India, I guess. And I was kind of wondering because one of the things about IVF is that because they put in a bunch of eggs for the possibility that like one of them will be born. That's generally how you end up with the people with like, oh, I have like freaking 8 kids at a time. Kind of like TLC shows. There's like twins are very common in like IVF cases. Or it can be pretty common. So another reason to burn Austin down. Hey, I'm near there.
That is an observation, is that I've noticed that like in almost every interaction, you're at least enthusiastic or happy about your current situation. And that was very deeply meaningful to me. And I'm afraid to embrace that because I feel like it's narcissistic. If I'm like, yeah, I'm usually enthusiastic about most stuff, like I think on some level that's narcissism, because it's like, I'm a special little boy, right? That's narcissistic. Here you go, doggy. My doggy's coming inside. Always being a nut. It's really going off. We gotta calm you down, Macho. Yeah, I know. I'm excited. Therefore, you're excited.
I know that he said that he had like ADD or ADHD or something. Did he say he's medicated for it or?
Relax. It's okay. But when I look at the evidence, right? When I watch back my content, there's clearly passion dripping out of my mouth, right? Like you could tell it's dripping out of my face, my expressions, my it just comes out of me like a goddamn waterfall, right? And so
no, I think he's just being dumb right now.
As much as I'm like reluctant to embrace this idea that like, yeah, like, I generally am very passionate, enthusiastic about most stuff, right? Not all stuff. Oh, it's another Zigzagoon! One of my fears is corporate America. Fucking hate corporate America. The idea of this loss of control. Like now you have to care about these projects and you have to care about these things that if you were to choose, you definitely would not care about any of this, right? That scares me, right?
So I have a pretty heavy form of ADHD. He said, I'm more just saying he said that he had it, but I don't act like I'm an invalid like he is. That's why I'm wondering if he's not medicated or something. If he's acting so like
the loss of autonomy that comes with like accepting a corporate position, fucking awful. Anyway,
nice.
I guess so the idea is like I've contended with this thing where it's like, yeah, I think I have a higher level of enthusiasm for the things that I enjoy and appreciate more than other people.
Noah says I'm going that way.
I'm not medicated for it either. He's just dumb. Okay.
Mom.
Don't touch it.
And so if I table the
No,
narcissistic,
no, not the triplets
well, if
again.
I acknowledge that, that's narcissistic. If I table
Maybe that dumb, but something else. Yeah.
that, then let's dive into like, why might that be true? Because I think that it's true, right? So why is that true? Okay, fascinating question.
It all ADHD means is you struggle with structure. You could just be a sane person that struggles or a moron that also struggles. Yeah.
When I really ask myself, the answer starts to reveal itself. I think it boils down to two things. I think it boils down to my upbringing.
We're getting a good view of your bottom, hon. Donnie, look in the mirror. Smile.
Okay.
Say shit.
And
We
then I
won't
think
say
it
which
also
noise,
boils
okay.
down to my deep fears and insecurities. That's really the root cause of,
Okay,
of
why?
those things, right? So I think the easier one for me to talk about is going to be my upbringing, right? And I think we should start with the story.
Okay.
The story is my parents
wizard?
have
What?
loved every single girlfriend that I've ever had except for one person. And obviously that person's not going to be named. We're going to keep her anonymous. And hopefully, you know, and we also dated for very briefly. So I don't think that she will be, I don't think she will listen to this. And I hope it never gets back to her. Whatever. If it
Please
does,
stop with the
whatever.
creepy
I'm
pirates.
sorry if you're upset. But the only person that I brought home that my parents didn't like was this one girl. And I
Okay.
start to reflect on like the things that they talk about that like they didn't like about her. And so this girl comes over and she is very, very quiet around new people, right? But I
Okay.
thought this girl was very beautiful and she was like very smart and funny and articulate, and I really, really liked that, right? And she was
Did
also
you make an AI version of it?
so like she
Or did
also
you
really liked me,
get,
right?
like, a
She saw
Photoshop?
me in a very positive light and appreciated, I think, my confidence in you know, and enthusiasm, right? That is what she liked about me. And so I was like, you know, developing like true feelings for this woman and starting to fall in love with this woman. And I brought her around my
Okay.
parents. But yes, this girl was very introverted when she was around new people for the first time, and she was also very nervous to meet my parents, right? So my parents did not like this girl, and I'm like, why is
Why?
that? And I realized they didn't like her because she was so quiet. They hated that.
It sounds like one of my middle school teachers. I think she also didn't like it that I was emotional because she'd make me cry. Bro doesn't even know what struggling is, yeah.
They absolutely, you know, because it did not allow them to connect with her or understand her in any way, and they really wanted to. They really wanted to understand this girl that was dating their son,
Could they
right?
not just be patient with
they asked
her?
her questions, and she gave like, you know, short answers. And I even made a joke during the exchange where I'm like, hey, her name, you're being awful loud, you know, like,
Oh boy. I'd be nervous if I do so it didn't like me before I said a word. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely doesn't know what
kind of
struggling is.
called her
Yeah.
out for it, which is like rude as fuck, but like I don't know, I thought it was kind of funny because it diffused some awkward tension.
I mean, like, this is struggling for him. Like, it's still like a thing that messes with him. It's just, I don't know. Maybe perspective would help a bit. I
And
don't
so
know.
this-
Yeah. No, I kind of talked about this earlier, but I don't want to like fall into like the starving kids in Africa trope of like, oh, just because your issue isn't that bad. There's starving kids in Africa. It's like someone's always has it worse. So it's like it's a genuine thing that he struggles with. It's just like I guess not be surprised that people are like, oh, that's it. I don't know.
Girl, it's the only girl I've ever brought home that my parents did not immediately gravitate
Why are you
towards.
hyper-focused on
and
this?
So that makes me realize it's like, okay, cool. I was raised in an environment where communication, extroversion, articulation, right? Humor, those things were just implicitly and naturally encouraged and preferred, right?
That sounds like my hell. Minus the humor. But that sounds like hell. There are starving kids in Africa, so it's very oof. Struggle with structure is real, but I understand what Kev's saying.
And so I
yeah.
think that deeply warped my implicit understanding of how to
Oh, of course he was a theater kid.
warped my implicit
Yeah. Was this Shrek the Musical? Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all that he was a theater kid.
understanding of how to operate within the world. I grew up around two people who love to articulate, but also who exalted articulation. And I am deeply, deeply grateful to those people. But and this part is tough to talk about, but like there was also, you know, there was also a dynamic there where like sometimes my narrative.
The Shrek in the background, yeah. Look, I was a theater kid too, but like was actually smart. I was slower than a theater kid. I wanted to be a theater kid, but I couldn't be. I was too scared to be a theater kid. So I was like the prop kid who just like sat in the corner and like looked at them and was like, I wish I could be like the theater kids. that was me. Maybe at my school that's just because the theater kids were like really nice. Like one of them became like a freaking sister at a convent. And I just think one of them became a what? Well, no, he was also the one who's becoming like a priest was also like theater kid adjacent. That was the main character for one of the plays. I could see it for you. I should have seen the theater kid energy from him.
Was told for me by people who did not always have my best interest at heart. People who had their own self-interest, and so my narrative was told for me to these peoples who I wanted the opinion of, right? And that filled me with rage. That the rug was pulled out from under me and that I suddenly was no longer in charge of my own story. My story was being used against me by somebody who had their own means.
Caleb? Is that supposed to be Caleb as a giant spider eating someone? Vertigo! Oh my god! You can't be serious. Yeah, no, this is serious. The Caleb Avenue yo-yo, oh gosh. My gosh, that's incredible. What is that spider? Apparently was the main role in my 6th grade play, and I don't remember it. As far as theater kid I went, there are pictures apparently, but I've stuffed most of 6th and 7th grade in the whole of my soul. Yeah, fair. Noah thinks this is genuine, by the way. Yeah, no, I did.
And ends and goals. That person is a very complicated person.
Okay, this guy makes good videos now. I mean, I like them ironically. Does that help?
Incentive structures and their own, you know, belief and core values. But it doesn't change the fact that when I was growing up, sometimes my story, sometimes my identity was taken from me, villainized, and used against me.
Why are you shooting? It could hit you. What's AI? What are you doing?
Was taken from me.
Oh my gosh. This is so stupid. Okay, let's try to see the path here. It's like this is not a safe way to handle firearms. All I'm gonna say. So I will say that during theater stuff, I did have one anime-esque like moment that happened to me. I'm not surprised it's you. Noah thinks this is genius. Oh, or thinks this is genius. By the way, okay, I saw it. Or genuine. I thought you were saying about the spider thing, but okay, that's genuine. Don't hate the character design, but just sliding it out of nowhere is dumb.
Yeah, me, villainized and used against me, and I didn't know how to express my feelings around that when I was a child, and so I would like act out, right? I would be like filled with rage as a child, and be like, "Hey, I'm not understood."
Did you just like figure out shower thoughts and decide to make a video? Girl slammed her hand on the wall behind me and cornered me. She was much taller than me. Is that what started it, Cats? Is that what implanted the image in your brain that you always aspire to?
I'm not understood by these people that I desperately want to understand me. And so that brings me to this next thing, is that like I think the other reason that shapes my enthusiasm, my perceived enthusiasm for the world, my
filled with rage. He doesn't understand what filled with rage is.
Compulsion to tell stories. My need for people to see the world from my perspective, right? I think that is a fear response, right? I think that is a protection mechanism because I'm trying to like make that.
Shh. We don't call attention to what made my taste what they are today, Vera. Wait, actually?
That little guy, that little kid, you know, I'm trying to be like, hey man, it's okay. You're okay.
Is he
and
crying?
There's tools now.
Oh my gosh. Noah. Go to therapy. Do not cry in your YouTube video podcast thingy. Go to freaking therapy, Noah.
Well, now you have tools to show people how you think, and they might agree with
Are
you.
you a
Some of them
wizard?
probably won't, and fuck them. Fuck them. Who cares?
Oh, I can't wait.
Well, how you think, and they might agree with you. Some of them probably won't.
They're killing me with this. Trying to freaking get the.
How you think, and they might agree with you. Some.
Or go to a bar and cry in front of a bartender like a man. He is the bartender. He's just a virgin with rage, looking for a cute girl his age. My 7th, 8th grade bride, though, she was. It's really. For that. What? Between calling his last job gross and saying he doesn't want help, but thanking his parents for help, to asking for money on Patreon, I'm confused. When was this? Was this for his? When was this? Oh, okay, hot. Okay, yeah, I figured. These various videos are his therapy, apparently. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. When did this happen? 11/27. Or is that his Reddit thing? 11/27. How many months ago was that? I can't do math. Uh, is it this? Is it this? Ooh, more than losing
And
money
basically,
videos.
I took all of the money.
I'm sorry, I'm addicted to losing money videos. It's like one of my favorite things to watch. I hope he tries to be a VTuber next. Hopefully he realizes that there's a dude debuff. I can translate Spanish to English, but I can't Spanish to English in my head correctly. Yeah.
Some of them probably won't.
Yapping 100, actual content 0.
Fuck them.
Go back. This post made me laugh. Noah Chrysler seems incapable of arguing, knowing only how to insult and name call. It is clear he doesn't have the capacity to have a real conversation about real issues. All he knows how to do is hate on others. So rather than engaging in dialogue, he's going to wipe his tears, take his marbles, and slink home. It would be better to grow up. Perhaps if he did that, his YouTube channel would have more than a couple of thousand followers.
Fuck him. Who cares?
I listened to you for 1 minute, and I wouldn't want to hear you every day. Real men talk less.
They're not free.
This is way too much talking. It is a podcast. Go find another corner of the internet to eat your paint chips in. Oh, gosh. Oh, Kansas.
For you, but some of them will.
Is there one that I missed? Okay, too much talking. Yeah. Just gotta tell you, your story posts are so chaotic in the absolute best way, but ADHD is in love with it. I don't know how to describe it, but even if I don't understand or even stop thinking much about some of them, it is a highlight of my day because I can see the effort and passion of what you do and just think it's great. Haha, bro. Thank you so much. Keep going, my man. Is this his actual friend, though?
Some of them will. And your life can be about finding the people.
Highly recommend it. Okay. And then it's...
That also, like, I don't know if this is great, but, like, your life can be about finding the people who like your perspective and who, for the most part, usually agree with how you articulate and how you see things. That is beautiful. Now, it can also be very destructive, right? No idea is perfect in isolation.
Bro, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. Please stop trying to make Caleb Spider a thing. Caleb Spider is so freaking weird. Okay, I just realized that the girl was probably about to try and make out with me, but a teacher went into the room before that. I almost had my first make out when I was 10. Legas. What the actual hell are you talking about, kids?
Right? Like, I'm not trying to just, like, develop this, like,
And look, he's gonna get eaten by Caleb Spider.
Cocoon of people that agree and worship me and say everything that I do is perfect and every idea that I have is great and don't hold me accountable. That's super.
Also, we're getting a Final Fantasy Tactics remake. Oh, I heard about that. In September, and Ludion just put out a teaser for a DLC for RimWorld for June 11th. My dude was just trying to, like, fix his mods for RimWorld. Now he's gonna have to deal with it all over again.
super destructive. But as I watch my content and I say things like, I want to make content and I don't understand why I want to make content. It's like, no,
This was like in Spanish middle
I
school.
do. I think I can start to understand why I want to make content, right? It's to feel understood. If you listen to the theme song of this show,
Stop filming yourself crying.
Here's me, 6 months ago, or I'm
Another DLC from Real World, I guess so.
In New York, right? My identity is shattered, and I'm trying to pick up the pieces, and I'm like, man,
Oh gosh. It's trying. You see, these are subtle references to Caleb Hammer when you see the taquitos and the Caleb spider. He's very subtle about it. Oh my gosh. I gotta buy a new hard drive for the new version.
I wanted to feel heard. And I didn't want to have to go feel heard by leaving my home, right? I went to Atlanta. I went to Austin to try to feel heard and seen and valued and loved by the world, right? And so I just wanted to feel heard. And so what did I really want when I made those decisions to leave, right? What did I really want? Well, what I really wanted was just for somebody to notice me, right? And so that became a very powerful force in this project, right? So I'm looking for local New York artists. I'm like, cool. If I was a local New York artist and nobody noticed me and that hurt me, so maybe I could notice somebody else and by taking notice in them, they would feel something that I felt
this is
like
not
I
your
didn't
therapy
feel
session.
growing
Please
up.
stop.
And so I became
Don't think this is
obsessed,
healthy.
and I looked for song after song, trying to find a local band, trying to find a local artist, and I listened to probably thousands of songs from local bands and artists, which, by the way, upstate New York has a lot of really cool local bands and artists. And when you start touching at things like New York City, I mean,
Notice
oh
me,
my God, like you'll
senpai.
be listening to hours of music. And I found this song. The theme song of this show is very intentional, and here's the other part of this is that, like, I am an analytics
The name of the band is Safe Space? Are you kidding me?
obsessed person, right? And I think that some people are like, hey man, there's a 90-second intro to every single one of these YouTube video podcasts that you make, and like that's gonna kill your retention, and it does. Like, you can see the retention graph, and this is not like I'm not insecure about this. This is a deliberate choice. Like, I fully know that 90-second intro is going to hurt retention for sure, right? But like, what if it's not about retention, right? That song communicates the thesis of what I am trying to communicate, right? I want you to
skip through the song just in case it was like...
I want you to understand that I'm trying, I'm doing the best I can, but not as good as I want to be.
Rat Pack group therapy?
Just fucking throwing your soul out on the table and going, hey, look, this is what I've done, this is what I'm trying to do.
So you are purposefully hurting your growth. Yes.
What do you think? That is what I want my work to be about, right? I don't have all the answers, and I acknowledge that. I admit that. But, I am this enthusiastic clown, obsessive, manic.
You could share your soul when you're over 10K viewers, yeah.
Clown man, So maybe if I keep making forward progress, right? Maybe something cool will happen. Maybe something interesting will happen. Maybe you can learn something from my fuck ups, right? Or my manic articulations, right? That's cool. But there also is a fear response, right? I want, like, that is a plea. I want you to understand me, right? Which is
bipolar?
A silly
if he's talking about manic or what, I think there's other ways that manic can be used actually.
I do,
and like other conditions that can get manic.
I think I acknowledge that these things are a part of me, but learning to accept them, I've been ashamed of this, right? I have this need for people to understand me, right? I need something from them, right? I need understanding from them. That puts you in a vulnerable position. I'm going to refer back to the...
Okay, I get you. I can relate to that to some degree. I don't think that's good. I think that you need it from the core people in your life, not just a bunch of views. I don't know. And I think it's just this narcissistic tendencies trying to manipulate us to a degree. I'm not a therapist, and if I If I was, I wouldn't have the training to fully diagnose Noah. Yeah.
To the outline. The fear of losing
It's more
control.
just
My
that.
biggest
Did he
fear is
mention
losing control
bipolar, or
of
did
my
he
own
only mention
story. What if somebody
ADHD?
tells
I'm just
my
trying to
story
remember.
on my behalf and they get it wrong? Worse, what if they have their own agenda and they twist my narrative? You know, I think that people with poor media literacy, they don't.
Why is the theme always spiders? Why does you keep trying to make Caleb a spider?
On my behalf and they get it wrong. Worse.
Oh, he fixed the stream cord notification dice. A big manic is not controllable, but deciding to weaponize it is. Okay.
What if they have their own agenda and they twist my narrative? You know, I think that people with poor media literacy, they don't realize the subversive ways in which people manipulate narratives. They think
Okay. Is anyone else tired of everyone being like, media literacy? Like, it freaking keeps happening. Why do they keep doing that? Is that Eight-Legged Freaks? That's a funny bad movie. Isn't like it on purpose though? So it's like just kind of like B movie-ish. No, he's showing one of my favorite spider movies.
that like, oh well, that person, they were just
Spiders are scary to most people, so I think he's trying to convey how afraid he is. Okay.
vocalizing their worldview, but what they failed
The
to
spiders were scary. Yeah, they are. I don't like spiders. Yeah, it's a really bad movie.
consider is, well, those people are making implicit decisions
It's
about the narratives.
one of the best ways, yeah. I still need to find a way to for us to watch FDR as like a Rat Pack group. I think you guys would think it's funny.
Telling by platforming the people that they choose to platform, right? Those people are making decisions. They are making decisions that are not obvious to the end consumer, that subtly shape a narrative for the end consumer. And my fear, the thing that keeps me up at night, is that that is going to happen to me, that's going to be ripped away from me, that autonomy, that agency, that thing that could
Secret
be a force
Discord
for
movie
power.
night? Yeah. We need
To attract these like-minded
maybe
people
you should
towards
start
me,
doing them.
that could be used as a weapon against me, and it has been used as a weapon against me in some portions of my life. And so that
But yeah,
doesn't
the
have
Discord's in the descriptions as always, or in like the links are around. You can't convince me to be scared of giant spiders since Lucas the Spider was created. Well, Lucas the Spider is specifically a jumping spider, and he's cute, so it's different.
that fear doesn't have to be a bad thing, right? Maybe that's a beautiful thing.
And the like jumping spiders are like already cute. Like you can train them to do high fives.
Somebody who is so
Hello,
driven by
sir.
that fear,
Welcome
who
to
is-
the Rat
who has
Cafe.
empathized
There's
with
no
people who have
rats
had their
here.
stories ripped
Oh, you're
away
streaming
so
Ultra?
hard, right? Maybe
Oh,
that
my
person
God.
can then go and tell stories from a place that is fundamentally different than the way other people tell stories, which is me first, you second. What if the person who is deeply scarred by their story being ripped away from them can help other people tell their stories, right?
Oh boy.
That's cool. But not just tell their stories, but shape their stories. Like, again, going back to the lucid dream thing, here's another thing about this, is that, like, I think there's, like, things...
Charlie's streaming Doom with his mom playing in the background on secret, like,
about identity and
okay.
narrative, right? I think they bring me to this idea, there's the Shakespeare quote, all the world's a stage, right? I think what I've come to realize in my life is, like, all the world's a stage, but, like, you're not just the actor, you're also, like, the writer, you're the script writer, but also you can be, like, the psychologist and, like, the English student that, like, does a critical analysis of, like, the character on the stage and understands, like, the character's motivation and why he makes the decisions that he does, right? So you're the script writer, director,
know what he's
producer
trying
of
to
your
be.
whole life, and your identity is a person. Right? You are both an actor in a play, but also the entire production crew and the director himself and the writer. And you're also the person in the audience. You're the universe smelling its own fart.
Hellfield 1, glad your mom is finally playing something else. There's nothing wrong with having a special interest.
Right? That's crazy. That idea is really exciting to me. And I think the idea that I can empower people too. Here's another thing, is that I hate life coaching. I think life coaching is...
You sound like you're addicted to life coaching, so I don't know. And this all sounds like life coachy stuff. How do you not like life coaching?
Stupid. I one time met a friend of mine who was very mentally sick, and he was very reluctant and resistant to the idea of going to see a mental health professional. And
wait, you actually go to a therapist and you're still like this?
What he told me is he was crying, drunk on the curb, sitting drunk on the curb, crying. He told me, "I don't go to therapy. I go to coaching." And I'm thinking to myself, awful. The fucking hustle bug
I
has
thought that it was you. I thought you were that person.
infected this person's identity.
That's what you seem like.
under the core of who they are, right? Gary Vee has poisoned the well of this person and turned them into a machine that only focuses on utility and productivity. And so the idea that they would go to a therapist is totally, completely ridiculous. And instead, they must go to a...
I hate coaching too, but it's better than nothing. I mean, there's a lot of scummy coaches, but I thought he was the one who fell into the coaching trap based on like how he talks and everything. But I don't know.
coach, because a coach provides them utility in their career.
Do you know how many people on Earth have it way worse than you? Billions.
Awful. So I want you to fully understand something. I think that life coaching, I think bad life coaching is the fucking bane of my existence, right? Like, giving somebody platitudes that are meant to help them, but they don't actually help.
You kind of sound like it though.
Is fucking
There are a lot of bad therapists too. Yeah, and I think you might be going to sound
full. So life coaching has this bad rep, but there's something to me about really taking my cognition that I think I have been blessed and cursed with, and pointing it at somebody who I don't understand, who is struggling with things that I don't fully understand, pointing it at them and trying to discover and understand why they are doing the things that they're doing and why they can't seem to change. Are they not aware of the actions that they're taking? Have they tried to change and failed? Those questions.
Where does it want a coach to tell him that he doesn't have it that bad?
To me are fascinating. They are fascinating. And so, but I don't want to become fucking shill life coach person, but I want to.
What did that have to do with life coaching? That image,
up to this idea that it's hey, dude, your life could be a lucid dream. You are the actor on the stage, but you're also the writer and director, and I know it because I've done it in my life. You can consciously evolve into whoever you want to be. That is a crazy idea, and there's value in it, right? The world is not...
A good coach would yell at him, and he knows that he couldn't handle that, yeah? I'll tell him for free that he's having it pretty simple, yeah. That's the time that you like him in the Great Depression.
This nihilistic, meaningless place. If you choose that frame, that can be true. But it can also be this you get 80 years. You get 80 years, and honestly, I hope that these life extension technologies
the 80 years aren't guaranteed.
Succeed, because I think the cool part about living is you get 80 years. You get 80 years to tell a cool story and think from your very, very specific lens, and you get 80 years, and then you're dead, and you're going to be dead for much, 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 much longer than you've ever been.
Again, technically not true, because new heaven, new earth stuff, but it's fine. It's fine.
Alive, you're going to be dead for infinity, and you're going to be alive for 80 years, right?
It's more the opposite, kind of. To some degree, but
you will be forgotten for sure. Maybe not the day that you die, maybe not the week after you die, maybe it's years, maybe it's 100 years after you die, but you will be forgotten. People will not care about you. Nihilism has a good point, right? But that's just one frame.
If there wasn't God, I guess so.
Right? Another frame is, I'm going to be here for 80 years. This story has an end. I know that. There's the end credits. How can I make something really cool between now and those end credits, right? That's really cool. Would I fuck over other people in that story, right? Is that who I want to be? Because sometimes, maybe that's valid, right? Maybe I fuck over other people for my own gain, and maybe that's the story that I want to tell with my 80 years on the planet.
Does he think his YouTube channel is his life's legacy? That's sad. Yes. I unironically think that that is why he wants to be a big YouTuber, is partially because of that. Because he can't handle life without a purpose, which he doesn't have, because he's just because of his mindset, I guess.
Planet, but maybe it's not, right? Maybe it's not. But so yeah, I have this problem that I contend with all the time, and that is am I sharing too much? Am I talking too fast? Am I coming across? I manage perceptions. I manage perceptions of how I'm coming across compulsively, and I think that in the past has held me back from sharing ideas, right? And so it's.
Oh yeah, did you guys see the part where he compared himself to Iron Man? That was
stopped
funny.
Me from speaking my mind, but I'm also deeply afraid that if I believe in myself too much, then I will become disassociated from reality, right? And I will become a narcissist. So it's this weird juggle of like managing perception, but also like knowing that like I need to follow my instincts. I need to follow my intuition.
Is being a narcissist inherently bad? Like, it makes it harder, or like make you inherently a bad person. Because sometimes I worry that I have like narcissistic tendencies. But it's just kind of like, it's a thing that you have. It's the way that your brain works. If you figure out how to like still be a functioning member of society and not like hurt people, I think that's still fine. It's just what you are, you know? No way he's using Tony Stark building the Mark 1. Yeah. Oof. He already is a narcissist? Oh, it's not inherently a bad thing. Okay.
On some level, this weird level of introspection and obsession is...
It's like how I'm psychopathic, yeah. Is beyond just the narcissist, is basically all of Cluster B, part of why I think he has bodies. What is Cluster B? And no, a little narcissism is not bad.
It's a unique and beautiful mix, and it could potentially...
Because I feel like I need to have like some narcissism to want to be any kind of like content creator in the first place.
Help other people, and also like the fear-based thing of...
I think it's fine to care about yourself, and that's true that true narcissism is when you focus only on yourself and care for no one else. Yeah?
I need to be heard and my voice needs to matter, right? That doesn't have to be this inherently shameful or bad thing, right? That is a struggle of mine that I deal with every day.
Prior to breaking up with the girlfriend, but basically got over it in 30 minutes.
At the heart of my career.
Cluster B. Cluster B disorders involve unpredictable, dramatic, or intensely emotional responses to things. The four main Cluster B disorders are antisocial, borderline, histrionic, narcissistic. Oof.
It's at the heart of my day-to-day thoughts and processes that go on in my mind. Am I overstepping? Oh my God. And it's called anxiety. This is what having anxiety is. Cool.
Does anyone else get tired of people talking about anxiety? Because I feel like everyone and their mom talks about having anxiety, but maybe it's just... I know that there's different, like... There's a spectrum to anxiety, but it's... when freaking everyone's medicated for anxiety. I don't know. Like, I'm medicated for anxiety. I don't know. It's giving off, I peaked in high school theater and can't move on. Yeah, no. Yeah. Like, he was the class clown and he wants the attention back. Antisocial, check. Borderline, maybe. Histrionic, theater kid. Narcissistic, absolutely. How is he antisocial? Or asocial? What's asocial? I don't know if I ever had anxiety, only because I used to
think this episode
just be too
I've
chill.
said most of what I want to say, but if we were to
Imagine
wrap it up...
peaking in high school. I peaked in elementary. You know, you have not peaked yet. You're continuing to peak, Ultra. If he's anxious, he should try ashwagandha supplements. I did after a friend told me about it, and it actually helps if you get a good one. I have no idea about that, so...
Up and put a bow on it. What the hell? You know, what's a summary of what I'm trying to articulate? The reason I'm a storyteller, the reason I am a comedian, the reason I am a journalist who loves storytelling, asking questions.
Why did you become a journalist? He's a journalist now? He moved and didn't make any friends. He immediately felt part of a tantric smex called definition of antisocial. Antisocial or asocial? Because I thought antisocial was like you murder dogs or something. When did he become a comedian? I mean, that's a good... We saw his attempts, okay? Remember he taught... Wait, were you there when he talked about that he was trying to be a comedian for 2 years, and then his friend went and did it on a whim, and she was, like, much funnier than him, and the audience liked her more, and then he was sad?
I think that it was a result of
He got beat by a woman at comedy. Do you know how freaking embarrassing that is? It's so sad.
Upbringing. I also think that it is a fear-based...
See, if I moved, I definitely would make friends, but I would basically be fine. I mean, also, like, what was I saying? The internet makes it easier with that too, though, because you're getting like interaction. It's like not the same, but still, journal detected emotions rejected.
defense mechanism, right?
Antisocial, I guess?
speak
I think asocial
because
is part
I'm
of
afraid
cluster A.
of my story
Okay.
being used against me. That is my deepest fear. And I wrestle with the idea that maybe I want attention because of the wrong reasons. But this show, the content that I make, is about trying to walk the path of like building an okay relationship with that. You know, what does a balanced relationship look like with that?
I wonder if those
a
are supposed to be like the
unhealthy
Caleb
one.
Hammer
And I
people,
don't
because it
know.
looked weirdly
I don't
like
know,
his
and
office.
that's why it's cool, right? That's what art is, right? You get 80 years. You get 80 years, and you can make stuff there. All right, yeah, I think that's all the thoughts. Cool. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you, genuinely. This is probably an overshare. Let's see if it bites me in the ass and is
Yeah.
used against me, or if it's like if other people are like, oh yeah, no, I get that. I get that to my
I'm
core.
not
I feel
necessarily
those
trying
same
to like use it against you. It's just
things,
more
right?
I'm
And
concerned.
hey, maybe you should go and talk to this type of a person who could help you deal with these thoughts, and maybe you could potentially like, you know, become this type of a person who has this experience that like, you know, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna like send this. Fuck it. Thank you for listening and watching. If you support this show, I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Thank you to Second Suitor for the use of our theme.
Bro was like, I'm gonna die at 80. I need to become Mr. Beast. Yeah. Gun times without any friends, but I could still separate my boss from my delivery person or the lady being nice to me at a grocery. Separate my boss from my delivery person or the lady being nice to me at the grocery store. Anti-social people struggle with that. I think people who are nice to me are trying to rob me. It's a different illness, though. Oof. Is it parasocial to say Vivi's my friend? I don't think so, because we actually talk. We're like online friends, but for
Money that I had, which was about $1,000, and
I want to hear about how he wasted money because these are my favorite kinds of videos. Is how I lost all my money videos. I'm sorry, I just like just let me slide the child spoon over. I know this is probably freaking boring, but I find this
and
interesting.
basically
So
I
we're
took
continuing.
all of the money that I had, which was about $1,000, and I like plugged in my card information to this.
We're trying to do a freaking deep dive here, okay? Wait, what? That's where the $1,000 went? This episode, I talk about how I bet my meager 1,000 life savings on a Katsu Kitty capture card to make Pokemon YouTube videos in college. It went about as well as you'd expect. That's how expensive capture cards are? I still haven't gotten one. Dang. This is easy to watch with y'all, so I'm all for it, yeah. I also talk about how I originally regretted going to RIT, how lonely and isolating the start of my college was. Okay, what college experience was, and how I grew to make friends and become part of the community. I talk about the existential I felt transitioning from high school to college and how my identity underwent severe turbulence. It's called growing up. For a little while, I felt like I had no idea who I was. It's called growing up. Anyway, it's all very personal stuff. Maybe someday I'll regret sharing so much of myself with the internet, but hopefully the day isn't today. Lol. Oh boy. At least it's somewhat self-aware. Okay. Okay. Messenger assisting with the edit. Okay. He hired someone for the intro. He's not learned. He keeps throwing money at it. Bro. Could send you a link for a good $50 one? The one that Squish got? Okay, cool. Because it's like there's no
very sketchy website.
Like, Squish,
now the thing is that by the
Squishy's
time
thing
the
looked
Game
fine,
Boy,
so it's why did he choose that? Well, like, what did he do? No, it's not that expensive. You can get them way cheaper. Why did he do this? Even 10 years ago, you could get one for like $300. What's wrong? How did this happen?
I basically had
got a free one with
kind of burned myself out.
Who did you take it from?
Making Pokemon videos. You know, my GPA is going to fall, 10%, and I am trading that for 100 YouTube video views on a Pokemon series. What the hell?
This is sad.
On average, the human brain contains just over...
I'm back, and now I am wanting to be evil until it will be a joke. What's the joke? Got an old Elgato free from my friend. That's good.
A liter of juice. And for this show, I'm going to use...
All right, I need to be careful because he plays the whole freaking song.
seem to get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this episode of Brain Juice with Noah Chrysler. That is me, guys.
I'm gonna be so sad if this video's gone because
Today we're going to be
I think it's
talking
funny.
more about
Whatever, if it
failures
gets
from
like
my
taken down
life,
because of
things that
his
I've
band.
messed up in the next installment of this failure resume series. And if you didn't watch the first episode of this, basically I'm going back through my entire life and finding things that I consider to be like professional failures of mine. Things.
Why is dating like finding a parking spot? I don't know.
That I started that didn't go and end the way I wanted them to. Times in my life where I tried to do something and it didn't work out. You know, professional relationships that didn't necessarily go the way that I wanted them to.
I wonder who he's talking about.
Oftentimes because of my own mistakes.
Not to be that guy, but his forehead is kind of big. You've just noticed that now?
Yeah. I'm re-recording this because I recorded this once and I watched the recording back and I am clearly terrified during the recording. I'm terrified and anxious. And as a result, I'm super...
Maybe don't post it.
The word I want to use is punchable. Like I want to...
All the good ones are taken, so you stick it in and hope no one finds out. Okay. Bro, that sounds like the French guy, like the French Canadian guy who murdered his wife. Don't be what's his name? JF? Or probably murdered his wife. Most likely. 5.5 head, chibi style. Oof. It's not quite a 5 head, but it's at least 4 3/4 head, yeah.
Punch myself in my own stupid face. Because instead of bravely saying, hey, you know, this is how I was feeling in that moment and being honest about those things, I instead am like hiding behind this character of like being a clown and being like, hey, it's quirky. This is so
yeah, no, we get it. And it's all very clear that you are a sad clown archetype. We understand this.
It's like that's not... There's nothing funny here about that story. That seems like a traumatic experience. And you're trying to mask it with humor, and it was very anxious watching it back. Yeah.
Is this the video that he's talking about making with like the I'm gonna have like my unhinged rant to make it a comedy video?
Got other people working on this project with me. Thank you to those other people for doing that with me. And I think that's a good thing because it...
Kansas, you know I'm a prude. That's like part of my thing.
It makes me feel like I need to... I think in the past that would have made me be like, okay, maybe we just don't post this. Maybe I just delete this footage and never use it again. And just abandon the idea. But now that I've got people working with me on this, thank you for your help so much. I realized like, okay, cool. Like, I'm just going to take another run at it. Yeah, it's going to take a bunch of time, but I'm going to take another run at this and try to do a good job. Right? Because I think...
I want to shave his beard. Why is it bad?
You need something that you need to understand is that if I am a little punchable,
it's not like a luscious, like great looking beard, but I mean, it's not the worst one that I've seen.
This project scares the shit out of me. This scares the shit out of me, and that's why I think it's meaningful. Right? I tend to pick projects to work on that scare the shit out of me. Things like with like a lot of gravity to them. Because that's what I find meaningful, and this I think is meaningful. And I don't know, we haven't posted the first episode yet, but even just reflecting on those experiences, I think has been very good for me. I hope to continue the trend with this video. And if I am punchable during this, please know that this is not...
Beard is fine, but he needs the beard privilege revoked. Why?
And so feel free to judge. Let's see your every mistake I've ever made video and see if it's any better than mine and see how you feel. And that's a joke.
I mean he looks like the stereotypical like soy jack, like open mouth beard, like beanie guy. He just doesn't have beanie.
Not every mistake I've ever made by a long shot. This is a imperfect list, and it's just stuff that I feel like I'm somewhat comfortable with sharing. Because I have been able to reflect on these things, and I think that they are valuable stories. And
because the beard brotherhood doesn't need to be associated with people like him. I mean, unfortunately, it kind of already is like mixed in with that. There's like two kinds of beard people. They're either really based or really cringe. We already got these neck beards messing us up.
If somebody is experiencing these things themselves or situations similar, right? I think it would be cool to offer them my insights if they're in the midst of these problems, right? It'd be cool to offer my insights looking back, right?
That's why
Anyway,
like my
here we go.
notifications are like making
This is also the college section of the failure resume series. These are failures that specifically happened to me in college, not happened to me.
I'm gonna have to
suppose
like speed
I
this up.
happened to them.
Get to the capture
We
card.
happened to each other.
Get to
I caused
wasting
them
money. I want
for
the
most of
wasted
these.
money. It's
All right,
it's
the
my
first
crack.
failure that I want to talk about from college is selecting a college. When I was 17, 18 years old, I was very, very afraid of the college selection process. I was terrified of the idea that if I made the wrong
As a beard haver, a member of the Beard Council, his face foliage card is hereby revoked.
decision, they were going to strap me into a cubicle for the next 40 years, and they were going to hook a bunch of tubes up to me like I was
Oh
in the
my gosh.
Matrix, and they were going to suck out all of the joy and spontaneity and like charisma.
Also, considering everything, a failure is not healthy. Huh? Sorry for the extra Discord beeps. So we playing tic-tac-toe. Nothing wrong with you guys doing that. It's more it's not on your end. It's like I thought it was in streamer mode. I think I'm in streamer mode. Am I not in streamer? It's weird. It's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Because generally it doesn't. Oh, whatever. College is bad and good for everyone. Yeah.
From my soul, and
That's more.
and the
I'm
company
questioning
was going to
Discord
use
more
that
than the
charisma and joy, and just
than you guys
suck
playing
me
tic-tac-toe.
dry, like again, like a battery dude in the Matrix, and then use that.
I feel like the types of people who make these movies, like I get the, yeah, no, the corporate lifestyle can be freaking like destroy like you mentally if it's a bad one. But not all corporate work is inherently bad. Like my dude has like a good work environment because he has good people that he works with. My work environment was bad because because whenever I was like freaking out, they're just like make sure to cry in like this other room type thing. It's different. Corporate work means you get to feed your family. Yeah, it's not inherently bad, but I feel like because the people who make movies and art are like the creative types who like hate having to work for someone, they always make it bad. Like it's always the worst thing that could happen to you is getting a corporate stable job. Because these are creative people who don't want that kind of structure, I guess. So it's always like villainized. Even though that sometimes you just kind of have to deal with it and it does provide stability, you know? No matter how bad it is, it has a good purpose, yeah. My corporate work is very enjoyable,
fuel
yeah.
capitalism and to make more money.
Oh, them capitalism bad. Oh, capitalism bad, guys. Oh. The people who used to make movies were creative types who are not suited for office work, so they hate it and portray it as terrible when other people are more suited for it. Yeah, exactly.
And then use that to fuel capitalism and to make more money, right?
Capitalism.
I didn't really understand career stuff, right? This was a very all-encompassing problem for me, and I felt terrified. I don't know how to explain the existential fear.
Well, except when I get stalked, but you go to ups and downs. It's a pretty big down. Wait. Freaking. Yeah, no, it's not on. What the? That's weird. It's weird. Strange.
Fear that I felt in high school.
To be fair, if I had 8 bosses like the dude at Office Space, I'd hate everything too, though. Well, that was the thing. And that was the thing about Office Space. He literally worked at a bad company. Like, my dad worked at a bad company, and he moved, and then now he's fine. It's not normal for corporate... yeah, it's not normal for corporate jobs to have 8... Except at Amazon. Well, Amazon is, like, literally they put you in, like, a box and don't let you use the bathroom. In our new communist society, I'll be the cool artist while everyone else grows potatoes and supports me. Yeah. So that's the dream, I guess.
I think in the back of my mind, I knew that I wanted to do video production and video stuff. But what I really, really wanted to do was like make YouTube videos and do online content stuff. And that traditional paths for that didn't really exist at that time. I
Okay.
could have done something like movie production, right? I could have gone like the film route, but like
Oh boy.
making it in Hollywood or in the film industry seemed like a not real prospect at the time.
You didn't make it in YouTube either. Maybe I don't know, man. Don't know. I'm a person who doesn't like corpo. If you do, more power to you. Just not for me. It's more just the people who like portray it as literal hell. It gets
Hey
kind
guys,
of
what's up?
cringe.
I have a
You know? What is this like update? Did he like change it?
and
I got the drones planting potatoes. You prove me good? Yeah. I would be that weird hobo everyone gets food through in a communist society. Well, you already are a hobo, so I guess that
and
makes
none
sense.
of this was going on out loud. I was not talking this through with anybody, right? My parent and to my parents' credit, they tried. My mom brought me around to a couple different schools, and they were doing their best to try to prepare me to select the college. But I was
Hope that
very,
shot very. There's nothing wrong with being a hobo. You have interesting stories to tell with your hobo journeys. I don't like it, but it has a purpose, and life is more than work. Treating it as completely all bad is not honest. Yeah, as long as you have like work-life balance, you're perfectly fine. Communist propaganda. The practice out of American soil. Termination activated. Yeah, hobos have a place in our commune too, cats. Yeah, it's not a hobo. He's a himbo. Why can't he be both?
very, very scared.
But
And, high school was kind of tough for me too. And I felt like I had kind of built this identity in high school that took me 4 years to build, right? And I had built a network of friends and like not just an identity for myself, but an identity for how I felt like the people in the school related to me, right?
okay, I'm betting it was definitely class clown, theater kid. Everything was tough for him. Don't we feel so bad for him? This is just high school. Everyone goes through this. Like when I talk about like my friends abandoning me in high school, I don't think it's like the worst thing to ever happen to anyone ever. It just kind of sucks. Kind of Terminatus Ultra.
And conceived of me, and I really loved that identity, right? I loved that person, that version of myself that I was.
Whoever said he peaked in high school, I think you're right.
I didn't want to, and it sounds pathetic, and it might be, but I didn't want to lose that. And so the idea of I'm going to go to college and have that identity go away and deal with a bunch of problems and emotions that I don't know how to deal with.
Yeah, we did
is
peak in high
crazy,
school. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The idea that I would go to my parents and say, "Hey, I want to make YouTube videos," when they genuinely did not understand the opportunity at all. They did not understand that like people
I'm debating
actually
if
for
I peaked
real
in high
made
school or
a
not. I don't
living
know.
making digital content.
Did that kid in limbo during high
They
school?
were doing their best to understand, but they didn't really truly get it because they did not grow up with it. And so it felt like I
What?
could not talk to them about that. And that's
Didn't
not
grow up with what?
the opportunity at all. They did not understand that like people actually for real made a living making digital content. They were doing their best to understand, but they didn't.
But there's also I mean, I guess I had that with my parents too. Not sure how much they like know about the environment. Like I know that it's unrealistic. It's there's too much competition for one. But
really
yeah,
truly get it because they did not
peaked in
grow up
10th
with
grade
it.
probably. Why?
And so it felt like I could not talk to them about that. And that's not a failure.
Somehow everybody knew me, but I don't know how or why they did. Oh, didn't peak till like now. Yeah. Peaking in high school is a bad thing, so it's good. Rose Chris Chan without the internet following or funny rants. Oh yeah, Chris Chan also peaked in high school, didn't they? That's sad. Cats was 11 out of 10 cute. Ooh. But yeah, like everyone knew me in high school, and but that was partially because it was like a small school. But it also like helped kids with their homework and stuff. And generally, I was like one of the smart kids And also like that annoying kid who would like tattle on you if you did something bad enough. Like I'd be the kid who like stole people's phones back and then would just give it back to the kid. But that was my thing. Well, see, as I'm in high school, I got mega bullied by my girlfriend. Maybe that's why everyone knew me. Ooh.
Failure on their end. Like it is also a failure on my end, right? Because there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes in my mind that like I could not bring myself to speak about. So anyway, whatever. I go tour a bunch of schools and I'm terrified and I'm like, I don't really want to go here. I remember going to like we went to like SUNY Albany and I was like, oh,
Wait,
this place sucks, right? Because it was very like
rather than
it was
like
very,
identity or whatever.
I think almost like clinical, right? Like not clinical, but like they had these like Greek columns and shit. And I was like,
that's cool.
I don't think I'm gonna be a Greek column dude. Like that's not my vibe.
It's because of the freaking architecture, really? Clearly, her telling me to close my eyes, and she just straight up gut punched me. Why? Played sports and played Pokemon and burned CDs of movies. Yeah, everyone knew me because I brought a tomato in my backpack and some other weird things. Oh, somehow that makes you popular. Yeah.
Remember, I went to
I think it helps that there's like a wide net social wise.
I went to an overnight retreat at the Rochester Institute of Technology. The school was like an hour away from where I grew up, and I was like, this is great. And the overnight retreat was really, really fun. There was like a bunch of people that were very friendly, and there was a bunch of games. And I remember like I made friends at this overnight retreat, right? I made a bunch of friends, and it was really cool. And there was a pretty girl that I made friends with.
Don't know what she did, but she said something about multiple personalities. Oh, was she on Tumblr? Was she a Tumblr girl?
It's cool. And I just remember having a very nice experience at this overnight thing, and I'm like, okay, fuck it, I will go to this college. You might hear this story and be like, well, that's not like a failure, you chose a good school, and I did choose a good school. Ultimately, after my 4 years at RIT, I really loved it, right? And I made the most out of it, and I don't regret it for a second. But when in my first year at RIT, I remember it was like the biggest failure I had ever had. And so I went to RIT. I just remember in my first year being away from family, being away from all of my friends.
Bro, I think he's literally just saying what literally everyone who goes to college experiences.
And not having really any friends, and suddenly being in an engineering school, right? I declared engineering as my major in my first year. And because my dad was a mechanic and I was an Eagle Scout, and
I don't know if I want you to be an engineer. Mainly because that was the field that I was trying to do, and I don't know how you doing that. I could see you, I guess, maybe being like a manager or something, and you drive people crazy. Ugh. I just remember her tiny self somehow grabbing my head and pretty much forcing a makeup session. You know what? I was abused in high school. Why do all of your lull story ends up being like really sad?
Stuff, and I, on some level, I loved like the building aspect of engineering, the idea that you're gonna work on a project and then design something to solve a problem. I loved that concept. But I started to meet my classmates. I started to meet people at RIT. I remember I was so scared of the college selection process that I did not do my housing application correctly or on time. And so basically I was like kind of like stuck in like, my housing situation was really weird. They had me in like temporary housing for a bit because the class was huge. And then they moved me in with like a randomly assigned roommate who I became good friends with. But
well, lucky you, I never became friends with my roommates.
It was an isolating experience. And I remember in my first couple of days there, I met this kid and I was very, very excited, ready to meet new friends. Very, very.
Yeah, you can at least rest easy. Knowing your autobiography won't be boring. Yeah.
Everybody's like, "Oh, college is the best 4 years of your life," or at least at that time they were. I don't know if that messaging has changed.
Best actually nice.
So
this isn't the one who punched you, right?
This is gonna be the best 4 years of my life. But I go and I talk to this kid. And it's the Rochester Institute of Technology. The thing that you need to know about the Rochester Institute of Technology, two things really. It's predominantly a male student population. I
drank much water. I just had gamer subs, and then I've just been every once in a while I'll get like a sip. Actually, I haven't even like sipped that much.
It's a very, very nerdy school. Okay, and so I go up to this kid and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm chatting and being.
Oh, you mean the engineering school is really nerdy? Imagine my shock. Wow.
It's predominantly a male student population, and it's a very, very nerdy school. Okay. And so I go up to
Wow. It's almost like it was mainly an engineering school.
this kid and I'm like, hey, what's up? You know, and I'm chatting and being myself and being a clown because like that's who I am. And I'm like, you know, making small talk with this guy. And I just remember this dude and he goes, hey, can you stop speaking to me?
That
And
poor
I'm like,
kid.
what? He's like, just please stop talking to me. I'm like, okay. He goes, I'm trying to play Metroid on my Game Boy Advance SP. And I don't
Face.
want to talk to you.
Face.
It was like, oh,
Face.
okay. And I get it, man. Like I like Game Boys. I like
I've had to tell someone that before, yeah.
Metroid. Sure. But I was not prepared for that level of honesty. And I also was not prepared for you know, somebody with such like different values than me, right? It's like, you know, and I met a lot of that at RIT where it's like, oh, I care about these things. And I care about them a lot. And I'm really good at these things. And I'm like, okay, well, like, okay. In my first year, I kind of felt like in my first take of this, I said I kind of felt
kid
like a
had to be
liberal
autistic,
arts
baby.
alien on a planet filled with people who were, you know, engineers, like math people. I don't know. I just remember feeling very alone and isolated during that time.
Bruh.
And I was also doing some of the most difficult work that I had ever done in my life. I remember I took calculus.
Imagine going from public school, or I'm assuming public school, I'm assuming it's not college prep, high school to college is harder than high school.
2
Wow.
in my freshman year because I did Calc 1 in high school. I was taking Calc 2 in my freshman year of high school.
I feel like a lot of people tell Noah to shut up. Apparently his comments keep doing that.
1 in high school, and my Calc 2 teacher
'Cause he gets mad about it.
like English was not his first language, and he was not very skilled at English. And I just remember doing some.
Welcome to engineering schools. That's normal. That was my professors too. That's just how it is. You just have to deal with accents and like it's just part of the profession. I'm sorry, bro.
The hardest work I had ever done in my life from one of the worst teachers that I had ever had. And
Cal 2 did that to everyone, Noah. I legit cried in the library trying to get my homework done. Get over yourself. Yeah, that happened to literally everyone. Bro. Ugh. Remember telling a dude that was hitting on me that I was what?
just struggling.
Your stories are insane.
Because calculus, I don't know if you know this, but calculus isn't necessarily easy. And so
Bro.
I'm doing my best to try to do this.
We had a section. Maybe you picked the wrong school. Yeah.
And that's not the only class I'm falling on my face at. I had never taken statistics, and so I was also in the statistics class, and I just remember like really deeply struggling with statistics.
He at least chose the wrong major.
And up to that point, I really had never struggled academically. You know, that was a new
I never
concept
took
to me.
statistics.
And you know, later in my life, I understand now
least I
that
don't
I
think
have
so.
attention deficit disorder, and so like the idea of like sitting down and studying or sitting down and reading and learning from a textbook is absolutely like a very big challenge for me.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if my dad has something. But when he was in school, he just like blast metal music that was so loud that no one could like hear, and he'd do his homework as long as he like kept himself busy. I don't have many college stories, but one I got is my thermodynamics professor's initial lecture. Oh boy, what happened there? Maybe he should have went to clown college. He keeps on calling himself a clown. Maybe he would have unironically liked clown college. Had to for informatics. Probably don't need it for traditional engineering, yeah? I was doing electrical. Yeah. Ludwig spent most of his life on this topic. He ended himself. That was Paul Ernest, who did the same. Now it's your turn. Get into this field where all the main people kill themselves.
But I did not understand that at the time. And I just
oh my gosh, that's great.
And so instead of verbalizing those problems, talking them through with people, building strategies to attack them or whatever. I just internalized this idea that it's like, okay, cool. Like, I think I'm just an alien. I think there's something wrong with me.
Oh, boy.
And I'm very depressed and I'm very alone. And I remember going back
that's
home
college.
after partially
Literally
through
the
my
only
freshman
reason
year,
why
and
I wasn't like the only reason why I didn't end up that way, and I still have like my moments, was because God gave me easy mode and gave me rat dude on the first day of college. It's a normal thing to feel isolated in college because you're away from like these people that you grew up with. It's a normal thing. It's normal. Everyone deals with it. No one needs someone to tell him that he's not that special.
I
Yeah.
was talking to my mom and I'm like, Mom, I've made a huge mistake. I hate this place. I'm alone all of the time. And I am bad at the work. I'm not cut out for this.
There is not derogatory. What?
And just feeling like a huge sack of shit.
I'm happy I can't relate. Maybe because in my field we've got a whole 5 students who stayed to the end, myself included. So it's a very tight knit. That was I will say, whenever you have like small classes, eventually, like as college went on and it was like less of the giant ones, there's camaraderie in suffering, and there is nothing better than that feeling of suffering with your fellow students and working together to get through projects. If you get like a good group of people to commiserate with, it's a great feeling. Like unironically. When he said there's something wrong with him. Oh, okay, you were just agreeing with him. And everyone is feeling that. And I guess what? Telling someone else that also feels alone makes you feel less alone, because then they will tell you they are too.
And my
Yeah.
mother, bless her heart, bless her soul, I love her so much. She really was like, this is not good at all. What happened to my son? My son is not this person who is sad all the time. And she's like,
Just gonna lean into a stereotype. Are your parents freaking Mormons? Why are you? Feel like his family has like the freaking toxic positivity thing going on. What's going on? Also, 3 people understanding 1/3 of what Dr. Patel is saying gets too close to 100% comprehension. Yeah, no. Everyone just heard figuring out what the foreign professor was saying with the thick accent. Yeah, no, that was yeah. I will say, moving from engineering to accounting could understand professors so much more because engineering tends to have more foreign professors.
okay, then like either we change majors or we transfer schools, or
But engineering is also has like a lot of people from different countries in the field, so you kind of need to get used to accents.
You know what, man? Like, if you really hate this, I believe in you enough that like I have faith that you're going to do something cool with your life. And if you want to just drop out and come home, you can do that. And I really appreciated that. Thank you, Mom, for that. Because
By the way, I became a group of 5 in the first semester. Oof.
Whatever I choose here, I've got somebody in my corner backing me, right? I've got some help, which took some of the pressure off, right? Because I think I felt like I was railroaded into this decision, right? It was like, I have to do this, it has to go this way, and if it doesn't go this way, then I fail.
People wanted to freaking psychoanalyze him with like kind of coddling mommy and then daddy issues. So it's like, oh, I never felt good enough for my dad, but it's kind of like coddled mommy's boy or something, maybe. I don't know. This might not be true. Again, this is just me making stuff up based on what he's saying.
And I'm just
it's just
like,
it's a fun game I'm playing with myself. I know he's a real
but, like,
person, but I'm sorry. This
like,
is interesting to me.
I'm here. If you want to fucking nuke this and walk away, let's do it. We like you've taken some loans, fucking spent money on this. Like, fuck it, dude. Like you can nuke this and walk away, and we'll deal with that problem when we get there. And once I realized that she was, and she told me that her parents had done the same thing for her when she was going to school to get an education degree. She
I hate his laugh. Yeah,
had the same conversation.
I feel like his laugh,
and so
isn't a genuine laugh, and I think that's what it is, because it feels like it's pained, like it's something he needs to do, but doesn't actually feel like he's faking it. Everything feels
she
fake.
Did the same for me, and I really appreciated that. And so
I could be wrong.
It's like, okay, cool. Like,
it just feels that way.
It took the pressure off. And suddenly it was like, okay, and I go, no, Mom, I'm not going to drop out. I considered transferring schools, but I'm like, okay, how can I just like make the best of this? And so what I started to do is I started to deal with the actual problems, right? First, I realized I don't think engineering is for me, right?
It's the I
Yes,
either laugh or cry laugh. Yeah.
I enjoy the ideas of like working on problems and building something to solve the solution. I think that's a really, really cool idea. But like, I mean, I'm not much of a like I never did any coding or anything. So like comp sci, like
Yeah,
computer
not a STEM guy. You're not a STEM guy. Obviously, it's because he's an
science
AI.
stuff
What?
and like
He's not
computer
AI
engineering was
here.
kind of out, right? Information systems was kind of out for me. You know, mechanical engineering. I met engineers. That was another thing. My dad took me to like he was like networking with some of his colleagues, and he took me to a couple businesses where like you know I met and
By the way, where's the YouTube in the story? I want to know how he spent $1,000. That's why I clicked on this video. He freaking buried it.
engineers working on engineering problems. And I just remember
The
walking
person that's talking to us right now is his AI twin.
around these
Oof.
buildings thinking to myself, this is where
It's been
this
18
is
minutes.
my
Oh,
worst
yeah.
fear come to life is this building. like like the idea of like working in, you know,
I forgot
don't
this was
know.
about a
It's
capture card. Yeah. Literally, you'd only know because of the freaking description. Going to see professionals work is a great way to find out what you want to do.
just
Yeah.
was awful to me. I just met these people and
Yeah,
I'm
that
like,
was one of at my high. Yeah, yeah. No, it was high school where they made us shadow someone for our final project. You had to shadow someone to see if that was something that you actually wanted to do.
I am nothing like these
AI
people.
programmed by Oscar, whatever
You
his name,
know,
his
these
last name
people
was. Yeah, his buddy.
are nothing like who I want to be. You know, and so I just realized it's like I don't know, and there's this fucking stigma and like joke at RIT where it's like, oh, like you know, look at the business students, like those are the engineers that couldn't.
I think kids should shadow like a dozen jobs. Honestly, yeah. Honestly, I think like a really what could be an interesting program is kind of like getting shuffled around to a bunch of different jobs because at least you can like check that off. It's like definitely not for me. You can at least say that you tried it. And because honestly, some jobs that you end up doing is that you end up liking is something that you wouldn't expect.
That weren't smart enough to be engineers. And sure, like go ahead and do the meme. Like I am the meme.
Oh,
Sure.
no. Exercise, meditate, drop out of engineering, solve a puddle. Yeah, though so many engineering dropouts. I was one of them, but it was because I wasn't enjoying the technical work anymore. I was doing like fine grade wise. I was just kind of miserable.
Stigma and like joke at RIT where it's like, oh, like you know, look at the business students, like those are the engineers that weren't smart enough.
Yeah,
to
no,
be
there was literally
engineers.
there apparently whenever I don't know if they have it anymore, but I hear that a UT used to have a program where they transitioned the failed the failed engineering students into business school. They had like a whole pipeline for it.
And sure, like go ahead and do the meme. Like I am the meme. Sure, for sure. But I just realized that it's like that was such
Think
a
it still
better
exists,
fit
yeah.
for me, right? It's like
Plumber
I am
was my
a
second option to
social
printers.
creature, right?
Why do you want to show off your butt to everyone, Cats? You already have enough issues.
I am not somebody who, I don't know. My cousin, Brandon, who's editing this, was able to, like, he fucking nailed it. He fucking killed it, right? But, like, Brandon is not as, I don't think, Brandon, and you can cut this if you.
Wait, what? Why is he talking about his cousin? What? I mean, business school is for when you got no idea for what you want to do. Unless if you know what you want to do going in. Like I enjoyed accounting. And generally the people who were in accounting were pretty focused on getting into accounting. But yeah. Ayo, that took me like 5 seconds to understand the joke about the butt. Yeah. Plumbers make amazing money, but you have to deal with people and poop. Yeah. Like plumbers, electricians, a lot of like the kind of more trade school jobs generally do make a decent amount of money because people aren't doing it anymore because people are pushing college so hard. We'll see if there will be an overcorrection. I doubt there will be. We'll see.
Better fit for me, right? It's like I am a social creature, right? I am not somebody who, I don't know. My cousin, Brandon, who's editing this, was able to, like, he fucking nailed it. He fucking
nailed what?
killed it, right? But like
at
Brandon
college
is not
or?
as I don't think
Brandon, and you can cut this if you want to, buddy, but like he went to RIT, he was an engineer, and he nailed it, right? Like I think he did really well. He got incredible grades. And I don't think he's as extroverted as me, right? I think that like we have different skill sets, and so he was
social person would be great at business. So what was the issue?
able to
I don't know.
excel, and where I struggled, he excelled in this thing. And I just realized it's like, okay, cool. Like I don't think I'm cut out. I'm not cut from this cloth. I'm a different person. I am a liberal arts alien on a planet filled with engineers. This is very strange. And so after my mom was like, you can drop out if you want
speed. That is fair. I'm gonna let's at least put him at 1.5.
That it was like,
he was
all right,
competing
cool,
with someone
I can
else,
go and I'm not going to drop out. So let's change majors. And I found the business college eventually. I jumped around. I was like an undeclared major for a little while. And then I started taking some business courses in Saunders. And I eventually came onto
Imagine being his editor, having to listen to this guy talk for 3 hours. We've listened to him talk for like 6 hours.
New media marketing was basically the closest thing that I felt to how to make.
Got my AA in community college as the Associates of Arts. Was intending to go into engineering. Eventually realized I'm too dumb for it. I never went to the full university. It's not too dumb. It's just different skills. It's different skills. Just because like people's brains are wired different ways. Not being like an engineer doesn't mean that you're dumb. I just realized that the camera tracks his face. I hate that. Yeah.
Content on the internet, a career, right?
You think he's not editing his own videos? He's not. He's not. He's his cousin's editing his videos, and he's also was talking about paying editors for his videos and how he does that.
That was the closest thing to what I actually wanted to do, right? And I started to get very like real with myself about like what is it that I want to do? What am I actually skilled at, right? So yeah, I did new media marketing and Saunders College of Business. The other things that I did was like I tried my best to make as many friends as I could.
Can we please get to you wasting money?
Via the same avenues that I did that in high school. I joined a bunch of organizations and activities, right? I got involved with RIT Acapella. I got involved with RIT Improv, and through those two organizations, I made dozens of friends, and it was awesome. And I've made lifelong friends through those organizations. And also that place in that social network allowed me to feel more confident.
In my defense, I blank out for most of what he said. That's fair.
And so that allowed me to make friends outside of both of those organizations. And soon I had friends all over the school, from staff members to other students in different programs and things. And that was huge. That was really huge. So I had a major that aligned, I felt like, with my natural strengths and what I wanted to do.
Can we just get to the capture card?
Right. And I had organizations where I had an identity.
Lifelong friends, except for when he moved to Austin. I guess it doesn't count if they're not in person.
It allowed me to refine and shape that identity and also work on things that I was interested in, right? Because I really loved the performance element.
You know what? He would make a great white noise video. This is your new sleep video. Is just listen to his podcasts.
And I really loved improv comedy, right? Because it's like, how do you make entertainment? How do you make it on the fly? Like, you know, improv is been a lifelong love of mine. From my original summary of the original recording I made of this, it says fear-based decisions can lead to misalignment, but also offer opportunities for growth. Right? I don't know. I reflect on this story now, and I realize that like this is not a failure. This is just like growing, right? Like this is just like in improv. Funny enough, in improv, there's this idea of yes and, right? Where it's like
I don't care about improv.
Anything,
Tell me about you wasting money,
please. You want to take the best path. You want to make the best creative decision, right? And in improv is about
I beg
you don't have time to make the best creative decision. There's an audience there, and so you just need to make a creative decision and not worry about the quality of the creative decision. Just make it. Just make the decision, right? Because just make the decision, and if it's bad, then you can just kind of like navigate. Bad. What is bad, right? Bad.
I didn't know what the model of the card was. This is very important. Why did you overspend on the card? It's important to us.
Embrace it, right? Yes, I accept this thing, and I'm going to make the best of this situation, right? Build a plane in the air.
Yeah, this guy doesn't get to the point there. It was right. See,
there's no perfect solution. There's no perfect decision. Go ahead and make a decision, and then try to make the best of it as you live your life. And that was my experience in college. And as you hear more about my college experience, I think it will become clearer and clearer that like I really did make the best of it. But to say that it was a success the entire time is completely
so
totally
then mention YouTube at all. I think he talked about like he wanted to be a content creator.
And I chose a major out of fear.
Does that count?
For the first 6 months to 8 months in college, I was alone, and I had some friends, but like I just felt by myself all the time.
You had
and
friends?
I felt misunderstood, and I was doing work that I just
that's literally every. Oh my gosh, you freaking college student, college student, professional yapper, not professional. He's not a professional. It's not a professional, but he does.
was so far beyond my abilities because I didn't know how to study, because I was smart enough in high school to kind of just like fucking riff through my way through a test and get an 85.
I'm sorry
and be
for
like,
being beat, but it's true.
Right? You can't really riff in college as much, right? The Scantrons don't really love riffing. So that's the first part. I'm going to take a break for a second and collect myself for part 2 of this.
Don't. Okay, are we back from your music break?
Some of them are free, some of them are not. Here we go. The first thing that you can do is like the video. That helps us out a lot. It tells the algorithm, hey, you know, people are liking this, engage with this, and push this, please. The next thing that you can do is leave a comment on this video. Tell me about a time.
Professional enough to be a yapper. The entire story could have been condensed into a single paragraph, if that. Yeah, no, it's just I did normal college things where I struggled to transition to college life, and I had to switch my major. I think when you're paid by the word, yeah. What's like the percentage of people who change their major? Percentage of students who change majors. Around 80% of college students change their major at least once. Let's see if this is actually true. Ever change major? This is old. I don't know. That might not be true. But the point is, a lot of people change their majors. You're that special. I changed my major. Nothing crazy. 60 to 80% seems accurate.
Felt like you were at the end of your rope, and you felt like you were gonna
work 2 jobs and had 16 credit hours my first 2 semesters in college. I didn't have friends or life either. I should make a 40-minute video that 400 people will watch about that. Yeah. Nice. I've been on that top 20% at something in life. Hey, don't worry about it, dude. My dad was like the only one who stayed in engineering out of like all of his friend group. See, I wanted to be a teacher before printers and plumbing. Then I saw how easy it was to become a teacher and looked at videos and immediately failed. Yeah.
Not continue, and then tell me about the person that was there to help you deal with that.
I'm glad that you got a good nap, Rocky.
For me, that was my mom at that time in college. For me, I don't know. That's what I want to know about. Post in the comments. Guys, next thing you could do is, if this episode really resonated with you, send this to somebody that it made you think about, right? Maybe it's that person that helped you out at that time. Maybe it's somebody who you think had a similar path. You know, send this video to them. I would really appreciate that. Another way you can help the show out is by leaving a review of the show on your favorite podcasting platform, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, literally whatever you want. That would be really, really cool. Guys, if you're feeling generous, you can go over and support the show on Patreon. That's patreon.com/Noah Chrysler. On Patreon, there are 3 different levels of...
How much did he have then? Did they give him money for the
Guys, if you're feeling generous, you can go over and support the show on Patreon. That's...
Didn't that show it here?
Patreon.com/Noah Chrysler. On Patreon, there are 3 different levels of support. Each one has different unique benefits. One includes like a personalized call with me.
Vera bonk Rocky for me? Why? Where does the call to action fall in his rising action chart? Oof. Did you like Thor so hard that you spent 25 minutes that I will never be getting back there? I mean, we put it on like
I think what we're going to do is we're going to make this wall right here. We're going to make this like headshots of all of the Patreon supporters if you want that. Or if you just want to put like, I don't know, like a meme on this wall. Like you could, if you support the show on Patreon, you will be on this wall.
Oh! These are his whales. Is it just his friends and family? Are his whales his friends and family? Eight, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11 people. How many Patreons did he have again? $24 members. Wait, how many paid? 14 paid members. Yeah. Yeah. I think it might be. I think it might be friends and family. Because we know at least one of them knows him, because there's... Or is he a Patreon
All right,
guy?
hey everybody. This is normally where an ad read would go, but instead of doing an ad read, I'm gonna tell you about a
Don't
man
you not have ads because you
that
don't have an
I
audience?
really appreciate, and I hope that I don't sound like a crazy person. This is that man. His name is Steve. I think he's at the Grand Canyon here, but I don't really know for sure. Steve, he's got... See how like this is ridiculous looking, and it's like I told the guy at the print shop, it's like, oh, this is very Dwight Schrute, you know, it is your birthday, which I think is perfect. I think it's so funny. But anyway, this is Steve. Steve is our first Patreon supporter. Right now, I am making $22 a month from this man who is paying me, and I want to...
Why is he giving you money? Yeah, I really enjoyed the podcast. I like the one with you and your dad going to get the tractor. It's important to spend time with family. I lost both my parents during COVID, which was hard. I enjoyed listening to the pod with you, getting to spend the weekend with your dad, and him being right about his tractor. Parents were always right, but I would never have admitted it. Huh. So it's not friends and family. What is this guy giving you $25? What the heck? What I'm not trying to do. Start a church, religion, or cult. Influence is a tricky thing, and I want to stay grounded. Okay. I use AI heavily in my projects because it's an incredibly powerful self-empowerment tool. AI intelligence was transformational technology. Humanity said I'm deeply skeptical of AI. It harms the environment and is built by stealing other people's intellectual property, which I find ethically detestable. But you're using it a lot. What? You are a weird man. You very strange man. NPC is confirmed to exist. Oof. Steve is probably like a friend that he's making seem like a stranger? Maybe. I don't want any of my family to subscribe to anything I do. I know one of my aunts won't listen, aside from what I'd violently defend. What? Probably why I still stream and no one knows when or if it happens. Oof. We'll find you one day. Know what? He got an audience. I don't know how, but good for him. Yeah.
I think that's what I want to do with that wall. If you support this show on Patreon, where does your money?
Okay, I need to know.
To tell you about Steve, because I am so grateful to Steve. Steve lives in the United Kingdom. He drives one of those really dope double-decker buses.
Why is this UK guy giving you money?
Okay, I was assuming the bus was red, but he sent me a photo of the bus, and the bus is blue. He is an entrepreneur. He owns rental properties. He is someday dreaming of coming to the United States and getting a visa to build a business here in the United States. But he's also
Does he want you to be your gay husband or something?
He's afraid that
so he can get it to the U.S.
What if I move to the United States, get this work visa that says that I have to have a profitable business in order to succeed here, and it doesn't work, right? Like, what if the business doesn't make money and I have to leave, right? Like, that's a crazy problem, right? I think Steve is so cool, but also I am so eternally grateful to you because like you took a risk by giving me $20 a month, and this is a dream that I have been quite literally thinking about and trying to make progress towards without really truly understanding how or having a war with doubting myself for since I was a 12-year-old boy, right? And Steve believed in that enough to like give me $20, right? Thank you so much. You're going on my wall because I appreciate you.
We're gonna go faster.
I asked Steve permission if I could share this much information about him, and also like I also gave him my
Why
phone number.
are you?
I gave him my personal cell phone number. Guys, now here's the part where like I was going to be like, okay, if you want to be my friend, like me and Steve,
you know what? I
join
realized
the
that I
Patreon
somehow
so
realized that I just needed our BRB baby.
That so stupid. If you watch my shit and you like care about my ideas and they make you think of stuff that like help you in your life, then like send me a DM, right? I would love to be friends with you, right? Like I want to. I think there's a part of my brain that's like really afraid. Like, oh my god.
Huh? That's weird.
Money go? Great question. Thank you for asking. I have a bunch of talented people who are helping me put this show together. They are awesome. Okay. And so your money is going to go directly to them. Right now, I'm working 2 different jobs to basically pay those people and help fund this project. And your help could help me fairly compensate those people and pay them for their time and pay them for their incredible creativity for this project. That team includes, but is not limited to, Kurt Malidi. Kurt is an incredibly talented video editor, motion graphics, and VFX artist. You can hire Kurt for all of your projects by sending him an email at kurtmalidi@gmail.com or by visiting his website, kurtmalidi.com. His website is amazing. Go check it out. Also, my cousin Brandon Chrysler. Brandon is an aspiring audio engineer who masters the audio for the show and makes everything sound fucking crisp. Brandon's also the business manager for the project, right? So he's basically in charge of making sure that if you contribute to this project, your money is spent and allocated and invested in the wisest way possible to help compensate collaborators for this show. You can hire Brandon for podcast editing or music mastering by sending him an email at brandonleechrysler@gmail.com. Thank you also to Laura and Carla Nunez for creating shorts for this show. They specialize in post-production services, including color grading, audio mastering.
Why don't you make your own freaking shorts? Why are you paying people to do this? What?
Visual effects and editing. You can hire them for your next project by emailing info@click.
Also, my cousin said, no one's successful ever.
Postcorp.com.
Actually, I also have a cousin who's an audio engineer. I might, like, ask her sometime to help me fix my stuff. Why does he have all these editors? What is he doing? I don't know. The
best way that you can continue to support this show is just by continuing to watch and listen. Your attention is the most valuable asset humanly possible. So thank you so much for watching.
Do better,
and now, back to the episode.
Oh. Yeah, shorts do better. Kind of.
All right, story number 2 from college failures. In college, I attempted to become a Pokemon YouTuber.
Oh, like 4. Okay.
These are known online in the Pokemon YouTuber community as PokeTubers. During that time of my life, I was a very, very, very big fan of someone named Shady Penguin. I watched, he had 2 videos a day coming my way.
We'll keep 2 videos a day coming your way. That is what I say now today. Like I said, episode 50.
That is what he says. Now today, he was posting
Actually, let me see what he's paying for. I need to know. let's see his best work. Let's see how expensive
Are
it
you
is.
ready to talk shit about BetterHelp?
Yes.
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
Accessibility thing where, everyone knows the name BetterHelp. They've literally gamified therapy. Like, literally, you can hit a little button
Can I
and
not,
it'll
like,
send
make
new
this
people
faster?
to you. Their pricing is dynamic. Every 5 hours you get from them, they increase your hourly rate by $5. I think the cap is like 70, but you'd have to work like 12-hour days, 7 days a week. Like, impossible.
So if you like exclusively use their platform, you
Are you just paying them for like the
kind
little
of do
edits?
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Gross. I hate it. What percentage of your current income, weekly or monthly, is BetterHelp?
You cannot make shorts faster, though, Vera. Yeah. Find shorts to be the easiest way to get views. Yes. No, it seems like someone who tries to hop on the trend right now and it's old when he finally finishes. Yeah. Like, how long was the BetterHelp scandal? How long ago was that? Steve gave Noah $20. It was he was like, time to start a company. Yeah. Yeah.
Providing.
I mean, shorts are like easier for the algorithm too, because to the point where you need to like make millions of views to get like as much for like 1,000 on like another one, or thousands for the other, I guess.
Oh, barely anything.
Really?
13%.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't think that this is worth your time.
How much
I
are
think
you
that
paying,
you
though?
are.
The fuck not. Wow. Wow, I didn't know it was that bad. Are you ready to?
How much did he pay them for the shorts, and how is it per? Hopefully, it's at least per short. I don't know. Weird.
His career was taking off, right? It was this guy that worked in a grocery store that he went on this story arc where like basically he accepted the idea that people might make fun of him for like, making Pokemon content, right? He worked at a grocery store. He was managing a grocery store, accepted the idea that he loves Pokemon, he loves competitive Pokemon, and that if he was going to just make a bunch of Pokemon videos, fuck what everybody else thought, and did that. His career blew the fuck up, and he his videos were different because he was doing live commentary at a time when that really wasn't happening, and he was doing it as he was doing like actual play, right? Actual competitive play. And so his career took off, and he was just posting 2 videos every single day, which is an insane level of output. And I was a huge fan of this guy, and I looked up to him a lot. And I'm like, I want to do that. Good artist copy, great artist steal, right? Steve Jobs.
Only 2000s Batman, yeah. But that just means people discover he's boring and crazy at the same
Or I
time.
think he stole that quote from somebody else. So I'm like, cool. I'm just gonna like copy and paste this dude's path into my life. That sounds great because I kind of was not happy with the path I was on. I was an engineer. I'm like, we need to shake this up. So I started.
Why does he do that Dude, you need to figure out your own identity. You just can't keep trying to take other people's stuff and just put it on you and hope that it works. It's not gonna work.
Like let's play videos. In college,
Jude just sees people doing good and then goes, "Yeah, I could do that." Especially when he sees like, oh, the classic YouTuber story of, "Oh, I was poor and then I made this video and I did amazing." But
I started playing Pokemon Fire Red. I did a randomized Nuzlocke. If none of these words mean anything to you, don't worry, they're not that important. I basically just made a bunch of like cookie cutter bread and butter Pokemon YouTube videos that are all they're on my channel, but I have
so even you know that this is
them all,
okay.
and maybe someday
Dime
I
a
will
dozen.
put them in a playlist and let that playlist live there. But basically just like a lot of very cringy Let's Play videos where I was making Pokemon content.
Hey guys, what up? Welcome to our first ever Pokemon Randomizer Nuzlocke Let's Play. We have a lot new. We have new people in the audience from Reddit.
And I was boxed in. I had this constraint where I couldn't play the new games and get high quality footage of those new games because they were 3DS games, and at that time you could not emulate those games yet because they hadn't been cracked for the PC. And you wanted to play online, right? I was like, I want to be Shady Penguin.
He's not doing the hype voice. Yeah, no, of course he did the hype voice. I like that even like his like. I like Nintendo, but there's like a stereotype with the Nintendo bro like background. Even that's kind of half-assed. Like, look at it's just like the only thing he has is like a Master Sword and the shield and like the little hat. This is all he's got. Doesn't have anything else. I know he's in college, but it's just like even like the background feels like a pale imitation. It's sad.
So I wanted to play competitive online, doing live commentary, and the only way to do that was
that scene in Toy Story 2 with the Buzz Lightyears? Yes, no, that's literally what he is. He's like all the other aspiring failed YouTubers. Not even a Snorlax Stuffy. Trash PokeTuber. Yeah. think that's the Halloween. The Hylian. It's not Halloween. Hylian shield. I have one of those somewhere. Yeah. I have one of those somewhere too.
Was to get a modified Nintendo 3DS that had a video capture card inside of it, and that way you could get high quality video footage of your video game from the game system, and you could play the newest games. You could play online competitive, and that was going to be my competitive advantage, right? And so I remember. But the only problem was
so it's not just the capture card, it's the 3DS.
That getting a Nintendo 3DS with a modified capture card in 2015 was a very difficult thing to do. And so one of the only avenues to do that was to do it yourself, or
no, I'm saying it's a plastic costume shield. Oh. Well, we'll see it in a second, probably.
Was a very difficult thing to do. And so one of the only avenues to do that was to do it yourself, or B, go and get a pre-built from someone in Japan who had basically homebrewed this thing together. And I didn't really have much of that hardware experience required. I wasn't very good with a soldering iron. So I was like, I don't want to mess this up and destroy a couple $100 3DS. Let me get one. So I remember I took all of the money that I'd ever saved. I was working as a barista. I was working for, I would work summers at a summer camp where I taught swimming lessons.
He seems like he'd be the type to teach swimming lessons. He definitely seems like that type. That was like $600 on eBay, if I remember right.
And I would also teach swimming lessons every Saturday morning at the aquatics center at RIT. And basically, I took all of the money that I had, which was about $1,000, and I went on this very, very, very shady website.
That's why it was $1,000. Yeah.
It was.
I prefer Xbox. All the greats started on Xbox. Pokemon didn't start on Xbox. The Mother series didn't start on Xbox. And I don't agree with The Legend of Zelda didn't start on Xbox. I don't think like any major RPG started on Xbox.
Japanese, and it was very poorly translated.
What was great on Xbox? Apparently Voodoo Vince. I guess Voodoo Vince was on Xbox. But we know how much you love Voodoo Vince. You totally didn't rage at it at all. Halo? I guess Halo is good, but that doesn't like save the whole console. Halo was on PC at the same time. Oof. Sonic didn't start on Xbox. I know some people like that. But I meant YouTubers. What did you mean? What great YouTubers started on Xbox? Are you talking about Wings of Redemption? You're a big Wings of Redemption fan? Yeah, back then you had to send your 3DS to a random person and hope they didn't break it and actually give it back to get a capture card on console. Huh. Voodoo Vince, oh yeah. SNES was peak gaming? Yeah. There was a lot of good games on SNES. I mean, my favorite game is on the SNES because I still think, I don't think Earthbound's been beat for me yet.
And it was a Katsu Kitty capture card, 3DS. And so I went on to that forum or website or whatever the hell. I just remember it feeling very, very sketchy. And I plugged in my card information to this very sketchy website, and I ordered a $1,000, which was the most money I'd ever spent on anything. Well, I guess I made a college decision, which is kind of gross. I think it's kind of gross that we put this decision on 17-year-old children to be like, hey, pick a school that you're gonna go spend $100,000 at. That's kind of nuts. But anyway,
$100,000. Well, I guess maybe over the whole time with like food and everything.
With all of my savings.
I know, it depends on where you go, I guess.
And it doesn't come in the mail. It takes a while to get there, right? And I'm like, and about a month and a half after I make this order, I'm like terrified. I'm like, oh my God, I just flushed $1,000 down the toilet. I flushed my life savings down the toilet. What do I do? Oh my God, I'm terrified. And so after a few emails and stuff, the thing finally arrives, and it's really cool and it works really well. And Pokemon Sun and Moon, I think, had just come out, and so I go to like the midnight launch of that, and I get the game, and I do a Let's Play.
You could have just did trade school, yeah. I mean, Pokemon Sun and Moon were probably my favorite Pokemon games, honestly, because I just really like the story. Because I like, or at least the characters are fun.
Series of that. Now the thing is that by the time the Game Boy actually came,
Vanos Gaming started on Xbox. I didn't know that.
I basically had kind of burned myself out.
I never really watched them, but Mally's told me about them. You could work part-time and make $25K a year and not go into that, yeah?
Videos, right? I was making
supposedly
video
he was working part-time.
Hey folks, what up? Hey folks, what up? Hey folks, what up?
Oh gosh.
And they weren't doing very well, or at the time I thought they weren't doing very well, right? I was getting 50 to 100 views on these videos, and I was like, this kind of sucks. I'm putting in so much effort and time into this, and nobody seems to really care about this, and whatever. And I got down on myself, and I kind of burned myself out from doing that in the course of like 2 months or 3 months.
That's why you have to enjoy the content.
In my college brain, I was like, this is a long time. 3 months is a long time. 3 months is nothing. 3 months is literally nothing. 3 months is a fart of time. And I just remember being...
Do you really think if you kept grinding that you'd be the next PokeTuber? Do you honestly believe that? Do you honestly believe if you kept grinding and doing the fake voice that you would be the next one? I'm surprised you didn't try to do Minecraft, honestly.
In that moment from my life and saying, why are people not watching my videos, right?
No,
That
not the YouTuber
plagued
from
my mind,
2012
right?
voice,
And
yeah.
honestly, that is if you're trying to make it on a platform, if you're trying to make it on TikTok or Instagram, like, I think that we
You burn out after 3 months. You aren't cut out to do content creation, honestly,
getting to
yeah.
that point where you're failing, right? I think we hate failing. But that obsession, when you think about it, right? The way you solve that problem is by falling on your face. I really believe that, right? Because I remember making all like Pokemon video after Pokemon video after Pokemon video and getting like, and a lot of them did get 50 to 100 views, but some of them would get like 10, right? And it's like, I spent so much time making this thing that got 10 views. What is wrong with this, right? Like, what the hell? And a couple things were wrong with it. And I slowly started to learn, right? I slowly started to learn.
You gotta have DSP energy of doing the bare minimum for 15 years, yeah. If it works, man. Okay, I need to see. I'm curious. I'm gonna do a nice little.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're picking up right where we left up. Hey! Wow, that didn't make any sense. Hey, folks, what's up? We are back with our Pokemon Sun Nuzlocke. I thought you guys might want to take a look at the team. We got Logic, Void, Zax, Cars, Flax, and Lego, and they have movesets that look like this. I'm just going to do it real quick. Here we go. Skull Fang Tech Grind Operating. We got 4 Sun Razor Leaf Astonish Pack. I'm so bad. That's so...
Okay, I don't think that... It's not, like, highly edited or anything. I don't think it's like, oh, I was doing so much work. I don't think so. I don't believe you. You gotta find something you like doing and not worry about making views. Like, I don't care if people watch my trash or not. Yeah, it has to be for the enjoyment of the game. Otherwise, you will get depressed. When I thought about numbers too much, that's what burned me out. It wasn't the actual content itself. Like, it's fun to talk about this, even if there's only, like, less than 10 of us. It's still fun to talk about it. You know? Wait, does that mean I'm better than him because I feel like I could keep going? Yeah.
Learn about content strategy, right? It's like, okay, well, of the population, what percentage of the population is going to be interested in a video
And
about
if you
me
don't
playing
spend money
Pokemon,
on it.
right? I don't know.
Also, the best part of a Let's Play is that it can be evergreen, but he unlisted it because it made him feel better.
With percentages. But I can tell you that, like, the slice of that is a slice of the pie. Now, that said, the internet's a beautiful place. Like, if you get really very specific and you're like the best in a niche, like, you will attract attention just because you were the best in that niche. But in order to, have like, but basically, selecting a niche, I don't know. I basically, at that time, the conclusion that I came to, I don't know if I would agree with it nowadays, but basically at that time, the conclusion that I came to was, this is too niche, right? Like, I want to make something that...
Yeah. See it as an excuse to yap and play games you've been wanting to play.
Like,
perfect.
Somebody older than myself could enjoy, but also somebody who's not interested in video games or Pokemon as much as me, right? They can also enjoy. And if somebody was not interested in Pokemon, they could not enjoy that video in any regard. So basically, I started to pivot away from this content niche that I'd kind of pigeonholed myself into, and it inspired other projects for me. And basically, I started a project.
Oh my gosh. Okay, when did Critical Role start? Can someone tell me when Critical Role started? It's important. It's important to me to know when Critical Role started. Become 2015. Yeah. Okay, so it probably just got more popular. So yeah, because it's like, is he just trying to jump on that? Is there anything worse than your kids playing D&D? It can be fun, but I like D&D. There's a Pathfinder there, a starter box I recognize those pieces. I found at yard sale before. So they used the more complicated game to start with. Like I think it's probably more well balanced, and I'm not necessarily a fan of Wizards of the Coast right now, but still, there's around when Geek and Sundry started. So yeah, 2015. Yeah.
Directly after that was inspired kind of by this channel called the RIT Newsman.
Hey folks, what's up? My name's Noah Chrysler, the RIT Newsman, and this is Springfest 2017.
And that project was very, very successful, and it's also on this failure resume because there are some things that I really beefed really hard with that. Also, in this time, I was doing college, right? I was in...
And I'm just, I'm being a dick. I know I'm being a dick, but I'm just standing on. Okay. Okay. Just, I guess his very good is like, oh, I almost got 1,000 views, or I got 1,000 views. That's his, like, really, those are his successful ones. I mean, I feel you. That feels like, I'm not gonna call those really successful. I don't, I guess comparatively. Oh, well. What's funny is I think he would do slightly better on TikTok if he was able to shorten his videos, yeah. No food, I'm hungry now. I haven't eaten anything. I had some applesauce this morning.
Also somebody who's not interested in video games or Pokemon as
Yeah, Pathfinder is better, so good fun. Yeah, it's just it has like a steeper learning curve, but I think it would be worth it to switch over to Warhammer, or
Much
not
as
to
me.
Warhammer, to Pathfinder. Warhammer's a whole other thing. It makes slop and it makes slop sucks and sucks at editing. That's perfect for TikTok. Yeah, add Korean barbecue in a cup. Get jealous,
right, they
thirds,
can
yeah.
also enjoy. And if somebody was not interested in Pokemon, they could
Ooh,
not enjoy
I still have leftover Raising Canes. I can heat that up in the microwave.
that video in any regard. So basically, I started to pivot away from this content niche that I'd kind of pigeonholed myself into, and it inspired other projects for me. And basically, I started a project directly after that was inspired kind of by this channel called the RIT Newsman.
Hey, folks, what's up? Nice. With the RIT Newsman, and this is Springfest 2017.
And that project was very, very successful, and it's also on this failure resume because there are some things that I really beefed really.
Maybe I'd say successful because like that's your first series that did well. Like I don't have like a ton. Just saying, if you're like, I want to be a YouTuber, I wouldn't say that's like success, like super successful. I'd say that's successful. You're getting some ground.
Really hard with that. Also, in this time, I was doing college, right? I was in 2 clubs, taking a full course load, and trying to make like 3 videos a week and publishing them to YouTube, right? And it was absolutely brutal. And the videos, like these were really impacting my life in a major way, right? Like my grades were not great, and I'm like, why am I fucking
How
over
hard
my
was
college
it to make
these
freaking Pokemon Let's Plays? What? Jared Conroy does high quality Pokemon videos. Yeah.
videos that aren't even getting views? Like this is
Wasn't
insane.
he like one of the main like Let's Play guys?
This is an
I don't know if he
insane
still
trade-off
does.
to make. My GPA is going to fall, 10%, and
Yeah, that I think Huber's right. I think that might be from. Yeah. That's definitely not like the highest quality of
and
shields.
I am trading that for 100 YouTube video views on a Pokemon series. What the hell? It was just a bad equation. Like, it was a bad trade. And so I'm like, how do I make this make sense? How do I make this make sense? And so it made me start the RIT Newsman, which was a much more successful project.
When you probably don't like Pokemon and have to put on a voice, it's probably hard. Yeah.
In, conventional success terms. But yeah, I don't know. If I was to talk to that guy, if I was to like think back to that time and talk to that guy, it's like, dude, hey, like 3 months is really not much. But like all of the thoughts and feelings in your brain are valid, right? But like patience is really key, right? The people that you're comparing yourself to, they are in different points in their lives, right? You are comparing yourself to people who are at different points in their careers, and you don't understand. You don't have a very high resolution understanding of what their life is like behind the scenes, right? And so you're comparing your outcomes as you alone in your room making videos on your computer the best you can, basically stealing ideas from other people and then repurposing them to make your cobbled together thing. Like, dude, like you're comparing yourself to somebody who is at a totally different place in their career and place in their life. So A, stop doing that, and B, just focus on making the next video, right? Just focus on making the next piece and getting just a little bit better, right? You don't have to have all the answers right now. You don't have to have all the answers right now. All you have to do is make the best thing that you can make right now. And I did that. I was doing that. So that's a good thing. It's both a failure because
the feelings are viable, but the thoughts are stupid. Be honest, yeah?
Because today I'm not a Pokemon YouTuber, but it's also a success because it informed me and, again, laid the foundation for what I think my career ultimately has grown into, and which is something that I'm happy with. To go back to the market thing, though, I mean, there's a.
I wonder if he just thought Pokemon YouTubing was easy. This guy cannot stop talking. Yeah, he
Japanese
really can.
phrase that I like called ikagi, right? Where basically you try to find an intersection of what you're passionate about, what the market finds valuable, and what you are naturally skilled and predisposed to be good at, right?
I'm actually getting headaches from him. I'm sorry.
Where, like, all of the money and success in your life will probably be, right? And so try to do that. Try to find that way that you can uniquely contribute, right? And that's hard. That's
knows
really hard
the
to
right
do.
things to say, but just doesn't do it. He's like me, for real, for real.
That is really hard to do. And so you're going to probably make some mistakes in trying to find that, and that's okay. And the fastest way there is to not think about it. It's to not think about it and come up with the perfect fucking thing that you reverse engineered because you know this, and this because you're so smart and you made the best plan. That is not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to make something and try again and try again.
He should get into the React meta with his ability to yap and make everything about himself. Yeah, Eddie seems like he can cry on command. That's helpful too.
Then try again, and as it sucks less and less each
No,
time.
Vera is
You can
not
fuck
like
it up
you.
like
Why
1,000
not?
times, and nobody and some people are gonna be like, "You suck," and like that's true, like but like who cares what they say? Like who cares? Let me suck. Okay, let me cook. Like Thank you to Second Student for the use of our theme song. Get It Up.
No, it's I always get scared whenever the song plays. Don't get me in trouble. Apparently, someone connects with it. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is his friend. Okay, this is an actual, like, different person, I guess. Oh, it's his mom! It's his mom! Oh! It's his mom. This is parents watch his stuff, I guess. That comment section is the saddest thing ever. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. It's don't self-deprecate. I'm okay. That's mostly there's like I'm trying to figure out where the line is between self-deprecation and honest critique of myself. Because in general, like I know the things to say, it's just actually implementing it, you know? Because it's like, oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. It's just actually getting off my butt and doing it. So it's like this to that, I relate. I'm glad my parents don't comment on my stuff. Lol. Yeah. Gonna like this. He didn't even heart it. Oh wait, no, he did. He did. Okay, there we go. We're liking the mom comment. Oh no, it's your full name. Oh my gosh. What? Ow, I feel bad. Oh no, not the boomer parent with the full name. No, no. And I'm not saying that because if my parents were alive, they still would never watch or comment on anything I'd make, and I'm a little jealous. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to get to the. I didn't mean to. I didn't know that her full name was the thing. I feel bad. Oh gosh. Wait, why is this so quiet?
Give each of them the attention that they deserve, and they won't feel seen. So like, if you want to be my friend, you don't need to pay me anybody. Just like be my friend. Like, tell me about your life. I am a crazy person.
I'm so like fascinated by trying to like psychoanalyze this guy when I have like no
okay, so
ability to do
also,
that.
Please understand something. I am trying to achieve something. I am trying to achieve a goal that I think is higher than myself. Since I was 12 years old, I've loved YouTubers and I've loved art on this platform, and I am finally trying to.
That's literally every child, though. Help time to find out where she lives instead of like 1 million pieces. No.
Fight my own self out and create things that are important to me that I think are cool, right? And so.
But yeah, apparently that was one of the things that he got commented on about.
Hey guys, what's up?
About this, about like his wall. Is that people were like, maybe don't have the wall with like their real names and their actual faces, because then they can get doxxed and harassed. And then they deleted that comment. Or it's like maybe this is a danger to people, potentially, if it actually does take off. But I think we're safe. I don't think it will take off, so I think it's fine. But who knows?
I don't want you to subscribe because you love any specific show that I make. I don't want you to subscribe because you think, you are being promised that I will do something in the future, because I don't want to make those promises. All right, hey guys, what's up? I'm jumping in with this slideshow here to clarify my thoughts. I want to tell you a story. Okay, I want to tell you about another guy. Okay, when I was a kid, my parents would bring me to this building. Okay, and we went to this community church. Okay, and in this building there was this guy right here. Okay, this was the picture of the church. So I was a kid in church. They didn't have beer at the church, but I was generating images with ChatGPT, and this is the one I landed on. And I thought it was funny that they were drinking beer at the church. So whatever. This guy was awesome. Okay, this guy was super duper cool. Okay, and he was just the nicest guy. Right? If you were painting a fence, he would paint with you. Basically, he would walk into people's lives in the church and he would listen to their problems and he would give them advice. Right? And he would listen. He would truly listen. He would make them feel okay for how they felt, and it was amazing. It was one of the most amazing and beautiful things I've ever seen another person do, right? The way this man could walk into somebody's life, listen to them, and
doxing moms like a
and then provide them wisdom and guidance to work on their problems. It was a beautiful and wonderful thing. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life, right? Except what I didn't like was that like there was all of this like religious dogmatic bullshit that I didn't really think was true, and I thought that it was like wrong of him to tell all the people in this building like, hey, I know all of these things to be true, and if you don't believe these things too, then you're gonna go burn in a place forever. And I'm not saying that he was.
Is that what they were saying? Because this is like. What the heck is this kid doing? Are they turned around? Why is there a crucifix in the back and not the front? And I'm assuming it was like a little Baptist church or
wrong.
something.
I also might be wrong, but I basically was agnostic, right? And I didn't like all of the dogmatic rules in the Bible. And if you think that I misinterpreted the
oh boy
messages, then like I'm happy to have that discussion too. But like that's the one thing I didn't like about church. But I loved everything else about church. I loved the community aspect of the congregation coming together and helping each other, right?
Oh
I loved
boy.
the friendly way that they like assumed the best about each other without like immediately being at each other's throats. And I think in the modern world that we live in, we need more stuff like that, right? We don't need.
Maybe they're like that because that's kind of the value system of the church and what the church teaches. Maybe that's why they were like that, and maybe there's some value to what they were saying.
Religious dogma, but instead we need people that just want to get together and help each other.
I don't know though.
Because they're working on stuff, right? And so I want to try to do that, right? And right now that is content creation for me. But I want you to hold me accountable, right? I do not want to become these.
Bro, you're not gonna be Logan Paul. You're just not. Rules or structure, which goes back to the ADHD thing. Oh,
people. I respect both of these men on some level, but I think that they are flawed men. That because they were not willing to examine their flaws and examine the things that were wrong with them, they made decisions that hurt people. This is a business, right? This is my horse in the race. It's like I do want to make money, but I'm just saying that like I don't want to make money in like the gross way that other people make money off of this stuff, right? I want to make money by trying to be that guy we were talking about and helping other people. Things that I want to spend money on, right? So staff. Right now, my staff is made up of people who are my friends, and I love these people.
Why do you have staff for it? You don't need staff for starting out. That's how you fail.
For them. My buddy Kurt is an editor. My buddy Mike is an editor. I've
space, rental, live events, whatever you want to support the mission. Gear, camera gear, sound gear, editing gear. Editing programs like Premiere, Opus Plus, as a clip. There is free stuff. Just use DaVinci Resolve. Bro. There are free options. I have TISM, so I love the rules, thankfully, which is also bad. Well, you can go like too far in the other direction. But I also love rules and tradition and things like that. So that's why like where it fits really well with me. Wait, I can't film a dead body and become Logan Paul.
Carly and Lauren, both editors too. They make shorts content. Brandon's my business manager, and my cousin, and he's in charge of all the money and making sure that I and he's really, really, really smart. He's a smart guy. Please.
Okay. Stop doxing your cousin. Why are you giving all this information about them? You don't even tip people's real names. Why did you never learn about like the basic cybersecurity?
Cammy and Aiden, and they offer production help and basically help with other things that I need. Also, I want
at least just cleaning up your presence. If you want to be a YouTuber, you know that. Does he not know the downsides of being a YouTuber? Other than if I get too famous, I could get too big for my britches. What about like people trying to freaking hurt you?
Where the rats?
Thank you, YouTube subscriber. I appreciate it. This dude is like Chris Chan doxing everything. Yeah.
Right now we're using free stuff like Discord, which is great, but like we should be using like a Slack and stuff, right? Also, we need more editing programs.
You don't need to use Slack. There's nothing inherently wrong about a free program, unless if you're the product type thing, which is kind of a thing, but it's not inherently wrong.
Well, invest in a tech stack, right? Right now we're using free stuff like Discord, which is great, but like we should be using like a Slack and stuff, right? Also, we need more editing programs like Premiere subscriptions and Opus Clip and all these other tools that can help us make more content and stuff. Also, stuff like Google Drive and Asana and Zoom and like all of these other programs.
You're gonna pay for Google Drive? What? Welcome to the Rap Pack for YouTube subscriber. Yeah. Because it doesn't like show up for as long as the notification because I can read it. Professional companies use free programs all the time. Yeah. Why spend money when you don't need to? It doesn't add legitimacy to you, I promise. Don't pay for Google Drive, yeah. He thinks you need the best stuff to edit and make videos or it won't be good. Yeah, that's stupid.
That, like, I don't know. I really think that AI it gives people a ton of like personal leverage, and I really want to take advantage of a bunch of those tools, right? I want to invest in.
Oh wait, he wants to invest in AI? Is that what he said?
AI it gives people a ton of like personal leverage, and I really want to take advantage.
Pay for the external SSD if you really need it. Yeah, that's what I did.
A bunch of those tools, right? I want to invest in different gear and stuff, right? I want to invest in camera gear, sound gear, editing gear, like basically stuff that's gonna help me make things that look better and sound better. And then eventually I want to do other stuff, right? I think that I could rent a space, but that costs money, right? I eventually someday want to do live events, but you know what? And I also want to do that sooner rather than later, right? I think it'd be really fun to do live shows. I have a really long history in doing improv.
Live shows for
really
what?
Do that. Here's the other thing is that like some of this money might be given away to other people in this community to help them, right? What I'm essentially trying to do is I'm trying to build my own Iron Man suit, right? I think that my arc reactor, right? My arc reactor is like my energy that I've been blessed with, which is wonderful.
Oh gosh.
I think it'd be really fun to do live shows. I have a really long history in doing.
Let me go back.
Basically stuff that's gonna help me make things that look better and sound better. And then eventually I want to do other stuff, right? I think that I could rent a space, but that costs money, right? I eventually someday want to do lives
I think I missed something.
Stack, right now we're using free stuff like Discord, which is great, but like we should be using like a Slack and stuff, right? Also, we need more editing programs like Premiere subscriptions and Opus Clip and all these other tools that can help us make more content and stuff. Also, stuff like Google Drive and Asana and Zoom and like all of these other programs that like I don't know. I really think that AI it gives people a ton of like personal.
Okay, he's talking about AI too. Okay, I thought that you
leverage, and I really want to
he's
a
weird.
bunch of those tools, right? I want to invest in different gear and stuff, right? I want to invest in camera gear, sound gear, editing gear, like basically stuff that's gonna help me make things that look better and sound better. And then eventually I want to do other stuff, right? I think that I could rent a space, but that costs money, right? I eventually someday want to do live events, but you know what? And I also want to do that sooner
I
rather
would
than later,
use
right?
Google
I think
Drive to
it'd be
move
fun to
videos
have
from
a
my
really long
phone to
history of doing
PC because
improv
it's
comedy and stuff,
easier,
and
but
really
I would
fun to
never
do that.
pay
Because the
for
other
it.
thing
Yeah.
is some of this money might be given away to other people in
Yeah, well, I don't know what the live events would be for. Does he think maybe he thinks he's a stand-up comedian or
maybe to
something?
help them, right? What I'm essentially trying to do is I'm trying to build my own Iron Man
I guess he's obsessed with Iron Man because he keeps on bringing up Iron Man.
suit, right? I think that my arc reactor, right? My arc reactor is like my energy that I've been blessed with, which is wonderful. But like, you know, I want to make these little things that I don't have, right? Tony has like, you know, his rocket boots, right? I want that to be my editors, right? They're gonna be my rocket boots, and then I want like, I don't know, like the lasers in his hands, right? Like that's maybe that's Cammy and Aiden, my production folks, and they do that. And maybe my shorts is my fucking like, I don't know, maybe Jarvis is Brandon, right? And like, I don't know. I want to make a metaphorical Iron Man suit that lets me like also my goal is to not like just like exclusively help people. I have an ego. Like I want to be seen. I want people to understand my perspective. I want to share my perspective. I think I have interesting things to say. But like, you know, helping others is also at the core of this. I want to help people work on the things they're trying to work on. If you're trying to
Bro, my thumbnails are better. I think even my thumbnails are better, and that is the lowest bar. That is a very low bar. Bro. Oof. This is the worst headphone ever. Oof. I don't think I have like the worst thumbnails to ever exist. But this is for saying like I'm not like high quality, but this is still BB thumbnails are in fact better. Oof. Because some YouTubers put on live shows, so he has to do it too. Why does he always want to jump to being Mr. Beast? Why does it always have to be Mr. Beast? Make pretty good thumbnails, maybe? I want to like learn how to make actual like competent thumbnails that aren't just put together in Canva and look kind of sad.
run a business and build it to be better. I want to help you do that, right? And I have a lot of different methods I want to do that with. I want to like write books and stuff, and I want to like give talks and stuff, and I want to do personal coaching with people. I don't want to become these people, and I want you to hold me accountable. I want you to help me get better and be better.
What?
And I want to like give talks and stuff, and I want to do personal coaching with people. I don't want to become these people.
But you said life coaching was bad. Why are you talking about being a life coach now? What? I think this guy really thinks he's Tony Stark / Mr. Beast. Oof.
People, and
this is a business. It's not a charity. I'm not perfect. Okay, whatever.
Help me get better and be better. This is not a charity. This is a business. This is the tech stack and where I want to spend your money. I'm trying to build an Iron Man suit, and I want to be that guy. I'm not a person who's very good at playing it coy and cool and strategically only giving you certain information so that you like see. Like I don't know how to do that.
He said bad life coaches are bad, BB. I thought he just said I don't like life coaches, and I was like, and then we were talking, and then we gave it the modifier that only bad ones.
I'm a fucking spaz. I don't know, man. I'm trying to do this. If you think that it's cool,
but he can do everything better than anyone else. Yeah.
If you want to fuel that passion and power and project, that would be fucking cool. But if you just want to be my friend, that's also super cool. And I would just love to talk to you. The Patreon makes a bunch of promises right now. It's like, oh, at this level you'll get this, and at this level you'll get fuck that. Pay me what you can afford. You know, the highest level is like $20 a month, right? Which is like a dinner. It's like 2 Chipotle bowls a month, and it won't be spent on Chipotle. Right now I'm working 2 jobs. I work 2 bartending gigs, and I do enjoy it on some level. I really do. I meet so many people, and I learn about them, and I have fun, and I enjoy the service. I think
this ninja thinks she's the next Robert Downey Jr.
humble, and I love it, and it gets me out there. I love that. But like, there are creative people who work on this project, and they deserve to be paid more than I can afford to pay them right now. And so what all I'm asking you to do is help me do that. I think people are like, oh, this man wants to get rich off of me, and it's like, no. I want to make something so cool that a company someday that I deeply investigate and make sure that they're ethically in the right spot, right? They see how cool the thing is that I am doing, right? And they want to give me a ton of money. To say that I don't want to be rich is wrong, but I don't want to get rich in the wrong ways. I think I can get rich in a way that's like I made something.
What do you have to offer?
Meaningful to so many people that a company that is ethical, you know, like wanted to join the thing that I was doing. And they're making a killing, right? Because of their ethical business that is providing people value. I think that like capitalism can be yucky.
Of course, capitalism. Okay, here's what I offer. Okay, I believe I offer little sister you can bully, nerd ramblings, kind of comedy, and like someone to like share yapping about this stuff. Like, I don't know what he has to offer. I don't know what his goal is. My goal is like, you can laugh at me. That is my goal. I would like that, or at least I think that's what I can offer. I think I offer that you can laugh at me. I don't know what he has to offer. He's like, is that bad? I don't know what he's trying to, what he can, what are you offering? He has his presence to offer. Ugh. I offer, I don't know. You have little brother energy. Nerdy little sister that plays games with you with the controller that's not plugged in energy. Yes, yeah.
And I'm trying to do this in a way that doesn't feel yucky. And I'm just going to feel it out stage by stage. We'll see what happens. This is way too long. Steve, thank you so much. Okay, back to the show.
I think he's just like, you know who he reminds me of? Do you guys remember Uncle Adams? Because he reminds me of Uncle Adams. I will throw money at it until I succeed. Doing it on your own takes away from your credibility. You need to go to a studio to pay them to make your music for you, because that'll make it professional. And if it's professional, that means it's automatically good. And I feel like he's like that. And the toxic positivity. Yeah, 1 billion studio fees. Ugh. So your mom is really good at shooting. It is 1 million studio fees at a SoundCloud meta. Yeah, it's like it was at least like 200K, something crazy like that. And it's like, if I just keep doing it, eventually I will succeed. And it's like, it's not guaranteed. And you need to be smart about it. You can't just throw money and your time at it and expect to succeed. You have to genuinely love it and do it as a hobby, and if it succeeds, it succeeds. I don't think that, unless if you have something amazing you have to offer, or you have the actual business set up where you're already doing this kind of stuff, I don't think that you can really put it all you can really gamble it all that way and actually win. Except the little bully, the little brother that gets bullied. Yeah. Creation itself is success. Yeah, you gotta enjoy your creations by itself. Otherwise, if you only want numbers, it's not gonna work. Or at least I don't think it will. I don't know. Let me check on something. Off. Off, off. How long have I been freaking talking? I've been talking for so freaking long. Ah. I might go and have my tendies. It's way easier to make money doing something else. Yes, I could make over 1,000 times what I currently make on this by just doing a part-time job. But this is fun, and I can afford to do this, so it's fine. But yeah, okay. I've been here for freaking 7 hours. But I think it's probably time to raid. I know someone who's doing like a streamathon. We can do that. How about that? Oh. Then I can mess around with that. Okay, where we go? Where we going? We'll do this. So let's. If you want numbers in the YouTube space, you're in the wrong area, partner. Not necessarily. It's figuring out. You need to have something to offer that people want, and I mean, the market decides if you succeed or not. That's just how it is. Hopes and dreams can't do it alone. But thank you for hanging out with me today as I just freaking tried to learn all I could about this man, because I found his first video so fascinating. I hope that I added and that you found this enjoyable and not too boring. Maybe this can be a good sleep video. Hopefully. We'll see. But thank you for everyone who stayed around so long, but hope you all got through work or whatever it was okay. And I'll see you next time. I'm gonna press the buttons.